What's up, everybody? It's your boy King Hussle. Yes, it's the best money and credit channel on YouTube. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell. So whenever I drop new sauce, new lessons, new methods, and giveaways, you'll be the first one to be notified. You'll be the first one to know what's going on. And you might be the first one to win something for free. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell on all the YouTube channels. Also, make sure you follow me on my Twitch, King Hustle Live. I do all my freebies and giveaways from those YouTube channels and the Twitch. So make sure you subscribe and kick. So make sure you subscribe and hit the notification bell so you won't miss out on nothing. Also, make sure you follow me on all my social media platforms. All you gotta do is click the title on every video. Once you click the title on every video, at the bottom of the description, all my social media links will pop up. All right. Got a lot of fake King Hustle pages out there, so please get a FaceTime verification call or video to make sure you see this face. Make sure you are doing legit business and you are getting what you pay for, right? And before we get anything started, this is all educational purposes only, not telling anybody to do anything. So let's get this thing started. Hey, let's get this thing started. Hey, what to do, my real King Hustle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, my real Hustle Nation Empire family members, and we are back at it again with the gems. Back at it again with the sauce, back at it again with the information that's going to turn you into a boss. So you're tired of being a zero, you ready to be your family hero? Listen up, take a seat, get your notepad and get your pen, because you already know when I drop these videos and y'all get them notifications, it's going to be some information that's going to help you win, keep you informed, or keep you entertained. So with that being said, you know how we get down over here on this channel. We talk about the new fraud methods, the new scam methods, the new bank fraud and scam methods that's going on, the dark world, the dark web, so on and so on. Now, a lot of people have been asking me about a lot of different sites. A lot of people have been asking me about the technology fraud world. A lot of people have been asking me about the check fraud and credit card fraud. A lot of people have been asking me a lot of different things because of now people are starting to understand how important technology is. Everything that we use, everything that we use in today's world is ran off technology. And people most people have this outlook that scams and fraud is dealing with some type of checks or some type of credit cards. And that's not the case. You got real-time fraud and you have technology fraud. Most fraud work comes from technology, from glitches to jackpots to you compromise and hacking, you name it. And a lot of people has heard about the dark web. A lot of people has actually been on the dark web. And there's a lot of people who just can't figure out how to get on the dark web. So in today's video, we were talking about a lot of different things that's going on the dark web, the dark world, scams, fraud, different sites, and just really getting an understanding of what's going on, because a lot of people are lost and a lot of people are moving off the wrong information, and by them believing the wrong information, when people are trying to tell them the right information, they believe that is not right. So first of all, let's get this understood right here. Scams and fraud have been up 600 to 800% since COVID-19. So when COVID came around, the government pushed out so many different ways for people to generate revenue, and whenever there's money being made, there's going to be some type of scam or fraud being committed. The government pushed out this PPP loan, payroll protection program, that was basically giving people loans, and if they did the forgiveness, giving people loans to keep their business afloat, keep their business running, pay their payroll, pay their bills, pay whatever they need to pay to keep their business going. And some people had loans in the millions of dollars, the hundreds of thousands of dollars, or the 20s of thousands of dollars. A lot of people got PPP loans with fraudulent businesses, with fraudulent information. And a lot of people are dumb. A lot of people do whatever they got to do to get the check, but don't finish out the process. Meaning that a lot of people did whatever they had to do to get the PPP loan, but
in this business, you're either growing or you're grinding.
Good morning, Fred. We've received an emergency call, and you're being rerouted.
Success is no longer about working harder. It's about working smarter. About using AI to automate processes and accelerate impact. Service Titan is the only integrated intelligence that seamlessly automates your entire workflow, from first call to final invoice. Born in the trades, built for visionaries ready to stop operating and start automating their success.
Nice work. Your next job is on Grand Street.
by them being so green and thirsty and not paying attention and not
What
really
it
caring,
do,
because in
Blake?
the
What you got
said that
going
you
on
have to
today, Kush?
also
Let me
forgive, you
know.
have to be
Like, share,
forgiven, you
comment,
have to fill
subscribe.
out
Make sure y'all
paperwork for
tap
this
in.
forgiveness. They didn't think
Comment,
that the government was going to come
let me
back
know
for
what
them,
city and state
and
y'all
they did.
country
And there's a
from.
lot of people who
Let's
did
give
do the
y'all a shout out.
forgiveness with fraudulent
We
businesses
live.
who
Let's get it in
have
today.
no problems. So ever since COVID-19, social media, you see people flashing money like this, talking about this method, that method, this glitch, that glitch, this and that, right? The dark world, dark web. And the problem is, it's a lot of people in the world who know nothing about the dark web. And it's a lot of people who understand that it's a lot of people who don't know about the dark web and this type of world, and they manipulate the people who are interested into getting into this world. And that's where the problem lays. There's a lot of people out here portraying to be people who know about different methods, different dark web, different things, and perception is everything. A lot of people sell the perception and they get scammed by a lot of these fake kids, or a lot of these kids that's faking the portraying that they do this method, that method, and so on and so on, right? And then you got people who actually are in that world. Now, what people got to understand is there are smart people and there are people who just don't utilize their common sense. Because at the end of the day, if people or whoever are actually doing something that they are not supposed to be doing, you would think that most people wouldn't put it out there on the forefront. But there are many people who are. But then again, there are many people who are actually doing anything, and it gets tricky. So the dark web, sites on the dark web, different the evolution of the dark web, what's really going on, right? So a lot of people know about the Hidden Wiki. Now, the Hidden Wiki is a very popular site on the dark web. It's basically like it looks like a Craigslist. Well, first of all, let's get this straight right here. Dark websites are not www dot whatever.com. No, no dark website is a .com. All dark websites are long encrypted, look like Bitcoin addresses with .onion at the end. You can't even promote or post dark web URLs or websites links on the clear net. So it's hard for people to find real sites. That's one reason. Two, when it comes to sites on the dark web, at the end of the day, these sites more than likely are selling something illegal. So just because it's the dark web doesn't mean anything. There are police officers, cybersecurity police that's on the dark web looking for criminals. So for two, most real sites on the dark web are not just free and willingly for anybody to come on and search and buy. Most real sites on the dark web, you have to either have an invite, know somebody, or have a login. Now, there are, like I told you guys before, the evolution of the world is going to be the evolution of the dark web. So we got ChatGPT, and I explained to you guys before about the different fraud
Man,
GPT sites
chilling,
that there
man,
are
chilling,
on
man,
the
working, man,
dark
getting
web.
these videos
And like
together,
I
getting
said,
these lows, getting these methods, getting
these sites
everything
are
together,
not
man. We working, man, getting these things working.
www.blah.blah.blah.com. They are all long encrypted looking dark web. I mean, Bitcoin address with .onion at the end. These sites, it's hard to find because it's already hard for people to even get on the dark web. So, but these sites are out there, and there are sites, like I told you guys before, that will create dark web. There are fraud GPT sites that will create a website for you, a dark web website. On that website, it will literally put whatever that you want to put on there. You can command one of these fraud GPT sites to go out. You can put it like this. You can command a fraud GPT site on the dark web to get information from different places. So you can command to get information from a bank database or a company database, and it'll get it for you. It's getting very wild. And I want people to really understand that. I know everybody that heard about jailbreaking, right? And jailbreak is basically when the server and program on whatever device that you're using is basically compromised, and certain security breaches are bypassed, which allows certain applications and sites to be able to be accessed, right? And we all know when you jailbreak a phone, a computer, or anything, you get access to different apps, different sites. It can do a lot of different cool things, right? So understand that comes with technology. And
Your car deserves more performance with every drive. Shell V-Power
artificial intelligence, aka AI, is technology. So keep that in mind right there. So, like I said, there are sites on the dark web that will create sites for you. So the hidden wiki, everybody know about the hidden wiki. And like I said before, the hidden wiki is not no www.hiddenwiki.com or nothing like that. It's a long encrypted address with .in at the end. So the hidden wiki is basically a place where it will navigate you to different sites, different categories, and different things. Now, due to it being fraud GPT sites, there are a lot of people that will basically recreate the hidden wiki and put different sites on there and put fraudulent sites on there, their own fraudulent sites, because they understand so many people know about this site, but it's hard to find the actually real one. And by them making it easy for people to come across this one, that means they more than likely people are going to utilize this fraudulent hidden wiki and go to this site, go to that site, watch this, do this, and do that. Because like I said, you can clone websites. You can clone get the codes and APKs and for different sites and clone sites. And when you clone a site, it'll be exactly what you want it to look like. It'll be the site that you clone plus what you want to add, what you want to subtract from it, right? So there's many hidden wiki sites on the dark web, a lot of fake hidden wiki sites, but the real hidden wiki sites, the real hidden wiki site will literally direct you to over 50 different fraud GPT sites, hundreds of different CC sites, hundreds of different identity sites, so many different real sites on the real hidden wiki. And then you got the Robin Market. Now, the Robin Market is a place that will literally do anything for you. It will get, or for a fraudster or a scammer who is utilizing this marketplace. It'll get bank logs, CC, CVVs, dumps, fulls, opinions, you name it. Create glitches, high, not hijack, jailbreaks. What else? It'll literally do any mission, phishing, malwares, templates. I'm talking about technology might be the coolest thing out there. And once people really start to pay attention to what technology can do, your mind will start working and you start to think about the other things that technology could do. Because without technology, there'd be no ACH transfers, no Cash App, Venmo, Zelles, no PayPals. None of these things will be able to be here on this earth. And to be able to sit at your computer all day and to be able to do different things with technology is almost addicting because everything has an IP address. And as long as if you can get an IP address, you can get into it. Phones, computers, laptops, cameras, you name it. And these fraud GPT sites and these dark websites are starting to become more popular because the normal age of the scammers, fraudsters, and hackers are getting younger and younger. You got to think about it. Technology. You got Xboxes. You got PlayStation 5s. Kids play all day, every day. Adults play all day, every day on these different servers. You got 5M, GTA. You got Roblox. You got Call of Duty, 2K. And this is where it starts from. Kids want to get different skins and look cool, do all these things that cost money. You got to buy points and all these different things. Parents now will keep buying it. These adults are playing with kids. These adults are telling kids how to get a hold of these different products. And once they learn so much and things start to listen, even a kid know money, how important money is. So if they figure out a way how to get it on their own, that's what they're going to do. And this is what people are not understanding. If you can control somebody else's computer from your computer just off getting their IP address is real like that. What do most computers have stored on them? Passwords, wallets, you name it. These are things that's being compromised when people who know nothing about the dark web or how to protect yourself.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Is happening to them because of this. Like the dark web is not illegal to get
They
on.
just showed a
Once you start
commercial
doing
for
illegal
a
things
place you
about
can
illegal
build your
things,
own
that's
app
when
on
it
a
becomes a
ClearNet.
problem. I've
Technology.
seen at least 5 to 10 different hidden wiki sites and they all fake. And I actually know the real hidden wiki site. And it's crazy that there's so many. The opportunity to create these fake sites is wild. So I try to tell people all the time, like, listen, knowledge is power. Ethical hacking is not illegal. Being able to do these things is not illegal, but once you start doing it for illegal purposes and gaining illegal goods, that's when it becomes a problem. Hacking is not illegal, but once you start doing it for illegal purposes and gaining illegal goods, that's when it becomes a problem. And the problem is, it's not illegal. That's the problem. It is not illegal to be a hacker at all. And being a hacker is someone who knows how to do all of these things. And it's up to that person to be able to say if they're going to use their information for good or for the bad. Everything is coded. Everything is committed. Basically, it's okay, have this app be able to do this and do that. Like everybody's seen some type of example of coding. It's all commands telling this server, this database what to do. What can compromisers and hackers do? Get into different servers. When you get into a server, what can you do? Change commands, brute attacks,
P5, what
find
it
out
do? I
different
see you,
information
boy.
to start
You
in
got
this
going on?
server, in this database. Glitches, bin numbers, technology. People are starting to figure out how to utilize technology. It's kind of like reverse technology. They're starting to figure out how to benefit off reverse technology. Because everything that we're able to do legally, people are starting to figure out how to do it illegally and generate revenue from these methods. So like I said, it's a lot of kids, it's a lot of young adults getting on the dark web, figuring out these different sites, these different fraud GPT sites, learning about different methods, learning about malware, learning about ransomware, learning about all these different things, turning around, going back to these GPT sites and just seeing what all can be done. Testing the waters, type in, create this, create that. And these things can actually be created because of artificial intelligence. AI and artificial intelligence can be jailbroken. And once you jailbreak it, you can tell it to create these type of fraudulent things. And at the end of the tunnel, there's always a victim. It might be you. It might be me. It might be a bank. It might be both. So like I tell you guys all the time, it's all about being more safe, being more cautious, and being more aware of what's going on in this real crazy world that we all living in. Because if we're not aware, we're not cautious, if we're not safe, we could potentially be victims. So like I said, make sure you guys are getting your Northern Lifeline to monitor all your social media, financial, and personal accounts to make sure no suspicious or funny activity is going on. And it reminds you of the dark web to make sure none of your personal information is on there being sold. So make sure you guys are getting your Northern Life.
Whether you're a professional technician or simply take pride in maintaining your own.
What's up, everybody? It's your boy King Hussle. And yes, this is the best money and credit channel on YouTube. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell. So whenever I drop new sauce, new lessons, new methods, and giveaways, you'll be the first one to be notified. You'll be the first one to know what's going on. And you might be the first one to win something for free. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell on all the YouTube channels. Also, make sure you follow me on my Twitch, King Hussle Live, and my Kick, King Hussle Live. I do all my freebies and giveaways from those YouTube channels and the Twitch and the Kick. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell so you won't miss out on nothing. Also, make sure you follow me on all my social media platforms. All you gotta do is put the title on every video. Once you put the title on every video, at the bottom in the description, all my social media links will pop up, all right? Got a lot of fake King Hussle pages out there, so please get a FaceTime verification call or video to make sure you see this face. Make sure you are doing legit business and you are getting what you paid for, all right? And before we get anything started, this is all educational purposes only, not telling anybody to do anything. So let's get this thing started. Hey, let's get this thing started. Hey, what to do, my real King Hussle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, my real Hustle Nation Empire family members. And we are back at it again with the gems, back at it again with the sauce, back at it again with the information that's going to turn you into a boss. So you tired of being a zero? You ready to be a family hero? Listen up, take a seat, get your notepad and get your pen, because you already know when I drop these videos, you know, get them notifications. There's going to be some information that's going to help you win, keep you informed, or keep you entertained. So with that being said, you know how we get down over here on this channel. We talk about the new scams, the new methods, the new bank scams, new bank methods, the dark web, the dark world, everything that's going on that pertains fraud, because there is an evolution. There is a surge of a lot of new people getting into the dark world, and a lot of people are generating a lot of revenue, and a lot of people are getting a lot of jail time, and a lot of people are interested. A lot of people want to know about what's going on. Just a lot going on. So we're gonna be really talking about and dissecting the dark world, because a lot of people out there are so fascinated with scams and fraud and want to do this method, want to do that method, but they really don't know what's going on. So a lot of people out there that's fed the wrong information, and when somebody tries to tell them the real information, the correct information, they don't believe it. So today's video, I'm going to break down a lot of different things and give you guys like an outlook of what's really going on. So when it comes to scams and fraud, a lot of people are only, like I tell you guys all the time, only know about the two methods, only the two common methods, which is check fraud or credit card fraud. That's the main things that people know about when it comes to scams, fraud, or whatever, right? And when people see other people flashing or showing money like this, the first thing they think is somebody is scamming. Well, first of all, people don't even know the definition of a scammer, a fraudster, or a hacker. People just throw out words out there and think something what it is or what it's not. So scammers, fraudsters, and hackers are three different people who do three different things, but they're in the same world. Scammers are people who social engineer, manipulate, or trick other people or victims into basically sending or giving their own money. Fraudsters are people who utilize other people's information to get their money. Hackers are people who basically compromise and steal information to either sell on the dark web or hold for ransomware or commit bigger projects, right? So everything is not a scam. Everybody is not a scammer. Everything is not fraud. Everybody's not a fraudster, and everybody's not a hacker. And that's what people need to start understanding. And people, when you know the difference between the two, you'll understand and be aware of what's going on out here. So like I said, most people are in the real-time fraud. Those are the only two methods that they know: credit card fraud or check fraud, and different variations of it. Like there's different ways people commit check fraud. There's different ways people commit credit card or debit card fraud. People got to understand, wherever there's money being made, there's going to be some type of scam or fraud being committed. That's just how the world is. So you got the tech world, the tech fraud. Now, this is the real dark world. This is where it really go down at. This is where the real money is made at, because at the end of the day, the world is ran off technology. Without technology, a lot of things that's happening and able to happen right now wouldn't be happening. People got to understand everything is technology, from our bank accounts to us being able to utilize these different platforms, so YouTube, Twitch, Kick, you name it, Instagram, Facebook, all these different platforms, Wi-Fi, FaceTime, text message, Cash App, Venmo, Zelles, money transfer apps that allow somebody to transfer or send money from place to place in a minute, matter of seconds. All these things is due to technology, and people aren't really understanding the magnitude of technology. Everything that's in the technology world is coded, AI coded. Is basically tech codes and commands that's telling something to do something. AI robots are coded and to command to work off different words and combination of codes and signals and waves. See, this is traffic signals, traffic lights, the light poles, everything is ran off technology, signals, energy, databases, networks, all of these things right here. The world is a real matrix. So a lot of people out there doesn't understand or really doesn't pay attention to how things work. Everything is encrypted, everything is coded. So when we go on different platforms and different sites, we have our personal accounts, we have a username, and we have a password. That username and password is connected to your account, which means that username and password is basically your security database into getting into your account. Now, people got to understand this. We all use technology every day. Our phones is technology. Laptops is technology. Computers are technology. We store our virtual cards on our phones. We store our virtual cards on our computers and laptops. We store personal information on these databases, on these servers and networks, and on these devices all day, every day. Why? Because the average American is lazy. The average American is not going to remember every password that they use. Most people use the same password for multiple platforms. Most people mind capacity isn't going to remember too many different combinations. So a lot of people put their passwords in their phones. A lot of people make it easier for themselves, and they're making it easier for the scammers, the fraudsters, and the hackers out there, right? So I've been talking and telling people about these fraud GPT sites, and there are so many different fraud GPT sites on the dark world, on the dark web, that's making it easier for newcomers, kids, to be able to command this fraud engine into creating something fraudulently, from sites to programs, to be able to compromise different platforms to get different websites, different bank logs, different information, be able to hijack different platforms to reverse payments, to compromise funds. Everything is ran on technology. So you got to think about it. When somebody wants to send somebody some money using Cash App, they link their debit card to their Cash App, all information. So when you type in the information, it's now linked. That's technology. For you to be able to link that card to this application and send money out of that account to somebody else is technology. It's all through databases, servers, signals, waves, all. That's what these towers are for us to be able to get connection and be able to receive, send and receive different things, because it's technology. So, like I said, there are sites on the dark web, chat fraud GPT sites, that are creating these things and making it easier for people. Now, due to the surge of technology in the gaming world, with PlayStation 5s and Xboxes, where you can play people online and talk to people online, and adults mixing in with kids, there's a new surge, a generation of scammers and fraudsters out there due to these platforms, Roblox, GTA, 2K, Call of Duty, you name it, because these people are playing the game all day, with adults, and these adults are sick, and they're tricking these kids, manipulating these kids into getting accounts and getting money to buy different coins and VC and get different scans, and it costs to do all these things. And when a kid is so addicted to playing the game and getting all the coolest skins and getting the best builds on these games, and they need money to keep going, they gonna figure it out because they know their parents gonna keep saying no. So now they gonna resort to figuring out on their own. And then they talking to these adults saying, hey, you can do this and do that, right? So there is, okay, so first of all, we all know all of our information is stored on clouds, iCloud, different clouds, right? So there is a place on the dark web named the Vortex Cloud Network, right? And on this dark cloud network, it basically allows anybody to be able to search usernames, search emails, search phone numbers, and basically find every account, password, and information that information is used to. So if this email is connected to different accounts, they're gonna get all that information. If this number is connected to different accounts, they're gonna get all the information and passwords. They're gonna do all of these things on this fraud site. And like I said, these dark websites are not no www.darkcloudnetwork.com. No, it's not like that. It's a long encrypted address with .AIM at the end and look like a Bitcoin address. It's encrypted. So finding the actual site is going to be a task. And like I told you guys before, most of these sites are not just sites you can just easily go on to and use. You got to have memberships. You got to pay to get in. It's different things because due to the surge of these sites and methods and technology fraud going on, there are more cyber police on the dark web trying to catch people that are creating these things. And people want to stay safe and people want to monitor who they let into their program. So most sites on the dark web are membership based, put like that. Most real sites on the dark web, you have to have a membership. You got to pay or have an invite to get in. So the dark cloud network is basically a cloud. A dark cloud are just so many different so much different information that, and bots, not bots, but GPT platforms or GPT sites that allow you to search a number or email, a username, and whatever is connected to that will pop up and be able to get the information to that platform, to that whatever, that account. So the dark web is becoming very, very advanced due to the surge of AI technology. GPT sites. GPT sites are basically a game changer, lifesaver for scammers, fraudsters, and hackers because it's making coding easier. It's making websites easier. It's making methods easier, or system and boards and programs easier to do different things. And if all you gotta do is go on this site and say, create me a malware for Python, create me this and that and this and that, and it's creating the best of the best. You don't even need to know how to hack. You don't even need to know how to code. You don't even know how to do any of this anymore because of these sites. So it's just all about being more safe, being more cautious, and being more aware out there because it's becoming easier and easier and easier for scammers, fraudsters, and hackers to perform certain tasks, certain methods, and generate a lot of revenue with stolen information, our stolen information, you name it. And it's just all about being more safe, being more cautious, and being more aware because at the end of the tunnel, there's always a victim. It might be you, me, it might be the bank, it might be both. So like I tell you guys all the time, make sure you guys are getting your Norton LifeLock to monitor all your social media and financial accounts to make sure no suspicious activity is going on. And a reminder to the dark web to make sure none of your personal information is on there floating around for anybody to buy. Also, make sure you guys are freezing all three of your credit profiles, TransUnion, Equifax, and Experian. If they're frozen, nobody can get anything in your name, not even you. No loans, credit cards, lines of credit, no apartments, no cars, no nothing unless you're going to freeze it. And make sure you guys get new credit card and debit cards every other quarter. every so often, 4 quarters in a year. We use the same debit card and credit cards for so long, so many years, and we tap, swipe, insert, travel, and use these cards, and these cards end up in so many different databases, and there's always a database compromised, leak, or hack. So my suggestion, like I tell you guys all the time, every other quarter, every quarter, whatever it feels, you feel more comfortable, get new cards, new information so that old information no longer be valid. And if it was a part of a compromised, leak, or hack, you'll be safe because that information is no longer good. All right. So make sure you guys are staying more safe, staying more cautious, and being more aware of what's going on in this.
Did you know that you can get a Texas LLC for $0 plus state fees? It's really easy using Zen Business.
What's up, everybody? It's your boy King Hussle, and yes, this is the best money and credit channel on YouTube. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell. So whenever I drop new sauce, new lessons, new methods, and giveaways, you'll be the first one to be notified. You'll be the first one to know what's going on. And you might be the first one to win something for free. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell on all the YouTube channels. Also, make sure you follow me on my Twitch, King Hussle Live. I do all my freebies and giveaways from those YouTube channels and the Twitch. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell so you won't miss out on nothing. Also, make sure you follow me on all my social media platforms. All you gotta do is put the title on every video. Once you put the title on every video, at the bottom in the description, all my social media links will pop up. All right, got a lot of fake King Hussle pages out there. So please get a FaceTime verification call or video to make sure you see this face. Make sure you are doing legit business and you are getting what you pay for, right? And before we get anything started, this is our educational purposes only, not telling anybody to do anything. So let's get this thing started. Hey, let's get this thing started. Hey, what do my real King Hussle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, my real Hustle Nation Empire family members? Here we are back at it again with the gems, back at it again with the sauce, back at it again with the information that's going to turn you into a boss. So you're tired of being a zero, you ready to be a family hero? Listen up, take a seat, get your notepad and get your pen, because you already know when I drop these videos and y'all get them notifications, there's going to be some information that's going to help you in, keep you informed, or keep you entertained. So with that being said, you know how we get down over here on this channel. We talk about the new scams, the new methods, the new bank scams, the new bank methods, the new fraud. Everything is going on in today's world because it's a lot going on. It's a whole new generation of fraud, a whole new generation of scamming and hackers, and a lot of people are starting to get into this dark world, and it's a lot of people who are getting into this world, generating a lot of revenue. There's a lot of people out here that's getting into this world that's getting a lot of jail time. Now, when it comes to the dark world and fraud and scams, a lot of people are stuck on basic. See, okay, put it like this, because I want people to really understand. Most people don't know nothing, right? Most people don't know nothing about scamming, fraud, hacking, dark web, nothing. So most people only know about check fraud and some type of fraud with debit or credit cards. So when people see people with lump sums of money like this showing and flashing on social media, the first thing that comes to their mind is, are you scamming? And if that person is quote unquote scamming, what are they doing to get that amount of money that they're flashing? They want to do whatever that person is doing. That's when they quote unquote learn about a new method or something like that, right? Well, in real life, people got to understand, technology is what runs the world and what controls the world. And everything is based on technology, from the traffic lights to our cell phones to the apps that we use, et cetera, et cetera. Wi-Fi, all of this is just technology. And most fraud and most scams come from tech fraud. And a lot of people don't understand that, because in order to create these malwares, to create these websites, to create these methods, it all comes from technology. So due to technology, due to the evolution of the world, there are evolutions, there are new forms of methods, as you would call it, or people will call it, that's going on in today's world. Now, let me give you an example. So in today's world, we have AI now, and we have sites like ChatGPT and other sites that will utilize this technology to create pictures for us, generate scripts, generate videos, motion videos, etc., etc. Even create websites for us. We'll do the coding and everything. All you gotta do is type in a prompt, create me a website that allows you to blah, 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 right? And due to technology, there are sites on the dark web that will allow you to generate malware, sites, different programs to do different things. So it basically made scamming and fraud a million times easier for somebody who wants to get into this world. And that's why it's a handful of a wide number of new people getting into this world because of these AI websites. Now, there are people who don't know nothing about malware, don't know nothing about ransomware, don't know nothing about phishing, smishing, scams, none of this. But due to technology, once again, and due to these gaming systems, due to all of these things, this new wave of scammers and fraudsters are the same people who were kids learning about this 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago. Due to games utilizing technology to be able to talk to somebody through headphones in a whole different city, whole different state, whole different country, allows all of this to happen. See, people, we got to start paying attention to what's in our face. These kids playing all these games, 2K, GTA, Roblox, Call of Duty, etc., etc. And you got to buy these VC points. You got to buy different things to be able to buy skins and all this different stuff that costs money. And parents don't be having the money. And you got to think, it's kids playing the games with adults. And these adults can be weird too. And these adults are basically grooming and telling these kids how to go on the dark web and do this, how to get their parents' card and go buy that, and how to load this, they're grooming them there to do certain things. And now they're getting intrigued with ways to get money with these different processes. And now they're learning more about dark web and what's going on the dark web and things like that. So,
hey, would you like your very own Shopify store? We're literally, and completely free, by the way. We are live streaming right now. If you click the link that you see below this, we are live streaming. My brother Adrian and I, we're two of Shopify's top affiliate partners. And we are currently building Shopify stores for people completely free. And again, live streaming. You just click the link, you'll jump on with us live. We'll build your store before you even get off of the live stream with us. We're doing this all day today, by the way. Don't know if we'll be doing it tomorrow. So click the link and make sure you join us. But we're not just building your store. We're also putting 20 of the top trending products on your store so that you start off with something and you don't have the first question like, oh my gosh, what do I sell? Of course, you can add whatever you want to your store, but we're going to start you off with 20 of the top trending products that we know are selling right now. Okay. And then also, just so we're clear, we're not going to sell you a course. All right. I know everybody's going to sell you a course, blah, blah, blah. We're not. The reason we're not is, like I said, we are some of Shopify's top affiliate partners in the world. And they pay us a commission every time we send them somebody to get a Shopify account. So we actually really don't have to charge you anything to build you a store. And we don't want to sell you a course. We want to give it to you because Shopify actually won't pay us unless you keep your store for 90 days. At least at the time I'm filming this, it's 90 days. That's wild, right? And so we have to teach you and train you and educate you and make sure, check out Monaco. I'm in Monaco. This is Monaco behind me. We have to make sure you know what you're doing, or else obviously you're not going to keep your store for the full 90 days. So it doesn't do us any good to, do anything, trying to sell you a course or anything. We're just going to give you everything that you need. So What you need to do is click the link that you see right below. Join us on this live stream. It's happening today. We will build your store before we even get off of this thing, right? It's phenomenal. It's amazing. Nobody else is doing this. And you can see for yourself that we're telling you the truth, because when you click the link, we'll literally get started building your Shopify store. So click the link below. We'll build your store for free. We'll see you on the live stream.
The one piece of mom advice that I use every day is enjoy all of the things that they enjoy right now.
To listen and just be kind.
Always keep your head up.
To live in the moment.
Never be afraid to ask for help.
Set your mind to it and you can achieve it.
Keep going and the sky is the limit.
Work hard.
No matter how deep of a hole you dig, there will always be a ladder.
Don't go with emotion. You don't know what's really happening behind the scenes.
Take it all in while I can, and it's their childhood, it's their memories that we're making.
Chase your dream and never give up.
If you want to try something, you should always go for it.
Take care of people. You never know what they're going through.
Do not give up, not quit, keep on going, to be strong, yet to be kind.
Food feeds the soul.
Do what's right at all times.
Thank you for being the mother you are.
You are so appreciated by me and everyone around you.
Thank you for the sacrifice.
I love you, Mom, so much.
Happy Mother's Day, Mom, and happy Mother's Day to all the moms.
There, due to technology, like I said, and there are GPT sites on the dark web. There are new sites on the dark web. There are a lot of things going on the dark web because due to technology, it's creating different methods, different programs for people to do different things. So you got sites, new sites on the dark web, that's GPT sites. You got Kali GPT. And Kali GPT, basically, because everybody knows about Kali Linux. Everybody knows about that. A lot of people have heard of it. A lot of people heard of it and know about it. And this is basically a platform for ethical hacking that allows people to do different things. So, hold on. So, Kali GPT basically is a chat GPT for the dark web that allows anybody to go on there and basically give a prompt. Create me malware for Python. Create me a site that allows people to do this. Create me a program that allows me to do this. Now, when I'm saying a site, when I'm saying programs, people have to understand programs are what's allowing people to create these glitches from Cash App glitch, Chime glitch, and different things. And like I said, sites on the dark web are not www.Kali or whatever. No, sites on the dark web are encrypted. They are hidden, meaning that it's like a long Bitcoin address with .in at the end. These sites cannot be promoted on or posted on the clear net. So it's very hard for people to actually promote and find these sites. And a lot of people don't understand that most sites on the dark web, you have to pay for a membership, pay for a subscription to really get and see and utilize the program. And most people are cheap. Most people want everything for free. Most people want to go sightseeing. So a lot of people always ask me, like, well, how do you find sites? What's some sites on the dark web? Well, you got to understand the dark web is a place that's dark. So you got to understand there are dark web police officers. So if you have a site on the dark web that anybody can come to, even allowing police officers to come to, that more than likely is fake. And there's a lot of sites like that. The real sites on the dark web, you gotta either know somebody that get an invite into that site, or you gotta pay for a membership or create a username and log in and all that type of things like that. And you gotta, to even get to that site, you gotta know somebody to refer you to that site. And that's why a lot of people utilize forums on the dark web, such like Reddit forums. They go in there and just type different questions and get feedback and go from there. So a lot of people, like I said, the dark web isn't illegal, but it's just all about what comes with the dark web. When you get to buying and doing illegal things on the dark web, that's when it becomes a problem. Staying safe, because that's a whole different world. A lot of people don't understand, once you enter that world, your IPs and information from your computer are now vulnerable. So that's why a lot of people utilize VPNs, socks and proxies, and different things to stay protected while they're surfing on the dark web. There's a lot that goes into going on the dark web. That's why I tell people, I suggest don't go on there, but hey, I can't control or tell nobody what to do. So just be safe if you were to go in there and go on sightseeing. But Cali GPT allows anybody basically to go in there and give a prompt like, hey, create me a ransomware, create me a program to be able to use for Cash App, Chime, Apple Pay, PayPal, to do whatever. Create me this and create me that. And it's doing it. Create me a site that allows you to do this and do it, and it's doing it. So there are multiple fraud GPT sites on the dark web that we didn't talk about. And then you got sites like the Joker marketplace that's basically making it easy for anybody or who goes on there or finds the site to be able to buy different fraudulent things, and from IDs, social security, SSN cards, birth certificates, profiles, fulls, you name it. And this is basically a high profile website, because from what I've heard on this site, the Joker Marketplace, and like I said, there's not no www.jokermarketplace.com. No, it's a long encrypted website with .in at the end that you got to know somebody to refer you or send you the link, or you just got to find it. And from what I've heard on this site,
There's a lot about the job isn't actually that fun that I have now automated away almost entirely. Like, we have a very large code base and we have a lot of contributors and we've got some controlled chaos going on. But here I'm asking Codex to look at the last day of commits into this section of our mono repo and basically like group them, tell me who worked on what got done, what do I need to know about. And so I wake up in the morning with almost like a, if you've used ChatGPT Pulse, it's like a personalized pulse. I open the app in the morning and sitting there is like, here's what happened yesterday in the code base.
This is Buick now. Buick, exceptional by design. Get 0.9% APR. Plus, current eligible non-GM owners get up to $1,750 purchase allowance on Envision.
The tools that they use, from the birth certificates and the SSN cards and the IDs, are the actual, coming from the actual place where they make them. They got like, it's like somebody that like an inside job type thing. So Joker Market, Cali GPT are among some of the new sites and new GPT fraud sites on the dark web that's allowing random people, basically anybody who finds it and who knows how to utilize it in the right way, to do a lot of different things. And some people, like I said, I can't control what anybody does. I can't control what people do in this world. But it's just all about staying more safe, staying more cautious, and being more aware. Because when you're more knowledgeable about these things, you start to learn about smishing attacks and phishing attacks. People probably like, what is that? Smishing attacks are basically when people send out those text messages acting as if there are a fraud department from a bank, and they're trying to trick the victim. Smishing attacks are when you get those random phone calls from different places, different call centers and whatever. That's what that is. Ransomware. Ransomware is when a hacker or compromises some type of information from a major company and holds it for ransom and says, hey, if you don't pay me X amount in Bitcoin, we're going to leak this information. Then you got malware. Malware is basically viruses and programs that come in different forms, from websites, emails, programs, pop-up sites, you name it, that if somebody was to click it, go to it, or utilize it, it will now basically put a virus on that computer or whatever device, and whatever it's programmed to do, it'll happen. So there's just a lot going on in this world, because like I said, it all goes back to technology. ATMs. A lot of people don't know ATMs are small computers that's ran off technology. A lot of people don't understand bank accounts are digital, are basically is technology. It's not a physical being. It's a digital number that's ran by technology. To get to bank accounts are encrypted with technology, from username to passwords. That information is what's unlocking the passageway to your account. That's technology. Us FaceTiming, texting, Wi-Fi technology that's giving us a stronger signal for us to get better service for our phones, that's bouncing off these cell phone towers that we have out here. Technology. People got to start understanding how technology really runs the world. Without technology, a lot of the things that we do wouldn't be possible. The way of living wouldn't be possible. And due to that being a fact, technology is also can be dangerous at the same time. So it's just all about being more safe, being more cautious, and being more aware of what's going on in this real crazy world that we all living in. Because when you're not more safe, when you're not more cautious, you're not more aware, it's easy for you to become a victim. And at the end of the tunnel, there's always a victim. It might be us, it might be the bank, it might be both. So like I tell you guys all the time, make sure you guys are getting your Northern LifeLock to monitor all your social media and financial accounts and personal accounts to make sure no suspicious or funny activity is going on. Enter and monitor the dark web to make sure none of your personal information is on there being sold. So make sure you guys are getting your Northern LifeLock. Make sure you guys freeze all 3 of your credit profiles, TransUnion, Equifax, and Experience, so nobody can get anything in your name. No loans, credit cards, lines of credit, no cars, no apartments, not even you, unless you unfreeze it. And make sure you guys are getting new credit.
With Base 44, a simple sentence becomes your website.
What's up, everybody? It's your boy King Hussle, and yes, it's the best money and credit channel on YouTube. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell. So whenever I drop new sauce, new lessons, new methods, and giveaways, you'll be the first one to be notified. You'll be the first one to know what's going on. Hey, you might be the first one to win something for free. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell on all the YouTube channels. Also, make sure you follow me on my Twitch, King Hussle Live. I do all my freebies and giveaways from those YouTube channels and the Twitch. So make sure you subscribe and hit the notification bell so you won't miss out on nothing. Also, make sure you follow me on my Kick, King Hussle X1M. Just made that, so we about to be going live on Kick also. Also, make sure you follow me on all my social media platforms. All you gotta do is put the title on every video. Once you put the title on every video, at the bottom in the description, all my social media links will pop up. All right. Got a lot of fake King Hussle pages out there. So please get a FaceTime verification call or video to make sure you see this face. Make sure you are doing legit business and you are getting what you paid for, right? And before we get anything started, this is all educational purposes only, not telling anybody to do anything. So let's get this thing started. Hey, let's get this thing started. Hey, what to do, my real King Hussle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, my real Hustle Nation Empire family members, and we are back at it again with the gems, back at it again with the sauce, back at it again with the information that's going to turn you into a boss. So you're tired of being a zero, you're ready to be a family hero. Listen up, take a seat, get your notepad and get your pen, because you already know when I drop these videos and y'all get them notifications, it's going to be some information that's going to help you win, keep you informed, or keep you entertained. So with that being said, you know how we get down over here on this channel. We talk about the new scams, the new methods, the new bank scams, the new bank methods, the new tech fraud that's going on. We talk about a lot of things that's going on in today's world, because a lot of people are not really understanding how technology is where it all starts. Now, the dark web has been around for a very long time, and it has evolved. Back when I was a kid, because I've been on the dark web since I was about 6 years old, and back then it was very easy to get on dark websites. But as the years evolved and the things evolved in the world, they made it more encrypted, more hidden for people to be able to access these type of things. Now, ever since COVID-19, scams and fraud have been up 600 to 800%. Everybody's trying to do some type of scam or fraud. The fraud world was put into people's face, and due to social media, people are seeing it on a consistent basis. So that was about 6 years ago, right? Now, when the PPP loans came, there was a lot of people who got fraudulent loans or fraudulent businesses. They got these cars, these homes, these Lamborghini. They got a lot of different things, and a lot of people who followed throughout the whole process of the PPP loan, doing their forgiveness, they got away with it. And there's a lot of people who didn't, and they end up going to jail. But the whole process was now in people's mind. A lot of people knew that you can get large amounts of money, loans, credit cards, lines of credit with business loans, utilizing credit. So now everybody wants to get into the credit world. Everybody wants to get some type of business. Everybody wants to get some type of loan, credit card, line of credit. So now that's why it's a surplus of people teaching credit and pushing out credit now, because that's the reason. Because one, you can get funded with credit. You can get loans, credit cards, lines of credit, but people are people, and people find loopholes and different ways to do something. So if you can make some, wherever there's money being made, there's going to be some type of scam or fraud being committed. Now, when it comes to fraud and scams and methods, a lot of people are stuck in this vortex of thinking, because you got check scams, you got credit card scams and things like that. And there are different type of categories, different type of scams, different type of methods. There's a lot going on in this dark world, in this dark web. Now, first of all, people got to understand there are 3 different people in this world. You got scammers, fraudsters, and you got hackers. Those 3 people do not do the exact same thing. Scammers are people who social engineer, manipulate, or trick people, victims, into basically sending or giving their own money. Fraudsters are people who buy or compromise people's information to get loans, credit cards, lines of credit, apartments, cars, cash, checks, so on and so on, utilizing other people's information. That's fraud. Hackers, compromisers, those are the people who basically get information, valuable information, and either sell it on the dark web or hold it for ransomware, meaning that they might compromise a Nike or Adidas or some major corporation's information, say, hey, and contact them, say, hey, we have this valuable information that if it was leaked, if we leak this, it can bring your business down. Pay us an X amount in Bitcoin, or we're going to leak it, which is called ransomware. So there are different type of techniques that these 3 different people utilize. Now, there is real-time fraud, then there's the technical fraud world. Now, real-time fraud is the methods where people are doing things in real time, far as check fraud, putting people who work in mail, postal offices, robbing mail carriers, robbing mailboxes, making their own checks, et cetera, and going into these banks trying to cash these checks, or having other people, runners, going to the banks and trying to cash the checks, acting as if they're somebody or the person on the check or the account holder, so on and so on. Then you got credit card fraud, where scammers and fraudsters are figuring out ways how to steal people's credit card and debit card information. So they think about all the places that they utilize these cards. You got POS machines. There's a POS machine everywhere that we go. There are a lot of places that only allow you to utilize a debit card or credit card to purchase anything from them. So the world is starting to become a place where you have to utilize this card, and every time you use this card, that information is being stored on some type of database. And then they got these skimmers, and skimmers are basically,
hey, where'd Will go with the fucking shit?
There's something going on with Customer Appreciation Day.
Oh, that's just a sale we do because our trailer got jacked.
Yeah, but who jacked it? Our guy was a little sloppy, fumbling his way through the process. A true amateur. But all that work made him hungry. Good thing he had a donut in his pocket. But just when he was beginning to enjoy
tools or covers. Like, let's say, you know how we got our iPhones and we're going to get phone cases to put over our phone to protect it from breaking. You know, when you putting something together and you got to clip pieces and parts together to put it together, like, it's the skimmer is basically like an ATM. So, you know, where you insert your card, that part can be a skimmer, meaning that you can take that off and it can be the real card inserted right there, and it'll look exactly like it. Like it's a clip. Like you can just push it on there, clip it, and it like a part on the card. Like you take the part and there's like little pieces where you can insert it and you push it in, and then now it's right there. That's how it is. POS machines at ghetto gas stations, and more likely in the hood and ghetto places. And on the POS machine, where you tap your card, those can be skimmers too. So most times, people, if you wiggle it and you can take it off, it'll be a whole cover, like, and it'd be a skimmer. Like on the back, it'll be a little chip and that's gathering the data. Like ATMs again, where you type in your PIN. If you mess with it and you can peel it off, the pin stroke where you type in your pin number, that could be a skimmer too, recording your pin number. See, these skimmers can be at gas pumps. There's a universal key that people figure out where to get for gas pumps, and they get into these gas pumps and they place these skimmers inside of these gas pumps, which so means whoever utilizes this gas pumps and use that card, their information is going to be on this skimmer. So there are different ways, real-time ways that people utilize to do different type of methods. Even ATM jackpotting, where scammers or fraudsters basically place some type of malware on this ATM, because an ATM is nothing but a small computer running off Windows and putting this malware on this ATM and commanding it to basically disperse all the money up out of it. Real-time fraud, which allows people who are committing these methods or scams to be on camera. Now, that's real-time fraud. And then you got technical fraud, tech fraud. And people don't understand that this world is the most dangerous world, because the world runs off technology. Everything runs off technology, from our phones, texting, FaceTiming, from these apps, Cash App, Venmo, Zelle, PayPal, Chime, from the lights outside, from everything is ran off technologies, signals, waves, databases, servers, connections, things like this. And this is what people are not understanding. Technology runs everything. When we go to the bank and we deposit money into our bank account, that money is no longer physically there. It's a digital number. It's technology. And they're using our money to loan to different banks, to loan to different countries, and give other people loans and things like that. There is no safety box in the back with your name on it, that every time you go put cash into the bank, take cash to deposit, it goes into that box. No, it's now a digital number. You just basically gave it away. What if the system's shut down due to technology and you can't pull out no money out the bank? Now what? This is what people don't understand. Wi-Fi is technology. Wi-Fi is a signal that's being shot out in a certain range, that if you have this password, you can connect to this Wi-Fi and get that signal. This is what people are not understanding, how powerful technology is. That's why I'm in the tech world, because this is what's interesting to me, how somebody can be at a computer and control basically anything, everything that they want, because the world runs off technology. Technology allowed us to go from having keys to key fobs, to be able to unlock doors, to start cars, to do all of these things, because of signals and waves that's being shot to transmitters, to what codes are saying, this is the right code, unlock. And then the door unlocks. That's what it's doing. And people aren't understanding this. Technology has made it now that you can now have a credit card or debit card virtually on your card, on your phone, and not have to physically have the card anymore. So it went from us having physical cards, and now we don't even got to bring our physical cards with us anymore. It's on our phones. So now our phones are now our debit card. So now we tap our phones on these POS machines, it will pay from that debit card, which is sending a signal and a code to say, hey, use this debit card, which is connected to this bank where this digital number is to take out.
At HEB, we work hard to buy and make just the right amount of food to keep our stores stocked, not overstocked. But sometimes, due to unavoidable factors, we end up with more than planned. Want to know what HEB does with extra food? First, feeding fellow Texans is our top priority. Can you believe that in 2025, we donated more than 33 million meals to local Texas food banks? We also composted over 87 million pounds of food scraps that humans don't eat, like rinds and peels, into rich soil that can grow more food for your table. We turned over 26 million pounds of protein trimmings and used cooking oils into products like protein powder and biofuels, a renewable fuel source that helps power cars. Anything left goes to landfills, which HEB partners regularly visit to check out how we're doing and make sure all our food is used responsibly. So when you shop at HEB, know we're working hard to use every ounce of food for good. Learn more at ourtexasourfuture.com.
Technology. This is what people are really seeing. And now there's a new generation of scammers and fraudsters and hackers. These same people who were kids 6, 7, 8 years ago playing Roblox, playing 2K and GTA and Call of Duty and all these games are now in this world. There are more scammers and fraudsters and hackers in this world now due to technology. What do you mean due to technology? Due to you being able to connect with other people across the world on these gaming systems, due to technology, playing on these different servers, due to technology, coding, AI. This is all technology that's allowing the world to be easier for people, but they're also making the world easier for scammers and fraudsters and hackers. They're making their job easier because you got AIs now, you got chat GPT sites now, you got fraud GPT sites now. Everything is being, listen, it's really like when people start to wake up and really see what's going on in the world and start to connect the dots and see how, like, what's really going on, like, you can use this for that, and you can use this for that, and you can do this and do this. It'll start really, like, you start to wake up and see how crazy the world really is. And like I said, this new generation of scammers, fraudsters, and hackers used to be the same kids that were in the house all day playing the game, talking to people, trying to get VC and Robux and these things for these games to get skins and all this. And parents aren't paying for it all the time. And you got to understand, there are kids playing with adults on these servers, on these games, and there are some crazy people out there that's telling kids how to do certain things, how to get this, selling accounts, loading these accounts with their parent information and selling them to other people and learning new techniques and starting to understand the dark web and how to get on there and do different things. And people's minds are different and they're stuck on this game and computer all day, every day, that they're in this technical world. And this is what they shift to. Because like I said, the dark web is a real place, but you just got to understand the dark web. It's not illegal to get on the dark web, but it's illegal when you start doing illegal things, as far as buying illegal things and trying to look at things. Y'all know what I'm talking about. A lot of people got to understand that dark websites are not www.thisiswhatblah.com. No, they're long encrypted, look like Bitcoin addresses with .onion at the end that you cannot promote on the clear net. So you're not going to go type in what are the top 25 dark websites. You're not going to get it because, one, dark websites are very hard to come across on the dark web. A lot of real sites on the dark web are either you have to have a membership, a login, or have to have an invite. Like somebody who already in there got to tell the admin, like, hey, invite this person, let them in there, and things like that. Because one, there are cyber police. And for these sites on the internet that anybody can just go to, make it make sense. If it's a cyber police and they go into these sites and just trying to buy, they can track IP, they can do all that. When people get on the dark web, your IP is now visible. So scammers and hackers can track you through your IP address. Like these are things that normal people don't know about. So they go on the dark web and computers start acting crazy and funny and viruses and all that because this world is not like they don't know about it. And then they got, so like I said, it's a new generation of scammers, hackers, and fraudsters, and they're creating these new sites that are allowing people to utilize these virtual instruments. It's a site on the dark web called the Vortex Megaplace. And the Vortex Megaplace basically is a place where it allows you to create and do anything virtually. It's like a GPT site. You can create, you can find IPs and track people who enter the dark web. You can virtual cards, virtual whatever. It's a virtual world. So, and like I said, the websites on the dark web is not www.vortexmegaplace.no. No, it's gonna be it's a long encrypted webs encrypted whatever. And it look like a long Bitcoin address with dot. I'm not giving it, but that's the name of it. The place on the dark web, and there's different forums on it. Like a lot of times people go on forums to meet people and find information. Just like Reddit forums, there are dark web forums with different topics that people go on and just chat and talk about. So there are places on the dark web that you can talk to different type of people who do different type of things that aren't selling anything, that might sell something, who knows, but it's just forums that you're just connecting and talking with people. But that place right there, Vortex Megaplace, is everything virtual. It's like the virtual reality, which allows these kids to get this virtual information to buy Roblox, to buy VC. Like it's real life kids on there playing the game, passing this site around and doing everything virtually. Like these kids are getting more equipped and more knowledgeable about technology due to the game, due to older people being on there, due to the dark web, due to the world being ran off technology. And
Trident Vibes. It's soft. It's juicy.
At the end of the day, at the end of the tunnel, there's always going to be some type of victim. It might be you, it might be a person, it might be the bank, it might be both. And these things and sites are being created or happening because of the vulnerability that's out here in this world. We use our information and you have to use our information with so many different places, banks, businesses, you name it, that these businesses aren't as tightly secured as we think, which allows these scammers and hackers to be able to easily penetrate, compromise, or hack their databases and get this information and sell it on the dark web. Because you got to understand, we got our debit card and credit card stored on file on a lot of different places where we got to make payments. Our personal information is stored in basically a lot of different places where we have accounts at. So it's just not one place. There's a lot of different places. It's a lot going on in this world. So like I tell you guys all the time, make sure you guys are getting your Norton LifeLock to monitor all your personal, social media, and financial accounts to make sure no suspicious activity is going on. And it will monitor the dark web to make sure none of your personal information is on there being sold. So make sure you guys get your Norton LifeLock. Make sure you guys freeze all through your credit profile so somebody can get anything in your name, no loans, credit cards, lines of credit, no cars, no apartments, no nothing, unless you unfreeze it. And make sure you guys get new debit card and credit cards every so often, every quarter, I would say, because we tap, insert, swipe, order online, use our cards all day, every day. And every time we do, that information is now stored in a database. and there's always a database. What's up, everybody? It's your boy King Hussle. Yes, it's the best money and credit channel on YouTube. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell. So whenever I drop new sauce, new lessons, new methods, and giveaways, you'll be the first one to be notified. You'll be the first one to know what's going on. Hey, you might be the first one to win something for free. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell on all the YouTube channels. Also, make sure you follow me on my Twitch, King Hussle Live. I do all my freebies and giveaways from those YouTube channels and the Twitch. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell so you won't miss out on nothing. Also, make sure you follow me on all my social media platforms. All you gotta do is click the title on every video. Once you put the title on every video, at the bottom in the description, all my social media links will pop up. All right, got a lot of fake King Hussle pages out there. So please get a FaceTime verification call or video to make sure you see this face. Make sure you are doing legit business and you are getting what you paid for, all right? And before we get anything started, this is all educational purposes only, not telling anybody to do anything. So let's get this thing started. Hey, let's get this thing started. Hey, what to do, my real King Hussle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, my real Hustle Nation Empire family members. And we are back at it again with the gems, back at it again with the sauce, back at it again with the information that's going to turn you into a boss. So you're tired of being a zero, you ready to be your family hero? Listen up, take a seat, get your notepad and get your pen, because you already know when I drop these videos, you don't get the notification. It's going to be some information that's going to help you win, keep you informed, or keep you entertained. So with that being said, you know how we get down over here on this channel. We talk about the new scams, the new methods, the new bank scams, the new bank methods, the dark world, the dark web, what's going on, why are so many people trying to get into this world, why are so many people actually getting money with this world, and why is a lot of people actually going to jail with this world now. A lot of people are curious, and a lot of people who know me, who are OGs to the King Hussle, know that I've been around talking about this stuff for the past 6, 7 years, maybe 8 years. And since the beginning of time, I have let you guys know I am in the the technology world. I am not
If Bitcoin ever reaches $1 million, the difference between 90% and 98% uptime could amount to hundreds of thousands of dollars a month in missed Bitcoin. And that's why uptime, not
real-time fraudster or scammer. No, I don't do check fraud, never did credit card fraud, none of that goofy stuff. That's what crackheads do. I'm more in the technology world. I'm all about system databases, servers, networks, designing boards, that type of thing, those type of things like that. That's what I was basically raised upon. Like, I was on the dark web at 6 years old, not knowing I was on the dark web, just because people got to understand, as the years and as the world evolves, everything evolves. So almost 30 years ago, there was no, it was a different world, different internet, different place. So getting on the dark web 15, 20, 25 years ago was not as hard as people would think it is now. You didn't have to really go through Tor browser and all this different type of things like that. So me being a kid and doing so much searching on the internet led me to the dark web. And when it led me to the dark web, I was seeing a lot of crazy things, a lot of crazy sites, things that I shouldn't have been watching and looking at. And by me being so young and intrigued with it, I just wanted more and more and more. And by my grandfather being in the tech world, in the construction world, he always had me and my brother doing some type of handiwork, some type of technology work, things like that. So it just all played in the part. So there are a lot of scams and a lot of fraud methods that's going on out here, but a lot of people people only know what people give them or tell them. And a lot of times the information that people tell other people is not the correct information. It's not the accurate information. And a lot of people don't understand how technology is what runs the world. Without technology, nothing will be possible. You wouldn't be able to send and receive money. You wouldn't be able to have money stored on a balance and can cash out to your bank. You wouldn't be able to do none of these things. There would be no Cash App, Venmos, Zelles, PayPals, Chimes, ACH transfers. All these things are technology. Now, technology has been around for a very long time, because you got to think about it. Since the beginning of time, well, not really. For a very long time, banks, when you go put your money into a bank, it's now a digital number attached to this account that's adding currency, just adding numbers. And once you go do a withdrawal, it's going to take away from that. You don't have a physical box that when you go say, I'm depositing this money, it goes into your box. No, you deposit in that money, they type in that number in the system, and it adds to your digital number. And when you add money, it adds to that digital number. When you subtract money, it subtracts from that digital number. Everything is digital. Everything is technology based. AI technology is starting to take over the world. It's a beneficial fact, and it's also a negative factor, because due to AI technology, it's allowing fraudsters and scammers and hackers to make their jobs and their lives easier. So it's a lot of different methods out there that a lot of people that we all have witnessed, from Cash App glitches, bank glitches, loads, Bibles, fraud, you name it. We all have been and witnessed this epidemic of different things coming and going. Now, the first tech method or tech fraud method that there was the 100 to 1,000, 200 to 2,000. That was the first tech fraud method that was presented, and that was 6-7 years. Let's say 6 years ago, when people were utilizing the dark web and different methods from the dark web and different sites on the dark web to perform these methods. Now, there were people out there that were performing these methods for people and helping them get money. And there were people out there that didn't really know anything, but they seen the opportunity and they presented this opportunity, but it was a scam. And what I mean is that there were sites on the dark web that you can go to and it will perform that task for you. And this was 6 years ago. So somebody would send somebody an X amount of money, they'll go on the dark web, they'll put it into this site, and then it makes some money, then send that person that money, their cut, basically. And this is what a lot of people don't know, that there are sites on the dark web that perform these type of tasks, that will you pay an X amount and it'll send you an X amount back. And how is that possible? Because of technology. There are people on the other end that are performing certain tasks with technology, service, databases, networks, and generating revenue and funds from different places to be able to pay this load out. Because at the end of the day, the amount that's being paid out is not the full amount. People are getting their cut, because people got to also understand technology. Bitcoin has been around, cryptocurrency has been around since the late 2009, late 2008, early 2009s, almost for 20 years, 17 years. A lot of people wouldn't even.
Did you know that AI is set to create 97 million new jobs by 2025?
Barely born then. So technology has been around. It's just about the awareness of it. Everybody doesn't know about the dark web. Everybody doesn't know about sites and proxies and socks and all these things are with technology. And then as the world evolved, the methods evolved, the technology evolved, it made it easier for somebody to go on the dark web and perform certain tasks, create certain sites, create certain methods, create certain servers, hard programs for different modules. It made it easier. Just like you can use ChatGPT to say, hey, create me a story or create a picture or do this or do that. It's dark web fraud sites, chat GPT sites just like that. Now, there is a site, or there was a site, and like I said, this is all educational purposes, and the site and all dark websites are encrypted, meaning that it's like a long Bitcoin address, and it's .onion at the end. So the name of the sites on the dark web aren't the name of the address. So that's just a disclaimer right there. So I'm not telling nobody the name of the sites, I'm not giving any sites, but this is the name of the site. So it's a site on the dark web called the Dark Vader Road or the Dark Vader Network. And on this site, it performs certain tasks or certain projects for people. Let's just put it like this. So the Cash App glitch and the Chime glitches and PayPal, all these glitches is basically So you're saying BIN numbers, right? You got the BIN number, which is the bank's identification number. And the BIN number is the first 6 digits on a card. There are a lot of different BIN numbers out there in this world. And then the rest of the numbers is the account that the money is coming out of from that bank. So what hackers and fraudsters or whoever, what they're doing is they're finding these GPT sites, and then they're finding these different BIN numbers, and then they're going on the dark web, buying these different cards, stolen or whatever, and they're connecting different BIN numbers to these cards. And once they connect these different BIN numbers to those cards, they're connecting them to different platforms and basically glitching the platform to be able to disperse money or add money into that balance. Just like the ATM glitch, the ATM jackpot. Same thing, different way. Scammers and fraudsters are developing different malware, and they're going on these fraud GPT sites on the dark web to create these different malware systems and programs to put on these ATMs to command it to disperse all the money up out of it, just like it was a jackpot. You know, when you get the jackpot on slot machines, the money just get to coming out. It's the same difference. And these, you can go type in ATM jackpot right now on YouTube, anywhere, and it's starting to become more of a popular method for fraudsters and scammers. And like I said, there are different platforms, different sites, different networks on the dark web. The dark, what is it? The dark Dark Vader Road, the Dark Vader network. It will perform this for you. Like I said, it's not no www.darkvaderroad.com or .onion. No, it's a long encrypted address with .onion at the end. And this is what people don't understand. To really find sites on the dark web, real sites on the dark web, you either got to have a membership or you got to know somebody to get in there. Most real sites on the dark web are not going to just be free and willingly for anybody to just go on and spend unless it's a fake scam site. Because at the end of the day, if somebody is really selling whatever that they're selling, there are dark web police. And if their site is just open and clear for them to anybody to come buy anything from, that's allowing anybody and the police to come buy from their site and get tracked and get arrested. No, they want to when it's real business. Like nobody, let's see, a lot of people don't take life serious. And people who don't take life serious, like the he and ha all the time, especially when they contacting people and when they're dealing with whatever. People got to understand hackers, compromisers, and these people are real. And most 99.99% of people don't know nothing, don't got VPNs, don't got socks and proxies, they're not protecting their IP addresses, none of that. And people like to think they tough and he all the time and talk slick to people that they don't know their background. And then people say, okay. And then weird stuff starts to happen. Let's just put it like that. So people got to start watching their tongue and how they talk to people because they don't know people's backgrounds. They think everything is a game. You know what I mean? People I know that went on the dark web and try to talk slick and try to act bad to people and crazy wild things is happening. Like the dark web is real. People who know about system databases, servers, networks, you should never play with them because the dark web is real, for real. These people are real. Listen, without technology, nothing in this world will go down. You gotta ask yourself, like, why is there so many towers, cell phone towers? How is it possible for this key fob? Because they stopped using keys and they started using key fobs, so sensors and to open up doors now. How is that possible? Signals, waves. They got flicker zeros that can basically.
Chevy trucks are as dependable as the Chevy people who drive them. They don't need permission.
Rewrite or code or clone that code or that frequency and use that tool to unlock the same door without that key fob. Like people got to start understanding how powerful technology is, because without technology, these phones won't be here, FaceTime won't be here, texting won't be here, internet won't be here. And if the internet not here and Wi-Fi not here, we'll go. We wouldn't be able to send and receive money and go handle business, pay for things. None of this would be possible without technology. So with this being possible, what else is possible? What else can be done? And that's how the scammers and the hackers and the fraudsters think. They don't think the same as regular people. And that's the difference between people who go on the dark web and try stuff and go to jail, and people who go on the dark web and try stuff and generate some type of revenue because of the mind. A lot of people think, oh, it's just 1, 2, 3, here goes some free money. No, you gotta think a certain way, act a certain way, talk a certain way to actually be in this world and be in that world and make things happen. And then people gotta understand at the end of the tunnel, there's always a victim. This might be a bank, it might be us, or it might be both, because at the end of the day, everything is ran through system and databases, banks, ATMs. Wherever there's money being made, there's going to be some type of scam or fraud being committed. And it's just all about keeping ourselves more safe and more cautious and more aware. Like I said, dark web, you guys actually, if you guys go on there, because like I said, I'm no puppet master. I don't control anybody. I can't tell anybody what to do and what not to do. So if anybody decides to go on the dark web, it's not illegal to go on there. But once you start doing illegal things and finding illegal things, that's when it becomes a problem. But going on the dark web and surfing is not illegal. I just suggest that you don't, because once you do, your IPs and a lot of things are vulnerable, and the average American doesn't know how to protect that, doesn't know about VPNs and certain things. So I don't suggest going on there, but I can't tell anybody what to do. Make sure you're safe. Make sure you have everything protected, and make sure you're not buying or doing anything illegal when you go on there. Make sure you guys get your Norton LifeLock to monitor all your personal and social media and financial accounts to make sure nothing fishy is going on, and then to monitor the dark web to make sure none of your personal information is floating around on there, because a lot of people get a hold of these different system databases and networks that have our personal information and then go on the dark web and sell it, because a lot of people use other people's identities to do a lot of different things. So it's just all about what's going on, and people are not paying attention to that. So make sure you guys are doing that. Make sure you guys freeze all through your credit profiles, TransUnion, Equifax, and Experience, so nobody can get anything in your name, no loans, credit cards, no lines of credit, no nothing, not even you, unless you're gonna freeze it. And make sure you guys get new credit card and debit card numbers every so often. Every quarter. We tap, insert, swipe all day, every day, and that information ends up on some type of database. And there's always a database compromise, leak, or hack. We get the notifications on our phone all the time. So make sure you guys are staying more cautious, being more aware of what's going on in this real crazy world. Stand more steps ahead of the scammers. Stay more cautious, being more aware, because if you are aware, you know what's going on. You know how to protect yourself, right? So shout out to all my real King Hussle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, because without y'all, there'd be no me. Y'all motivate me to keep going. Y'all motivate me to keep dropping the sauce. And y'all motivate me to keep y'all entertained. So shout out to all of y'all. Anybody out there is tired of being broke, because it ain't no joke, let's get to work. FaceTime one-on-one limited gyms are $1,000. But for limited time only, I'm doing them for $600. Yes, $600. Cash App or Bitcoin payment. Once the $600 is on your Cash App or Bitcoin balance, send me a screenshot. Let me know your payment ready. And we will go from there. All right. No screenshots, no replies, no 21 questions. And please do not yell me. Make sure y'all book y'all seat on the webinars Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, $250. Make sure y'all book y'all seat on the crypto tour. In-person limited gyms, $3,500. Make sure y'all booking y'all seat on the month-long mentorship, $750. Make sure y'all checking out my vendor platforms on Telegram, the Potato App, and Discord, Millionaire Network, and World. Still look for people for the production company. Make sure y'all subscribe, hit the notification bell on my YouTube channels, my Twitches, my IGs, and TikToks. I gotta change my IG. I got a new IG, King Hussle X1M4L and King Hussle 4L. So make sure y'all go follow the new IGs. I will be getting that back together and all that. They keep crazy. So make sure y'all checking out the crypto world, because it's changing people's lives. And make sure y'all getting in, y'all fitting in with these lows. All right, 125 and that. All right, send the screenshots when y'all ready, and let's get to work. And with that being said, it's your boy King Hussle. Y'all know I get down in these videos. I'll see you at the next lesson video or live. Peace. It's real crazy.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
World that we all live in, because if we're not aware, we're not cautious, if we're not safe, we could potentially be victims. What's up, everybody? It's your boy King Hussle, and yes, it's the best money and credit channel on YouTube. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell, so whenever I drop new software. What's up, everybody? It's your boy King Hussle, and yes, it's the best money and credit channel on YouTube. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell, so whenever I drop new sauce, new lessons, new methods, and giveaways, you'll be the first one to be notified. You'll be the first one to know what's going on. And hey, you might be the first one to win signed by Frank. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell on all the YouTube channels. Also, make sure you follow me on my Twitch, King Hussle Live. I do all my freebies and giveaways from those YouTube channels and the Twitch. So make sure you subscribe and hit the notification bell so you won't miss out on nothing. Also, make sure you follow me on all my social media platforms. All you gotta do is click the title on every video. Once you click the title on every video, at the bottom of the description, all my social media links will pop up. All right, got a lot of fake King Hussle pages out there. So please get a FaceTime verification call or video to make sure you see this face. Make sure you are doing legit business and you are getting what you paid for, right? And before we get anything started, this is all educational purposes only, not telling anybody to do anything. So let's get this thing started. Hey, let's get this thing started. What do my real King Hussle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, my real Hustle Nation? All right, family members, we are back at it again with the gems, back at it again with the sauce, back at it again with the information that's going to turn you into a boss. So you tired of being a zero? You ready to be your family hero? Listen up, take a seat, get your notepad and get your pen, because you already know when I drop these videos and y'all get the notifications, it's going to be some information that's going to help you win, keep you informed, and keep you entertained. So with that being said, you know how we get down over here on this channel. We talk about the new bank scams, the new bank methods, the new scams, the new methods, the new dark world, the new dark web, whatever you want to call it, because it's, the evolution of it has become a whole new thing. There are new people, new methods, new tasks, new hackers that's going on, and this new generation of scams, fraud, and the dark world has been elevated to the max. There are so many random people randomly just waking up and finding or meeting people who know about these things and randomly making a lot of revenue with it. And there are also a lot of people who knows nothing about it, who are trying new things that are getting a lot of jail time for this type of stuff too. And a lot of people who have been seeing on social media the past 5-6 years, just people flashing stacks of money like this, hundreds of thousands of dollars, saying they did this method, that method, did this and did that, right? And a lot of people don't understand that it's more to it than what people present it. And at the end of the day, the world is ran off technology. Without technology, nothing will be possible. No Cash App, Venmo, Zelles, no Bitcoin, no nothing, right? No phones, no FaceTiming, no texting, no game cross playing, no 5M, no GT. None of this will be possible, right? And we need technology, because without technology, it makes life easy, right? But technology is also taking over humans, because we now got AI robots. We got AI websites that's creating and doing things for us, that's taking away the hard work. And as they created this, they're not understanding that you're making these AI so smart that they can literally create anything and everything. And there's a lot of people that want to get into this world and make a lot of money, right? And they feel as if, oh, I'm gonna do this check method or this credit card method, or I'm gonna find a new way and I'm gonna just start making me a lot of money. And a lot of people understand that this is a tech fraud world, it's a real time fraud world. And
this almost feels illegal to know after a car accident. Never sue the person who crashed into you if you want to potentially get a 6-figure payout. There's an easier way you could get a way bigger check without suing, going to court, or dealing with insurance directly. Listen, if you've been in a car accident in the past year, even if it seemed minor, even if you were a passenger, what I'm about to share feels like information you're not supposed to have and could help put thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands more into your pocket. After a car accident, there are 2 paths everyone knows about: deal with insurance and take whatever they offer, or sue the other driver, pay thousands in upfront legal fees, and wait years for a payout. But there's something happening quietly in 2026 that insurance companies are not comfortable with. A growing number of accident victims are getting paid the maximum amount they may be owed without having to go to.
Most people in the tech fraud world are the ones who make a lot of revenue, because everything is ran off technology. Money has to go through technology system, databases, and networks to be able to get to point A to point B. There is more money being dealt with technology than it is with actual physical cash, because you need your debit and credit cards, more places to spend to actually use. So a lot of places are not accepting cash nowadays. So you have to use, you're forced to be able to use this card with your information on it that's going to go through this system database. And this is what people are not understanding. So there's a lot of this markets on the dark web. There's forums on the dark web that allows people to do different things. There are fraud GPT sites that can create malware, websites, you name it, for bots, you name it, for people. There's marketplaces that sell these different type of products. There are so many different things on the dark world, in the dark world, in the dark web, that when people find these things, they get addicted. They get addicted because it's all dealing with money. So there are different marketplaces. The marketplaces are different places that basically sell different things, from CDs, dust schools, pens, you name it. So Taurus market, all right? A prominent general purpose English language market that gained significant traffic following the fall of older large scale rivals. So when a lot of times when these markets fall and get taken down by the police, a new one pops right back up. And like I said, due to it being fraud GPT sites, it's easy for somebody to be like, hey, correct this and do this and do this and put this and put this, and it can be done like that. And a new site is up like that. So Tourzone market is a market that's on the dark world that a lot of people utilize. Now, in my last video, we talked about the sticks market, and a specialized high security embedded platform focused on financial fraud, money laundering, and stolen data. And like I said, everything is based off data in the tech world, from sending and receiving funds to Cash App, bills, PayPal's, bank accounts, wire transfers, ACS transfers. Everything in this world is based on technology, sites, technology. So this marketplace focuses on basically loads, account loads, system databases, networks, SOCs, proxies, things like that, and helping people out like that. And you got the Russian market, a long run site known for selling stuff, stellar logs, browser cookies, and compromised credentials. And like I said, stolen bank account information, logs, credentials, companies, and things like that. Like I told y'all, different categories on the dark web. Everybody not looking to do credit card fraud. Everybody not looking to do check fraud. Everybody not looking to do. There's so many different methods out here that in ways to obtain some type of money fraudulently, that it's a whole different world out there. Like people trying to get to the moon and all that, like and Mars, and that's how the dark world is. So, Brian's Club, a veteran card site focuses on selling stolen payment card data, which has remained reselling over the past decade. So, Brian's Club is a very popular website that a lot of people know about, that a lot of people use and to get that information on the dark web. You got the the North, all right? The North marketplace, a region restricted popular marketplace with a strong focus on Canadian and North American users. So that marketplace is specifically designed for people in that region, that area, with that type of information. So Exodus Marketplace is semi-private, high-value data marketplace often used for trading compromised corporate access. This is a whole different ballgame. Corporate information, corporate files. This is a lot of people not even on that level, not even think about what you can do or what can be done with that type of information. So that's what that marketplace right there does. And you got the dark web forums.
This woman in Kansas City searched her name and found $6.1 million in unclaimed money. Like what?
Get new debit card and credit cards every quarter. It might be every 3 months or 4 months, depending on how you count your quarters. Files, TransUnion, Equifax on YouTube, so make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell. So whenever I drop new sauce, new lessons, new methods, and giveaways, you'll be the first one to be notified. You'll be the first one to know what's going on. And hey, you might be the first one to win something for free. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell on our YouTube channels. Also, make sure you follow me on my Twitch, King Hussle Live. I do all my freebies and giveaways from those YouTube channels and the Twitch. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell so you won't miss out on nothing. Also, make sure you follow me on all my social media platforms. All you gotta do is click the title on every video. Once you click the title on every video, at the bottom of the description, all my social media links will pop up. All right. Got a lot of fake King Hussle pages out there. So please get a FaceTime verification call or video to make sure you see this face. Make sure you are doing legit business and you are getting what you paid for, right? And before we get anything started, this is all educational purposes only, not telling anybody to do anything. So Let's get this thing started. Hey, let's get this thing started. Hey, what to do, my Real King Hustle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, my Real Hustle Nation Empire family members. And we are back at it again with the gems, back at it again with the sauce, back at it again with the information that's going to turn you into a boss. So you tired of being a zero? You ready to be a family hero? Listen up, take a seat, get your notepad, and get your pen, because you already know when I drop these videos, y'all get them notifications. There's going to be some information that's going to help you win, keep you informed, and keep you entertained. So with that being said, you know how we get down over here on this fire channel. We talk about the new scams, the new methods, the new whatever is going on in the dark web world that's getting people entertained. Now, a lot of people out there are trying to figure out how they can get some fast cash. And the only way they seem to know how to do it is with scams and with fraud. And sad to say, it is one way that people can actually make a lot of money. Now, it's a lot of people who are making money. It's a lot of people who are going to jail and doing a lot of time doing it. So like I said, this is all educational purposes only, not telling anybody to do anything. I want everybody to stay safe. I want everybody to be aware of what's just going on out there in the world, because there's a lot of people that's not aware and they're becoming victims of these scams and these methods. So it's just all about awareness out there. So in today's world, there's a lot of new methods, a lot of new scams, a lot of new ways that people are making a lot of money. And in the fraudulent world, in the dark world. And due to social media, people are flashing the proceeds from these methods and telling people that, hey, you can do this too. So people are starting to be more brainwashed over the years, because it's been going on for 6-7 years. And if you've been watching this person, that person, and hearing about this and that from so many different people, and seeing so many different people flash money like this, you can be like, man, let me check it out. Let me try it out. Let me see what's going on. And that's what's happening. A lot of people are starting to want to check out what's going on in this world, because there are a lot of people who are in certain situations. A lot of people are in messed up situations right now in the world, and they need fast cash, and they don't have time to go apply for another job. They tired of working for the next person. They're not trying to sell their body. They're not trying to sell no narcotics. So this is what they only know. There's only a limited things that people actually know how to make money in the world, and that's just the honest to God truth. So there's 4 ways people know how to make money: a job, sell their body, drugs, or a scam. That's just how it is. So people go to what they know. And due to technology, due to the world elevating and the evolution, it's becoming easier for common people to get into this world, because 10, 15 years ago, you couldn't take a picture of a check and cash it. 10, 15 years ago, you couldn't open up a bank account online. 10, 15 years ago, you couldn't apply for a credit card or a loan online and not have to physically go into the bank and get approved. Like, you couldn't do none of these things. But in today's world, you can. You can now open up a bank account online. You can now apply for a loan or credit card and get approved online. You can now apply for an apartment online and get approved. You can now do everything online to get approved. You can sell a house online. You can buy a house online. You can do whatever that you want to do online. Sign documentations with e-sign. There's so many different things. Everything you can do online. Everything is now done online nowadays. So by everything being able to be done online, it's allowing fraudsters and scammers to be able to manipulate or trick the system to be able to do certain things in a fraudulent way. Now, the main source of fraud stems from around identity theft, because most fraudulent practices come from identity. Because in order to get some money from a bank or some place, or to get something, you have to have good credit. Most people credit profiles are trash. Now, you got CPNs and you got pre-built CPNs out here. Pre-built CPNs is identity theft. When somebody uses somebody else's identity, get a fake ID, put their picture on it, and try to use this person's information. A pre-built, a CPN, not a pre-built, but a CPN is basically a number that has not been issued to anyone. And the information connected to this CPN is that person's information. So if my name is John Smith, everything is going to be the same on the CPN except for the birth date and the
With Codex, I was able to build this in maybe 3 or 4 hours, entirely by myself. Hi, I'm Ryan Nystrom. I run AI product engineering at Notion, and this is what Codex unlocks. I've been building this feature on Notion called the Notion AI voice input. It lets people talk instead of type. And with Codex, I was able to point it to one of our existing features in our mobile apps, and in about one shot was able to build the entire feature and bring it over to our web and desktop clients. Codex's superpower is like branching out and like figuring out the context before getting to work. I manage a team of people, and like traditionally managers have not had time to like write code. And the fact that I can build this feature like solo while still supporting my team is like, I mean, it's crazy.
Your car deserves more performance with every drive. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline. A fuel like no other. More performance with every drive.
I mean, except for the number and the address. The birthday gonna be the same. Everything gonna be the same, but the address connected to it and the number that you just got that you're utilizing. So that's the difference between the two. Most people aren't okay. I'm gonna put it to you like this: most people ain't no good, aren't any good, because most people already know they buying stolen identities. And they already got in the back of their head, if they get caught, they're going to tell on the person that they got it from, because they was told this could be a second chance credit profile, or they can do this and do that. And most people are like that in the world. They try to be slick, and they already know, well, if this don't work, I'm telling, because I spent my money in, but you already know you're doing something illegal, and you already know that this could possibly not work. That's the problem with people nowadays, and that people are trusting anybody who to do business with because of the dollar, and most people are no good. That's just how it is. Most people will tell on somebody in a nick of a dime to get themselves out of trouble. Nobody wants to be in trouble. I do a lot of reaction videos, and the first thing somebody do is say, I can give you the information that y'all need, so they can get up out of trouble, because they're not the big fish. They're not the head guy. People don't want to get in trouble. And if they got the opportunity to get the opportunity, listen, most people take opportunity. And it don't matter what the opportunity is. The opportunity could be for you to make this quick $5,000. The opportunity could be for you to get up out of this bad situation that you're in. If you tell on somebody, the opportunity could be for you to get with this chick tonight. Most people take opportunities when they're presented, because most opportunities are beneficial. And most people don't have common sense. Like people say, use your common sense, but most people don't have common sense. And most people aren't no good. And most people aren't real. Most people aren't solid. Most people aren't loyal. Like, they don't care about you. They care about themselves. People are selfish. That's why most situations when people get caught with CPNs, or that they think it is, or pre-built CPN, and most people don't even know the difference between the two. So they buying stuff, and they basically buying these things and going on what somebody tell them just to keep themselves safe, knowing that it is illegal. Because I did a lot of videos, but the thing is, people who are actually utilizing these in different ways, and not, I wouldn't say correct ways, but I say in ways that's beneficial because they have that knowledge about it, are becoming very well off due to these methods, utilizing CPNs and pre-built CPNs and identity theft. Because identity revolves around everything from getting a car, a loan, a credit card, anything that retains money, really. That's not in the tech world. You see, anything in the real-time world, you're going to need identity. You're going to need credit. Anything in the tech world, you don't need that stuff. That's why people are in different worlds. But people understand that. Remember, I told y'all, ever since COVID-19, people been trying to get loans, credit cards, lines of credit, get into the business world and get some money, because they've seen these people get millions of dollars with these PPP loans, and seen people with fake businesses get millions of dollars with PPP loans. Now they want a PPP loan. Now they want a loan. Now they want a business. Now they want some money. So understanding that credit and a profile will determine if you get approved for something or not, it's important, because now what they're doing is they're taking these profiles, they're finding banks that don't pull from the check system. Once they find a bank that don't pull from the check system, they either gonna get a bank account with this pre-built CPN or the CPN that they have. Now that they got this check system, now they got this bank that doesn't pull from the check system, and if this pre-built CPN has a good credit score, they're gonna start applying for credit cards, and if determine some banks, you actually don't need documentations. Like, you really don't need nothing depending on the bank. And if you got good credit, they just give it to you. So they ordering different credit cards from different banks and getting cash advances off these cards. They didn't have to go in the bank. They didn't have to do nothing. And they getting these loans, having them sent to these fraudulent bank accounts. They're getting lines of credit. They're getting anything that they can that result to money utilizing credit profiles. CPNs, pre-built CPNs, identity is one of the most powerful things you can use in this world because it's everything. It's what identifies you. It shows who you are, especially your credit profile that's attached to your name. That lets people know how good you are actually with managing money in today's real world, because a lot of people aren't good with managing money. And if you're not good with managing money, why would somebody want to lend you money? So that's why a lot of people don't get approved for loans, credit cards, or lines of credit, because on paper, they're trash with managing money. That's why people use pre-built CPNs. Now, there's a lot of people out there with the wrong information about pre-built CPNs and CPNs in general. A lot of people think CPNs are people stolen identity, deceased people, things like that. No, it's two different things. So when people start learning the difference between the two and having the correct knowledge, they start to understand better what's really going on. Because somebody can easily have somebody's full information. First name, last name, birthday, address, social SSN, date of birth, everything. And they can literally apply for a loan, apply for a bank account easily. Because listen, if you apply for a bank account online, there are templates online, ID templates, because all they're going to do is say, email me a picture of the ID. So somebody going to email them a picture, a template. They're going to put the picture out there. Now they got this information on the ID. They're going to go off the information in the number that you put on the application. And people are getting approved for loans like this. People are utilizing this technology and taking advantage of technology to get loans, credit cards, and lines of credit, and utilize it to get cars and apartments and you name it. But these same people who are doing it are the same people that's telling on the people that they got it from. The same people are narking on the people that they brought it from, which is scary. Very, very scary.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible. Nina can't code. Interesting. Can it generate reports?
It can now.
Nice. So you're saying we can all build apps now?
Yeah.
I'm on lunch. I gotta make a call.
I'll be in my office. Just built an inventory tracker.
Protein calculator. Book sharing app.
A workflow manager that
tracks who still owes for the group lunch.
Trash duty scheduling. Since no one seems to care.
just built a
I just created a goal tracking system.
We built the same thing, didn't we?
Yep.
Can this thing manage content?
Is the SOC compliant?
I want to animate this graph.
Create a potty planner.
Profesor de español.
An inter-office dating app.
For dogs. For office dogs. You know what I mean?
I want to know that my child is receiving the utmost care. I want to make sure that she's well taken care of, and that I want to make sure that she's comfortable. They're just so creative in how they get the kids to learn, and so it's like with games and with other tools and with just out-of-the-box ways of learning. Everyone is really professional, really nice. It's just a genuine, good feeling. It's overall a really good school. They're treating her just as well as I would treat my own child.
For somebody to know they buying something illegal and then tell on the person where they bought it from to try to get themselves out of trouble. That's a dangerous person. So this CPN identity theft is making people a lot of money because they're utilizing not going to the banks. They're utilizing applying for loans, credit cards, and lines of credit online, open up accounts online with fake fraudulent documentations. Documentations can be created on your own. And most loans, credit cards, and lines of credit, there are revenue-based loans, documentation loans. That all you need is documentation. They don't even care about your credit score. So just imagine all of these loans, credit cards, and lines of credit that people are getting utilized in people's identities and different documentations, fraudulent documentation from these different banks, because it's happening all day, every day, believe it or not. And at the end of the day, there's going to be a victim, either a person or a bank or both. So with that being said, it's just all about being more safe, being more cautious, and being more aware out there, because due to technology, due to us having our personal information in a lot of different places, because we handle a lot of different business with that needs our personal information, we're very vulnerable. So I tell you guys all the time, make sure you get your Norton LifeLock to monitor all your social media and financial accounts to make sure no suspicious activity is going on, and then monitor the dark web to make sure nobody is selling or buying your personal information. So make sure you guys get your Norton LifeLock. Make sure you guys are freezing all three of your credit profiles, TransUnion, Equifax, and Experian. So nobody can get anything in your name, no loans, credit cards, lines of credit, no apartments, no cars, no nothing, unless you unfreeze it, not even you. And make sure you guys are getting new credit card and debit card numbers every quarter, right? It's 4 quarters in a year, 12 months, 3, 6, 9, 12, right? New debit cards and credit cards with new information, you have a fresh start. So wherever that old information was stored, it won't be valid anymore, right? We all travel, tap, swipe, insert all day, every day. And just imagine all the places that you use this one card to buy something. A lot of places. So that means that information is stored on a lot of different databases, and not always a database compromised, leak, or hack. We don't want that. So make sure you guys are getting new credit card and debit card numbers every so often, every 4 quarters, to be, for example. And just make sure you guys are staying more safe, staying more cautious, and being more aware of what's going on out there in this real crazy world that we all living in. Because if you aren't aware of what's going on, how you know how to be safe? How you know how to protect yourself? And that's why I dropped this information, and I dropped these gems to help people be safe and potentially get on the good side and make things happen, right? So make sure you guys stay more safe, stay more cautious, and be more aware of what's going on out there in this real crazy world that we all are living in, all right? Shout out to all my Real King Hussle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, because without y'all, there'd be no me. Y'all motivate me to keep going. Y'all motivate me to keep dropping the sauce, and y'all motivate me to keep y'all entertained. So shout out to all of y'all. Anybody out there is tired of being broke because it ain't no joke, let's get to work. FaceTime 101 limited gems are $1,000. But for limited time only, I'm doing it for $600. Yes, $600 cash app or Bitcoin payment. Once the $600 is in cash app or Bitcoin balance, send me a screenshot. Let me know your payment ready, and we will go from there. All right. No screenshots, no replies, no 21 questions, and please do not yell me. Make sure y'all book y'all see on the crypto tour, on me on the month-long mentor. Make sure y'all book y'all see on the webinars, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, $250. Make sure y'all book y'all see on the crypto tour, in-person limited gems, $3,500. Make sure y'all book y'all see on the month-long mentorship, $750, limited time only though. Regular price is $1,000. First 10 people, and you will receive a free 1K load. All right, so don't miss out on that. Make sure y'all check out my vendor platforms on Telegram, the Potato App, Millionaire Networking World, on Discord, Potato App, and Discord, Telegram, and the Potato App. Still looking for people for the production company. Make sure y'all subscribe and hit the notification bell on my YouTube channels, my Twitches, my IGs, TikTok, Snapchat, Discord. Make sure y'all checking out the crypto world, because it's changing people's lives. And make sure y'all getting there and y'all fitting in with these loads. All right, 120 and up, cash app, Bitcoin payments. Sit back, relax, do nothing to receive it. All right, so that being said, man, send me the screenshots when you're ready. We're gonna go from there. And with that being said, it's your boy King Hussle. Y'all know how to get down in these videos. I will see you at the next lesson video or live. Peace.
Trident Vibes. It's soft. It's juicy. A soft gum with a juicy experience. It's a vibe.
Yeah. You can get anything you want on the internet. So why are we still taking gen eds like this? At Sophia Learning, we have a solution. Sophia offers online college-level courses that are designed to transfer for credit, helping thousands of people graduate. Use Sophia and get ahead.
After a disappointing performance in the World Cup, Team USA is looking for revenge. So according to Mark Spears of ESPN and Anscape, USA basketball men's national team expected to announce a pool of around 30 players that can be selected from to create the 12-man roster for the 2024 Olympics in the coming days. So when you look at this list of potential options for Team USA, who do y'all feel like is a lock for Team USA in the 2024 Olympics right now?
The 12 best players in the NBA, that's American. That's it, right? We don't need 30 motherfucking people to figure out who the 12. We just pick the 12 best Put that back
Yeah,
players.
I was about to say, producers say, go off of this list, put the list up, and took that shit down.
The 12 best players like the Dream Team did, and then the Dream Team 2 did, right? Just do that.
Christian Laettner was on the Dream Team, good.
because he was supposed to have been the best college player.
What that got to do with the 12 best NBA players? So our
you say
production team.
Who's
One,
a lot?
two.
Who's a lot? All right, Anthony Edwards is a lot. Anthony Edwards, Embiid, Halliburton, Tatum,
Jason Tatum,
Devin Booker. I think those are the locks.
And if you go with
LeBron,
Kevin Durant, LeBron.
I guess he is still going to be out here playing basketball.
He got to get one more goal. He got one more in him. Steph.
I mean, ain't nobody locked at that age.
So let me ask. So we pushing Tyrese all the way in front now?
Hey, listen. What I put: Braun, Curry, KD, Embiid, Tatum, Ant-Man, Davis, PG, and Kawhi.
Oh, PG and Kawhi.
Yeah. So you got
PG
Tyrese
and Kawhi,
Tyrese,
and then I have Booker and Tyrese
as his alternatives.
What Tyrese is doing right now, pushing that second unit, I don't see how they take him off. Like because he can stretch the floor and he can push the ball, right? So just when you have Booker coming out, like you have Booker coming off the bench, you have like Anthony Davis coming off the bench, and Ant-Man, he's finding all those people. So what he's been doing the last month, that probably pushed him in front of the Fox, the Dame.
I think listen, this is my guy.
I don't think that.
But I don't think he's like the 1 year that he's had, like he has to give me more consistent years of doing the same thing. Like these D Fox, Kyrie, and other guys you name it have been consistent with their play. Even Trae Young, not to have him up there. And to have
get the list back up
to have him just jump ahead.
Yeah.
Without having like 3-4 years of proving it.
I think he's like a way better player than Trae Young.
Nah.
Right. And what we're doing, what they need right here, not this list, but
who are you taking off this list?
Because I'm taking off Bam, Banchero.
Damn, Paul the Banker can't get on?
I don't think Dame, I don't think Dame is gonna go. Kenyon said it, that off the court issues he probably need to handle.
What's going on, man?
But yeah.
This is opportunity to do it, he's gonna do it.
Huh?
No.
Kawhi and PG get added to this list, right?
One,
saying.
if not both. One for sure, if not both.
No Harden?
No.
Okay.
I don't need a Harden when I have a Tyrese.
I'm just asking.
I mean, are we sure that Kawhi Leonard wants to go?
You don't need a Harden when you have a Tyrese.
Like the Olympics ain't in San Diego. You know what I mean? Like, are we sure that he wants to make?
What? Wait, what?
Wait. Like, are we sure that he wants to go play in the Olympics?
Yeah.
You don't need.
He's not like everybody else.
He's not going anywhere he can't drive.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's not like everybody else. That's the only reason I'm asking.
And if it ain't up or down to 405, I'm not really fucking with you unless it's contractually obligated.
You don't need a. You don't need a James Harden.
I'm a Los Angelino.
What do I need?
Thinking.
Incredible.
What do I need a James Harden for when I already have a Devin Booker, I have a Kevin Durant, I have a LeBron James, I have a Jason Tatum, I have a Joel Embiid. I have those guys already. I need someone now that's just gonna pass the ball unselfishly. That's gonna push the tempo with the guys who want to run.
James Harden does that.
Is KD gonna play?
They say higher education is outdated, irrelevant, but at Grand Canyon University, we shatter the status quo. GCU's online master's degree programs in technology combine hands-on projects with coursework to help you innovate across digital and physical environments.
At GCU, you can learn to use technology with faith, integrity, and purpose.
This is purpose-driven education. Take action. Find your purpose at Grand Canyon University. Visit gcu.edu.
Hello, sorry to interrupt. We got a special package for Tracy, Lisa, and Marlo.
And he can take off.
KD gonna get out the way. Is he gonna? Because you know the way he think. I just think how he might just like give an opportunity to a younger guy or something like that.
Yeah, that's why all the older dudes. My question is, especially the ones that already have done it.
No, I think at this point they trying to win, and they know most of those young guys are not ready now. 4 years from now, I don't think those guys are ready now. So I will hope that they put in the best players like the first two teams, right? You know, when someone like, where's the role players? A star. a star is a role player. I don't want a role player. Because when you put their asses in a game, what they do? Role playing.
So no role players on not even just one good glue guy.
What the fuck is a glue guy?
I'm thinking like
I don't want no Tyson Chandler on my team.
Would you take Bam on this one?
No, not when I can make Anthony Davis come off the bench. Why I want Bam if I can have Anthony Davis come off the bench to Joel Embiid? The role player on the Dream Team 2 was what? Hakeem and Shaquille O'Neal. That was the role player. They both averaged 29 and 12 that year. History has shown us what those them 2000s, the Larry Browns, that's who fucked the USA game up, trying to put in these role players, these guys that we're going to make it glue, we're going to put a team.
Well, didn't they get stuck because didn't nobody want to go?
No, that's when? 04?
04.
No, the fucking chance. They didn't even ask.
They didn't even ask.
Oh, really? I assumed that they was just getting shut down.
I went to Puerto Rico and qualified. They didn't fucking ask me to play in the fucking Olympic team.
I had that backwards. I had always thought that set up there. When you started looking at who all made, I mean, I know he's the best college player, but they sent him back over for over there. Like they just got really
I made
arrogant
the
about.
All-Star team in 04. I was an All-Star.
I know, and they picked 04.
Files, TransUnion, Equifax, and Experian. So nobody can get anything in your name, no loans, credit cards, lines of credit, no apartments, no cars, no nothing, unless you want to freeze it, not even you. And make sure you guys are getting new credit card and debit card numbers every quarter, right? It's 4 quarters in a year, 12 months, 3, 6, 9, 12, right? New debit cards and credit cards with new information, you have a fresh start. So wherever that old information was stored, it won't be valid anymore, right? We all travel, tap, swipe, insert all day, every day. And just imagine all the places that you use this one card to buy something. A lot of places. So that means that information is stored on a lot of different databases, and not always a database compromised, leak, or hack. We don't want that. So make sure you guys are getting new credit card and debit card numbers every so often, every 4 quarters, to be, for example. And just make sure you guys are staying more safe, staying more cautious, and being more aware of what's going on out there in this real crazy world that we all live in. Because if you aren't aware of what's going on, how you know how to be safe? How you know how to protect yourself. And that's why I dropped this information and I dropped these gems to help people be safe and potentially get on the good side and make things happen, right? So make sure you guys stay more safe, stay more cautious, and be more aware of what's going on out there in this real crazy world that we all are living in, all right? Shout out to all my Real King Hussle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, because without y'all, there'd be no me. Y'all motivate me to keep going. Y'all motivate me to keep dropping the sauce. And y'all motivate me to keep y'all entertained. So shout out to all of y'all. Anybody out there is tired of being broke because it ain't no joke, let's get to work. FaceTime one-on-one limited gyms are $1,000, but for limited time only, I'm doing it for $600. Yes, $600 cash app or Bitcoin payment. Once the $600 is in cash app or Bitcoin balance, send me a screenshot, let me know you payment ready, and we will go from there. All right. No screenshots, no replies, no 21 questions, and please do not yo me. Make sure y'all book y'all see on the crypto tour on me on the month-long mentor. Make sure y'all book y'all see on the webinars, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, $250. Make sure y'all book y'all see on the crypto tour, in-person in the gyms, $3,500. Make sure y'all book y'all see on the month-long mentorship, $750, limited time only though. Regular price is $1,000. First 10 people, and you will receive a free 1K load. All right, so don't miss out on that. Make sure y'all checking out my vendor platforms on Telegram, the Potato App, Millionaire Networking World, on Discord, Potato App, and Discord, Telegram, and the Potato App. Still looking for people for the production company. Make sure y'all subscribe, hit the notification bell on my YouTube channels, my Twitch, my IGs, TikTok, Snapchat, Discord. Make sure y'all checking out the crypto world because it's changing people's lives, and make sure y'all getting in and y'all fitting in with these loads, all right? 120 and up, cash app, Bitcoin payments. Sit back, relax, do nothing to receive it, all right? So that being said, man, send me the screenshots from your
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder, and you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And if the only thing stopping me from making the app is the idea, then why not build an app that gives me endless app ideas? So let's make it. Pro tip, I draft the full app spec in ChatGPT, and then I drop the prompt directly into Base 44. It gives me super detailed structure. And here it is. Everything I laid out in detail as it goes. This is pretty awesome, but I want to make it playful. So I'm going to add a swipe left and swipe right interface. The same usability we all know. Now I'm going to add one more feature. So every idea that I favorite will turn into a kickoff prompt to start building the app itself. And that's it. Just come up with your idea, any idea, and Base 44 will do the rest. So go to Base 44 and create apps with your name on it.
challenging the standard of what comes standard with the next generation GMC Terrain Elevation. Get this low mileage lease on this 2026 GMC Terrain Elevation for around $279 per month.
What's up, everybody? It's your boy King Hussle. Yes, it's the best money and credit channel on YouTube. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell. So whenever I drop new sauce, new lessons, new methods, and giveaways, you'll be the first one to be notified. You'll be the first one to know what's going on. And hey, you might be the first one to win something for free. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell on all the YouTube channels. Also, make sure you follow me on my Twitch, King Hussle Live. I do all my freebies and giveaways from those YouTube channels and the Twitch. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell on all the YouTube channels. Make sure you follow me on all my social media platforms. All you gotta do is put the title on every video. Once you put the title on every video, at the bottom of the description, all my social media links will pop up, all right? Got a lot of fake King Hussle pages out there, so please get a FaceTime verification call or video to make sure you see this face. Make sure you are doing legit business and you are getting what you paid for, right? And before we get anything started, this is all educational purposes only, not telling anybody to do anything. So let's get this thing started. Hey, let's get this thing started. Hey, what to do, my real King Hussle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, my real Hustle Nation Empire family members, and we are back at it again with the gems, back at it again with the sauce, back at it again with the information that's going to turn you into a boss. So you're tired of being a zero, you ready to be a family hero? Listen up, take a seat, get your notepad and get your pen, because you already know when I drop these videos, get them notifications. It's going to be some information that's going to help you win, keep you informed, or keep you entertained. So with that being said, you know how we get down over here. We talk about the dark web. We talk about new methods. We talk about bank methods. We talk about scams. We talk about fraud. We talk about it all. And in today's video, we're talking about a lot of new methods that's going on in today's world. It's a lot of new hot methods. It's a lot of new methods that a lot of people are doing that's making a lot of money. It's a lot of methods that a lot of people are doing that get a lot of people in jail. It's a lot going on in today's world. And the main reason why there are a lot of new people in this dark world of scams and fraud, because it's a new generation. A lot of people are in situations where they need quick, fast cash. And the only option that they know that can potentially get them paid today, tomorrow, fast is the dark world. Now, these methods, what is getting people paid in today's world? It's a lot of different methods that's getting people paid in today's world, from credit card fraud, check fraud, tech fraud, ATM jackpotting, spoofing. It's a lot of new things that's going on that's getting people paid. Now, the thing is, people say, what's hot right now? Like, what's everybody doing? Like, I hate hearing that. Like, why would you want to commit some type of crime that everybody else is committing just because it's getting them some money? No. And at the end of the day, there's no such thing as a wave. That's young people talk. At the end of the day, any method that's making some money is a wave because it can make some money. It's just point blank how it is. You got people who believe in methods and stuff, people who don't believe in it. It's just a lot going on. So we're going to start off with check fraud, because we all know check fraud is one of the most common fraud methods that has been going on for a long time. But the thing with check fraud is it has elevated, and check fraud has elevated in a lot of different ways. 10 years ago, you could not cash a check through your phone. Now in today's world, you can cash a check through your phone, through your mobile app. People are finding ways how to create checks and get check information. And they're getting so sophisticated with it that they're actually starting to cash more checks. So people are starting to find that, okay, instead of trying to find the check paper, why don't we just find the place that actually makes the checks? And when people do their research, they figure out that most banks and companies get their checks created through third-party companies that actually creates personal checks too. So they find that company and they get checks made, because you can order personal checks. Once they order these checks, they find different templates that match the business that they're trying to scam or whatever. And they take the picture and they deposit it into the bank. But it's deeper than that. Because a lot of times people figure out ways and think about different ways. So people steal checks and get fake IDs and match the name on the check. So they won't have to change anything on the check and just match, cash all these checks. Some people, the check world has gotten so sophisticated that people are robbing mailboxes, robbing mail carriers, putting people in the position to have jobs at postal offices to steal checks, because that check possesses a lot of information. That piece of paper information holds the power of money, and that account number and route number at the bottom has this amount of money coming out of it, and that amount of money needs to be going to the scammer or the fraudster. That's what they're believing. So they say, okay, how can I cash a check? Can I this one? Okay. They saying, okay, can I cash this check? I still ain't got it. How can I cash a check? Can I get a fake ID? Like, can we get more out of this check? They trying to think of different ways and different tactics that will benefit them that'll help them cash in a check. So check fraud has definitely been one of the top scams for the past, you name it, but also it's becoming more popular, which is making it more visible. I'm gonna get that little and more visible to the banks that about what's going on. So they're doing more research. Like they starting to really profile people. Like, do this person look like he's supposed to be, or do this person or does she look like she's supposed to be cashing this check? And then they look at that amount. Like they look at a lot of different things now, and they're starting to do a lot of I'm gonna get this little fly. They started to do a lot of keep coming over here. They started to do more research. My fault, Charlie. They started to do more research and catch more people when it comes to check fraud because of the amount of people who are committing check fraud. So now people are starting to say, okay, let's curate these checks. Let's get the right checks. Let's take the picture. Let's get these bank accounts and depositing these bank accounts. That's where card cracking came in from. People getting people's bank accounts, depositing fake checks, getting their debit cards. They start going to the ATM and pulling them out. But what people started doing with that was they started cloning people's debit cards. So they didn't even need that person's debit card. They already got their debit card. So as soon as the money started coming, they already at the ATM, just withdraw. They might be in the middle of the night, and by the time that person wake up, their account probably already in the negative. So card cracking, check fraud has definitely been a top scam. Then you got the debit and credit card fraud. There's so many different ways that these scams are being done.
At HEB, we work hard to buy and make just the right amount of food to keep our stores stocked, not overstocked.
People are saying, okay, where do people spend money and use their cards? Restaurants, gas stations, ATMs. So then they got these things called skimmers that you can put on these ATM gas pumps that will literally read credit card and debit card information as it is being inserted into this ATM slot. The skimmer is placed on a cover. It's a cover, so it's placed on top of the actual debit card insert of slot, and you would never know if it's there unless you mess with it and wiggle it. And then they also got keypad skimmers that will record your keystroke. So anytime somebody insert a card and they type that number, it'll match and it'll be written onto that device. So skimmers are popular. Gas stations, gas pumps, that's still ATMs, stores, like more likely in the hood, ghetto stores, on the POS machines, they be having skimmers. So start checking the covers on these machines, or you tap and swipe your cards. What's another one? Spoofing. That's a new one. That's been going crazy. Spoof calls. So people understand that it's a difference between scams and fraud. And a lot of people don't know that. Scams are when somebody social engineers, manipulates, tricks somebody into sending or giving their own money. Fraud is when somebody does not have the authorization, utilizes somebody else's name or information to obtain goods, money, things like that. So that's fraud. And when people are starting to do it, saying, okay, let's social engineer, trick these people into giving us their login credentials to get into their bank account. Let's trick this person into taking their money out of their account, getting gold bars, or telling them some story for us to come pick up the money. And these people are believing it. Spoof call is smishing and phishing. So basically, when we still do to this day, but back in the day, we used to get a lot of random text messages. Hey, your US bank. Hey, your Chase bank. Hey, your bank. And a lot of times we don't even got bank accounts with those banks. So we already knew that was a scam. But now they got more sophisticated is where they're going on the dark web in different places and getting bank databases and getting information from people who actually got bank accounts with that bank, which now are allowing them to be able to spoof or actually send these text messages to people who actually have that bank. So if you get a text message, a fake text message saying, hey, your bank account, or hey, are you trying to wire transfer this amount, or did you just spend this amount? And it's saying, hey, this is blah, 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 blank bank that you really have, is going to raise more awareness and more fright, and they're going to respond to it. So spoofing calls, they send out text messages, phone calls, utilizing the spoof so they can change the number to that bank's fraud department. So when they call or text, that's what's the number just popping up, and they're tricking older people and elderly people into this method right here. You got the text scams from the loads from Cash App, Bitcoin, Chime, Apple Pay, PayPal. Tech fraud is basically technology. People are jamming databases, systems, servers, apps, redirecting, intercepting, rejecting different wallets, different accounts, and loading up different accounts basically from Cash App, Bitcoin, Chime, like bank accounts and things like that. That's becoming very, very popular. And that started 6 years ago, but people didn't believe it. Like people didn't believe it when it first came out. Like I told y'all before, everything stems from something real. It's just about who you're getting it from. So if somebody see people saying, if somebody go on the dark web and see this thing that's real, and they understand that so many people gonna want it, they're gonna go present it and act like they got it, and people gonna pay for it. So it ain't called a flip. It's not a flip. It's something else. So those things are real. That's more on the tech side, the more technical fraud side, dealing with databases, servers, networks, systems, and things like that. So loads are definitely becoming popular. Glitches, definitely still popular. ATM jackpotting, when people are putting malware on to different ATMs to command it to make it basically disperse all the money out the ATM. So ATM jackpotting is definitely popular right now. Like identity fraud, people are starting to utilize people's more identities for pre-built CPNs to get loans, credit cards, lines of credit, apartments, cars. Understanding that a lot of stuff can be done online, on the phone. You don't have to go into places as commonly as you used to. So now they can apply for different loans, different mortgages, different things on the computer and get approved through the computer without having to put their face on camera and be in a certain place to do these things, like this mortgage fraud, credit card. People do identity theft with mortgage fraud, everything really. And people starting to learn more about real estate fraud, mortgage fraud.
Codex Code Review is industry gold standard. Our engineers ask for it by name.
Loans, credit cards, lines of credit, and things like that. So it's a lot of new methods, a lot of old methods that have been revamped. There's a lot going on in today's world, in this dark world that's going on, because wherever there's the opportunity or wherever there's money being made, there's going to be some type of scam or fraud being committed, and people don't understand that. All right, so you got to be more safe, got to be more cautious, and be more aware out there, because these things are happening on a daily basis. Right now, multiple people, a lot of people are trying to commit some type of fraud or some type of scam. So that being said, make sure you guys are getting your Norton LifeLock to monitor all your social media and financial accounts to make sure no suspicious activity is going on. And then we're monitoring the dark web to make sure none of your personal information is on there floating around for anybody to buy. So make sure you get your Norton LifeLock. Make sure you guys are getting free to author your credit profiles, TransUnion, Equifax, and Experian, so nobody can get anything in your name. No loans, credit cards, lines of credit, apartments, or cars. So you What's up, everybody? It's your boy King Hussle, and yes, this is the best money and credit channel on YouTube. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell. So whenever I drop new sauce, new lessons, new methods, and giveaways, you'll be the first one to be notified. You'll be the first one to know what's going on, and you might be the first one to win something for free. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell on all the YouTube channels. Also, make sure you follow me on my Twitch, King Hussle Live. I do all my freebies and giveaways from those YouTube channels and the Twitch. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell so you won't miss out on nothing. Also, make sure you follow me on all my social media platforms. All you gotta do is put the title in every video. Once you put the title in every video, at the bottom in the description, all my social media links will pop up. All right. Got a lot of fake King Hustle pages out there, so please get a FaceTime verification call or video to make sure you see this face. Make sure you are doing legit business and you are getting what you pay for, all right? And before we get anything started, this is all educational purposes only. Not telling anybody to do anything. So let's get this thing started. Hey, let's get this thing started. Hey, what to do, my real King Hustle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, my real Hustle Nation Empire family members, and we are back at it again with the gems, back at it again with the sauce, back at it again with the information that's going to turn you into a boss. So you tired of being a zero? You ready to be your family hero? Listen up, take a seat, get your notepad and get your pen, because you already know when I drop these videos, get them notifications. It's going to be some information that's going to help you win, keep you informed, or keep you entertained. So with that being said, you know how we get down on this channel. We got the new bank methods, the new scam, fraud methods that's going on in today's world. Now, a lot of people ask me all the time, what's the wave right now? What's the hottest methods right now? This and that, about what methods getting people more money and all that. Now listen, at the end of the day, there's no such thing as a wave. Now, if you want to say, what's everybody doing to get some money right now because I'm a follower, then cool. But at the end of the day, every method is generating some type of revenue. And you can't say which method is more green, because at the end of the day,
marketers lose things all the time. User-centrics can help find them.
people do different things, and people are good at different things. So this group of people might be good at check fraud. This group of people might be good at credit card fraud. This group of people might be good with tech fraud. This group of people might be good at whatever, right? So it's different things. Now, people want to know what's the easiest methods that's going on. And there's no such thing as the easiest methods, because everything takes some type of knowledge and understanding. So you got tech methods, and tech methods are basically methods that deal with technology. And a lot of people don't understand that the tech methods are the methods that's really getting people in this world, the dark world, the most revenue, the most money, because everything in the world is based and surrounded and operated with technology, from our cell phones, our computers, to banks, cars, street lights. Everything that pertains to technology is our world is ran off technology, AI, so on and so on. So people don't really understand. Like, people are green. Most people in the world are green. They don't utilize their brain because they never mature their brain to understand certain things. And I want you guys to really understand, like, where I'm getting to, because everything is work based on technology. When we send text messages, when we FaceTime, when we do go on websites, everything is technology. Now, why am I saying this? Because at the end of the day, people don't think. If you're able to utilize technology to send and receive money, what else do you think technology will allow you to do? Technology allows anybody who knows technology to utilize it in any way that they want to utilize it. That's why you have hackers. Hackers are people who know how to utilize the data, the systems, all these servers, all this crypto, cyber, to penetrate and basically see what anybody else sees. A hacker can compromise and penetrate our cell phones, our computers, our laptops, our Ring cameras, system databases, company databases, and get any information, every information that they want, right? So it is all about understanding coding. People don't understand that coding is basically commanding something to do something. So when you code a website, you're commanding this website to do these different functions. You're coding this app or this game to do different things. And it's all commands. And people don't understand that at the end of the day, the system, the matrix, is all connected. So all this information is just in this one big bubble. All our information, every information that you could possibly think of. So if you can utilize an app like Cash App to load money onto this balance, send and receive money utilizing this application to people from, if you went, let's say you went in New York or somebody in California, you could send them $1,000 instantly like that. How is that possible? How was somebody able to take this digital number and send it to somebody else's app and it be on their balance? Because it's all digital. It's not like you taking physical cash and sending it to somebody and they getting physical cash. No, it's all digital. Everything that we see is a digital number. And it turns into physical cash once we cash it out to our bank, and then we go to the bank physically and get the money out of that account. But until then, everything is digital. How is it possible that there are so many different platforms for you to be able to send and receive money from Cash App, Venmo, Zelle, Coinbase, Apple Pay, Chime, bank accounts, wire transfers? How is this possible? What is the code? Because that is a code. This code is allowing these applications to send and receive funds, because it's commanded. When people code it, it's commanded to be able to do this and work off a network. So scammers and hackers say, okay, if you are able to send and receive money, you must be able to stop payments, reverse payments, reject payments, intercept payments, because everything is on a database. You can literally get into the database to see every transaction if you want to look at that, and throughout any application from Cash App, Venmo, Zelle, Cat, whatever. Wherever there's money being made, there's going to be some type of scam or fraud being committed. And people don't understand this. See, most people, they're on social media all day, scrolling up and down, seeing people flash hundreds of thousands of dollars and saying, oh, come get this method, come do this method, but not doing their research. Because there's, like I said, there's tech fraud and there's real time fraud, meaning that you're doing this activity in real time, meaning that you're going into a bank, you're going into a store, you're going into an ATM to commit these scams or fraud. Tech fraud is when you're at a computer or you got different tools, different hacker tools to commit their different methods to generate revenue. So you're not in the spotlight. You're not seen. Everything is done behind the scenes in tech fraud. And there's more money being made in tech fraud because of everything in the world is basically ran off technology. So if technology is allowing somebody to send money from a Cash App, from their phone to somebody else's phone, technology will allow people to intercept, reject, compromise payments, accounts. And that's what's going on in today's world with this tech fraud. People are starting to get more into the technical fraud because it's different. It's more diverse. It's dealing with phones. It's dealing with systems, databases. And it's also interesting at the same time because knowing that technology, the world works off technology, and technology can be used the same way to do different things, utilizing loopholes, scammers and fraudsters see that loophole, they see this opportunity, and they go for it. So when people the first tech method that really was presented was 5-6 years ago when people started doing a 100 to a 1K, 200 to 2,000, 300, that type of stuff. That was actually real because I was actually showing people on my channel, my old channel, places that was doing it on the dark web, but more guidelines came and they deleted the videos and all that type of stuff like that. But I was showing people sites on the dark web that were doing this for people, and I actually did an example of somebody of doing it. And people don't believe. See, people only believe what they see. And
Chevy trucks are as dependable as the Chevy people who drive them. They don't need permission to get going. They all have that little extra something. And maybe you got it too. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
I get that. But at some point in time, people got to understand that something has to stem from something. So many people's talking about this glitch, that load, this and that method, this Bible. There has to be a starting point. And this starting point has to be somewhere real. Now, it's easy for people out there to be like, oh, I can do this, oh, I can do that, flash a lot of money, and people go for it and get scammed by scammers, basically. People who are acting as if they know how to or can do these type of things. Now, that's a different ballgame. But there are people out there in this dark web who actually know how to do these things because they're in the tech world. They are able to utilize, and I showed you these different type of tools on my channels, Discord, Telegrams, all that. I just showed you all the different tools on different platforms. What's going on? And this, a lot of different, see, when people start to, when I show people these things, when they get their lessons and stuff, they see a whole new world and they get a whole new interest because they see what's going on and they see the process. And the process is very interesting, utilizing data, service, technology to generate revenue. Vice versa, cooking up checks and swiping cars and stuff like that. See pre-built CPNs and got to go into the car lot and the apartment to do. It's a whole different ball game. So this new method, this new tech fraud, is taking over the game because technology is surrounded and ran through everything from banks to you name it. And without technology, nothing is possible. So people are starting to learn technology, learn how to utilize it in certain ways to generate revenue. And I need people to start understanding that. Like how people be like, I'm finna go live anyway, so people understand it, but technology is real. Technology is the new wave. That's how certain crypto methods are able to be here, from meme coins, rug pull, you name it. Technology is the new wave for people in this dark world to make money. So it's all about being more safe, being more cautious, and being more aware also, because at the end of most of these methods and glitches and scams, there's a victim, and it might be a bank or it might be a consumer or a person. So like I tell you guys all the time, make sure you guys are getting your Northern Life Block to monitor all your financial and social media accounts to make sure no suspicious activity is going on, and to monitor the dark web to make sure that your personal information is on there. What's up, everybody? It's your boy King Hussle. Yes, this is the best money and credit channel on YouTube. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell. So whenever I drop new sauce, new lessons, new methods, and giveaways, you'll be the first one to be notified. You'll be the first one to know what's going on. And you might be the first one to win something for free. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell on all YouTube channels. Also, make sure you follow me on my Twitch, King Hussle Live. I do all my freebies and giveaways from those YouTube channels and the Twitch. So make sure you subscribe and hit the notification bell so you won't miss out on nothing. Also, make sure you follow me on all my social media platforms. All you gotta do is click the title on every video. Once you click the title on every video, at the bottom in the description, all my social media links will pop up. All right. Got a lot of fake King Hussle pages out there, so please get a FaceTime verification call or video to make sure you see this face. Make sure you are doing legit business and you are getting what you paid for. All right. And before we get anything started, this is all educational purposes only, not telling anybody to do anything. So let's get this thing started. Hey, let's get this thing started. Hey, what do my real King Hussle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, my real Hustle Nation Empire family members? And we are back at it again with the gems, back at it again with the sauce, back at it again with the information that's going to turn you into a boss. So you tired of being a zero? You ready to be a family hero? Listen up, take a seat, get your notepad and get your pen, because you already know when I drop these videos and y'all get them notifications, it's going to be some information that's going to help you win, keep you informed, and keep you entertained.
Why is everyone using Ninja Transfers?
Ninja Transfers is definitely killing us.
So with that being said, you know how we get down over here on these videos. We talk about all the new bank methods, the new bank scams, the new scams and methods, the dark web. A lot of things that's going on in today's world that's helping a lot of people get a lot of lump sums, a lot of money quick and fast and easy, and it pertains to the dark world. Now, scams and fraud. Everybody has been asking me talk about this bank scam, that bank scam, this load, that load, this method, that method, this Bible, that Bible, a lot of different things. And the dark world pertains of a lot of different methods, a lot of different scams. It's a tech world. It's a real-time world. It's just a lot going on. Now, a lot of people are starting to target banks when it comes to these methods because people are starting to understand, well, basically after COVID-19, due to the PPP loans, people now see and understand that banks will give you a lump sum of money, utilizing business credit and personal credit. Now, the thing with that is, a lot of people don't understand and pay attention to what's really going on out here in the world. People only utilize their brain for what they want to utilize it for. So it's a lot of new bank methods, scams out here. It was not new, but they've been around. But a lot of people are starting to pay attention to. It's a lot of bank scams out here that people are getting approved for loans, credit cards, and lines of credit, utilizing fraudulent information and fraudulent businesses. Now, how is that possible? How are people getting approved for loans, credit cards, and lines of credit with fraudulent businesses and fraudulent documentations? Now, at the end of the day, when we go apply for loans, credit cards, and lines of credit, it's all about having the correct information and correct knowledge, because every bank, every lender, every group does not offer the same loans or the same loan programs or have the same requirements. Now, people don't do their own research. People hear something and they just go what they hear, or go off what they hear. So it's a lot of people out there since COVID-19 started everything. So when COVID-19 came, they had these PPP loans, payroll protection program loans, to help people pay their payroll while the world was shut down. No businesses was open, nothing was open. Everybody had to stay in the house. So people was losing money and businesses were shutting down. And they provided these loans to help people pay their employees and keep everything afloat, right? And you have to do the forgiveness part so you won't have to pay it back. A lot of people got fraudulent business PPP loans or fraudulent businesses, meaning that they created documentations, fake LLCs, fake EIN numbers, or they utilize real EIN numbers, because you can find all this. This is public document information, and created fake businesses utilizing fake documentations. Now, at the end of the day, there are loans where you can get utilizing documentations, utilizing your credit score, utilizing both your credit score and documentations, or not utilizing no documentations at all or credit score. And people don't know that. People only go off what they hear. So knowledge is power, because when people gain this type of knowledge, they find loopholes and they start to utilize it. So people, ever since COVID-19, everybody want to start a business. Everybody want to get into a credit world. And it's a lot of people who want to utilize business credit the right way, and it's a lot of people who want to utilize business credit the wrong way because of the information that they have received. Now, when it comes to business credit, a lot of people who are in the credit world, who are looking to start a new small startup business and start getting funding, they ask me all the time, how can I start getting loans? How can I do this? How can I do that? And it's a lot of people who are in the credit world, who's looking to credit crash and just run up the credit and the funding on the credit side and then do it all over again, because they're utilizing the loopholes in the credit world. So today we're going to be talking about a little method in this business world called round tripping. And this scam is a fraudulent financial practice where a company sells its unused assets or service to another company while simultaneously agreeing to buy it back at the same time and same price. So this is what's going on. Let's say I got 5 friends, or 4 other friends, it's 5 of us. And all of us open up 5 businesses. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 businesses. We all got 25 businesses between all of us, right? And let's say this one business gets approved for all of our businesses are structured the right way. So we do everything the right way. We get business number, business email, register with the public records through the Better Business Bureau, business phone number, all that, Dun & Bradstreet, all that good stuff like that. Net 30s, trade lines, and all that stuff right there, right? And then one person has, let's say, $25,000. So they put this $25,000 in the bank. And then they send that $25,000 to every single bank account, the other 24 bank accounts that y'all got between y'all, right? So all 24 bank accounts is receiving $25,000, and all bank accounts is sending out $25,000. So now it looks like all 25 of these businesses is generating at least $25,000 a month in revenue. So on paper, it's basically manipulating or artificially inflating the revenue and trading volumes, creating an illusion that the growth without generating actual profit or an economic substance. So basically, it's basically showing on paper that these businesses are generating $25,000 a month, which will allow each business to start getting funded. So let's do the math on that. $25,000 times 10 is $250,000. $25,000 times 20 is $500,000, and then $25,000 times 5 is $100,000. So that's roughly $600,000 right there. So then they get that $600,000 and they start sending that $600,000 throughout all their bank accounts again. So now that $600,000 will probably turn to $1.2 million for all of these businesses, or $1 million for all these businesses, because it's showing on paper that they're generating $600,000 a month in revenue throughout these businesses. Now, people don't understand how easy it is for fraudsters or scammers to be able to get a business loan. It's as easy as people are utilizing fake documentations. Documentations are what separates people from getting approved and not getting approved, and what's on that documentation also. So people don't understand that there are banks out here, there are lenders, there are groups, there are places out here that go based off your documentations and what's on that documentations. And we all know there's places on the dark, on not even the dark web, the clear net, where you can generate your own pay stubs, generate your own W-2s, generate your own invoices, generate any documentation that you need, and utilize that documentation to get approved for loans, credit cards, and lines of credit. And people are utilizing this information and creating fake businesses and getting approved for loans, credit cards, and lines of credit. So this small method can generate millions of dollars. And anybody, and there's a lot of people who are doing it. I know a lot of people right now who are generating this method and generating a lot of money. And at the end of the day, the victim is not really it's not illegal, but it's frowned upon. And a lot of banks don't like this method, but it's not illegal. So it's just all about understanding business, understanding credit, understanding the rules, and learning loopholes. Because once people do learn these type of things, this is what happens. They start generating funds like this. That's why I'm in the credit world, in the business world, because I understand how to generate loans, credit cards, lines of credit, documentations, what numbers are needed to get approved for certain loans and certain amounts. Because at the end of the day, credit generates money. Why not learn credit? It can generate you money on the personal and the business side. And once people learn that, they utilize it in fraudulent ways. Not me, but other people. And that's where the PPP loan fraud came in. There's also many different type of fraudulent activities going on when it comes to fake businesses and creating businesses and things like that. So it's creating a fake business is not hard. It's just about documentations. You can create documentations, email those documentations, and go from there. See, people do their research. They might go and find an EIN number from a business that has been not utilized and match it. And it's a lot that goes in. Not even a lot. It's just understanding what you're doing and where you're going to utilize. So it's all about being more safe, being more cautious, and being more aware out there, because these things are happening, and it's a crazy world that we all are living in. And some people will try to persuade you into opening up businesses for them and doing these type of things. So it's just all about being more safe, being more cautious, and being more aware of what's going on, because there are people here that are recruiting people to do these type of methods for them, and these open up business accounts and businesses. So if you have this information and know what's going on, and somebody tries to sell you a dream about invoices, financing, and accounts payable and things like this, that's what they're trying to get you to do. And it already, certain words will trigger certain things in your head that remember about what I said about this and keep you safe. All right, so stay more safe, stay more cautious, and be more aware of what's going on out there in this real crazy world that we all are living in, because it's a lot of scams, a lot of fraud is going on in this dark world that we all living in. And if you don't know, you become a victim, and you don't want to do that. So, all right, so shout out to all my Real King Hussle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, because without y'all, there be no me. Y'all motivate me keep going, y'all motivate me keep dropping the sauce, and y'all motivate me keep y'all entertained. So shout out to all of y'all. Anybody out there is tired of being broke because it ain't no joke, let's get to work. FaceTime one-on-one limited gyms are $1,000. But for limited time only, I'm doing them for $600. Yes, $600 Cash App or Bitcoin payment. Once the $600 is on your Cash App or Bitcoin balance, send me a screenshot, let me know your payment ready, and we will go from there, all right? No screenshots, no replies, no 21 questions, and please do not yo me, all right? Also, make sure y'all book y'all seat on the webinars, $250. Ask me to get help with anything that y'all want to get help with in the classroom setting. Make sure y'all book y'all seat on the crypto tour, in-person limited gyms, $3,500. Make sure y'all book your seat on the month-long mentorship, $1,000, but for limited time only, I'm doing it for $750, and you get a free 1K glow, so don't miss out on that opportunity. Make sure y'all checking out my vendor platforms on Telegram and the Potato Lab Millionaire Network and World and on Discord, Millionaire with Network. Make sure y'all still look for people for the production company. Make sure y'all subscribe and hit the notification bell on my YouTube channels, my Twitch, IGs, TikTok, Snapchats, and Discord. Make sure y'all checking out the crypto world because it's changing people's lives. And make sure y'all get in where y'all fit in with these levels. All right, 120 up, Cash App, Bitcoin payment, Apple Pay payment. What's on your
A new season calls for fresh tools. At Harbor Freight, there are always new tools to discover. Quality you trust.
What's up, everybody? It's your boy King Hussle. Yes, this is the best money and credit channel on YouTube, but my new credit channel is King Hussle Credit. So make sure you guys subscribe over there. But what's up, everybody? It's your boy King Hussle, the best money and credit channel on YouTube. So make sure you subscribe and hit the notification bell. So whenever I drop new sauce, some lessons, new methods, and giveaways, you'll be the first one to be notified. You'll be the first one to know what's going on, and hey, you might be the first one to win something for free. So make sure you subscribe and hit the notification bell on all the YouTube channels. Also, make sure you follow me on my Twitch, King Hussle Live. I do all my freebies and giveaways from those YouTube channels and the Twitch. So make sure you subscribe and hit the notification bell so you won't miss out on nothing. Also, make sure you follow me on all my social media platforms. All you gotta do is put the title on every video. Once you put the title on every video, at the bottom in the description, all my social media links will pop up. All right, got a lot of fake King Hussle pages out there, so please get a FaceTime verification call or video to make sure you see this face and make sure you are doing legit business and you are getting what you paid for, right? And before we get anything started, this is all educational purposes only, not telling anybody to do anything. So let's get this thing started. Let's get this thing started. What do my real King Hussle fans, supporters, subscribers out there? My real Hustle Nation Empire family members, and we are back at it again with the gyms, back at it again with the sauce, back at it again with the information that's going to turn you into a boss. So you're tired of being a zero, you ready to be a family hero. Listen up, take a seat, get your notepad and get your pen, because you already know when I drop these videos, y'all get them notifications. There's going to be some information that's going to help you win, keep you informed, and keep you entertained. So with that being said, we got another King Hussle crazy reaction video today. Not a crazy reaction video. I am tripping. I got so many YouTube video channels. Today, we're going to be talking about the new bank scams, the new bank methods that's going on in today's world. We got a lot now. A lot of people be asking me, what's the new wave? What's the new scam? What's the hottest thing making people money? And a lot of people ask me these things for a lot of different reasons. A lot of people are just want to hear me talk about money. A lot of people are interested. A lot of people got their own reasons. And I'm going to just leave it right there, right? So when it comes to scams, fraud, methods, there's different worlds. So you got the tech world of fraud and scams, and you got the real world of scams and fraud. And what I mean about the real world, I mean real time, meaning that check scams, credit card fraud, common things like that, right? And then you got the tech world of scams and fraud, where you got technology-based methods as far as Apple Pay, any money transfer application load ups. You got glitches from any money transfer platform or network. You got account takeovers. You got a lot of things that has to deal with the technology, And a lot of people don't understand that technology rules the world. Technology is everything. Without technology, we wouldn't be able to do the things that we do, from FaceTime each other to text message each other to do a lot of different things. Everything is ran on technology, Wi-Fi, cell phones, iPads, any type of gadget, street lights, cars, you name it. And people aren't really paying attention to what's going on in the world. And by people not really paying attention to what's going on in the world, they're not understanding what's really happening. See, a lot of people are either fed wrong information, which makes them believe wrong things. And a lot of people just was never taught anything. I don't expect everybody to know about technology. I don't expect everybody to know about the dark web. I don't expect everybody to know about cybersecurity. But I do expect everybody to have some type of knowledge of knowing that technology exists. They got technology out here where you can literally record yourself like this, and technology will transform you to look like somebody else, with something completely else different on. Technology will be able to put your voice on somebody else. Technology is allowing us to send cash apps to cash apps, Venmos to Venmos, chimes to chimes, PayPal to PayPal, Apple Pay to Apple Pay. Technology is allowing us to send wires to bank account to a bank account, Zelles. This is what technology is doing. Technology is allowing us to be able to send and receive money with just having bank account numbers and route numbers. Technology is allowing us to be able to create our own templates on our debit cards. This is what technology is doing. Technology is allowing us to be able to watch a camera from our phone, Ring cameras. This is what technology is doing, right? And since technology is able to do all of these things, there are people who are finding loopholes in all of these things. Because I want to really like get y'all to understand what's really going on. Because at the end of the day, y'all got to understand, there are kids that are on the computer all day, every day that has no friends. Their friends are through the internet, through technology. Like, y'all know people be playing the game together, meet online, and then finally meet each other, and then like they don't be expecting who that person is on the other end. Like, it'd be weird but technology brings them together. Technology allows you to type in numbers that are connected to a debit card, link it to a wallet or a gaming system, and use that card to buy VC, Roblox, all these different things, clothes, anything that you want. That's what technology is doing. So at some point in time, some people in this world sit back and think like, technology is a MF, is a mother. What all can technology do? Because if technology is allowing somebody to utilize their phone to look at a Ring camera, and we all know, excuse me, any system, database, server can be compromised, can be hacked at the same time. What's really going on? See, technology, we all got iPhones and cameras on our phone. Y'all do know the government can easily look into all of our, like, when they can look at us at any time that they want on our laptops and our phone. How? Through technology. And I'm saying this because in the fraud and scam world, the dark world, technology is number one. Not check fraud, not credit card fraud. Technology fraud and scams are number one because it's a whole different ball game. Technology allows people who understand it to be able to say, okay, everything is technology at the end of the day. And everything that's technology can be compromised and can be taken over via malware. That's how, example, ATM jackpotting. Technology, being able to create this malicious malware and put it on this technology-based system, which is a mini computer that commands money to be dispersed, You can put this malware on this computer and command it to just disperse all the money up out of it. That's what technology does. Technology allows people to intercept databases, get into certain database platforms, see different blockchains, see every transaction that's going on this platform, from a Chime, an Apple Pay, a Venmo, redirect payments, send payments, receive payments. They can command these servers to do whatever that they wanted to do. And that's how a lot of these methods come, via Cash App glitches, account load ups, aged account loads, Chime, Apple Pay, all these different places, because it can send and receive funds. By that application making it and allowing it to be able to send and receive funds and hold funds, there is a loophole that allows the hackers, the scammers, and the fraudsters to be able to create certain scripts to be able to also do the same thing. Receive funds, intercept funds, surf databases, look at different wallets, different cryptocurrencies, different Apple Pays, Chimes, Zelles, Venmos. This information is all stored in databases. So that goes back to what I was saying in the beginning of the video. How is it possible that somebody can be on one side of the world in the US and send, how can somebody be in New York and send a cash out to somebody in California instantly? Thousands of dollars. How is that possible? Technology, right? So what is it going through? Like, how is it being sent? Technology. Everything is coded, everything is encrypted. Like, there are commands that say, okay, receive payments, receive money from these codes. Like, they literally set up Cash App and they code Cash App to be able to send and receive different codes, which translates to cash payments. That's all it is. So you can do that on these different platforms. What do you think scammers and hackers are doing? Creating different scripts, different coding scripts, different apps, different things to be able to intercept, to be able to hack, compromise, get into different wallets, get into different databases, recover old Bitcoin wallets, do all of these things and make a lot of money. So, like I tell you guys all the time, it's deeper than what a lot of people think. Like, everybody, people, like I said, people don't know. It's a lot of people that's fed the wrong information, and they think what they know is the right information. When somebody try to tell them the actual correct information, they don't believe it. Like, everybody don't believe technology. A lot of people don't believe in these when the Cash App glitch or these count load ups or none of this stuff is real. But they believe in Cash App. They believe in text messages. They believe in Wi-Fi. They believe in everything else that deals with the same thing. A lot of people are making a lot of money right now. Kids, especially, because these kids are now being brought up on what? Technology. Playing the game. Buying accounts. I'm starting to see kids starting to like get creative and like kids, like, listen, kids be wanting to load up their accounts on VC, 2K, GTA, different servers, whatever, and they figure out how to get some money. And by the dark web and dark world being so vague now, it's kids on there. It's kids figuring out how to do certain things and watching videos and doing certain stuff and talking to adults on these gaming platforms through the headsets. And it's getting crazy out here. So a lot of people, it's a lot of people that's multimillionaires in this tech world. And since the beginning of time, since I've been doing YouTube, I have told you guys the exact Same thing. I am not a scammer. I am not a fraudster. I am in the technical world. I am good with system, databases, servers, networks. Ethical hacking. That's my life. I am in this world, so I know about these type of things. I know people who are in those type of worlds. I've been around it. So it's just all about being more safe, being more cautious, and being more aware, because a lot of times there is a victim at the end of these scams and these methods. Either it's a person or a bank. So like I tell you guys all the time, make sure you guys are getting your Northern Lifeline to monitor all your personal, financial, and social media accounts to make sure no suspicious activity is going on, and monitor the dark web to make sure that your personal information is being sold on there. So make sure you guys are getting your Northern Lifeline. Make sure you guys are freezing.
Oops, it's your hormones. And there's a perimenopausal category 5 night sweat.
And giveaways, you'll be the first one to be notified. You'll be the first one to know what's going on, and hey, you might be the first one to win something for free. So make sure you subscribe. No, I'm just doing these loans right now. I will be on here in a little second. Also, make sure you follow me on my Twitch, King Hussle Live. I do all my freebies and giveaways from those YouTube channels and Twitch. So make sure you subscribe and hit the notification bell so you won't miss out on nothing. Also, make sure you follow me on all my social media platforms. All you gotta do is click the title on every video. Once you click the title on every video, at the bottom in the description, all my social media links will pop up. All right, we got a lot of fake King Hussle pages out there, so please get a FaceTime verification call or video to make sure you see this face. Make sure you are doing legit business and you are getting what you paid for. All right. And before we get anything started, this is all educational purposes only, not telling anybody to do anything. So let's get this thing started. Hey, let's get this thing started. Hey, what do my real King Hussle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, my real Hustle Nation Empire family members? We are back at it again with the gems, back at it again with the sauce, back at it again with the information that's going to turn you into a boss. So you're tired of being a zero? You ready to be your family hero? Listen up, take a seat, get your notepad and get your pen, because you already know when I drop these videos and y'all get them notifications, it's going to be some information that's going to help you win, keep you informed, but keep you entertained. And they are janky for that blower out there. But hey, we're going to push through it. All right, so with that being said, today we got another King Hussle Crazy reaction video. And in today's video, we got Brink's worker caught stealing $104,000 in ATM delivery load. I don't know why people think they're going to get away. Hold on, let me close this right here. Bruh, man, tripping. Hey, cuz. Hey, I'm trying to record, man. Tripping, cuz. All of them are. Chat with that, cuz. I need to go buy a lawnmower. Start cutting my own grass. Stop being cheap. You feel me? Just cut your own grass, bro. They should have left that. All right, so got another King Hussle Crazy reaction video. Make sure you guys go like, share, comment, subscribe over at ICU Body Cam for more body cam footage. I see they updated they tag in the video. That's kind of smooth, right? So make sure y'all go like, share, comment, subscribe. And with that being said, let's see what's going on. Where this guy thought he can get away with $104,000 ATM robbery. Janky.
How's it going, sir? So what's going on?
All right. We're both with Brinks. I'm with Brinks Security. And last Friday, the 21st, we had a messenger who went on route. Messengers are the ones that drive the armored vehicles.
Right.
Mm-hmm. He checked out his route, and one of the bags, like midstream, he didn't even finish his route. He only did 3, and then he came back, made an excuse that his kid was sick or something, so he had to come back. Well, we're missing a bag. So Liz was here kind of supporting the branch here and watched him go to a rest stop. Well, we don't service rest stop. The truck stop.
The one up on the interstate?
Yeah. You know if they have cameras up there?
I don't. They might. I'll have to check.
Every establishment has cameras
in our truck. So I can see him. He takes his backpack out and he takes a Brinks coal bag. The coal bag is the black bag that.
So they got cameras in the truck. Did he know that it was cameras in the truck? Like, because ain't no way you gonna have cameras in the truck and you know there's cameras in the truck and you just gonna be willy-nilly and stealing some money. Like, Did he know them cameras in the truck? Would you, if you knew it was some cameras in the truck, would you steal some money? Probably not.
Where they put their money and stuff in, and they go in and out of a business. Well, he takes his bag and he goes probably to the restroom. So I'm gonna pull the hard drive from the truck and see actually where he goes. But then we get him coming back. We have internal cameras also that we can see live. And he brings his coal bag back and he takes his backpack out. And then he starts stuffing stuff on top of the bag, trying to conceal it. Like he opens up his backpack.
He stuff stuff on top of the
inside of his backpack.
Okay.
So he gets you see him get his jacket and he opens up his backpack and stuffs his jacket on the top of it. So that's where we believe
they took the money out of the delivery bag,
yeah,
put it into his backpack most likely.
Yeah, because he left. So he left with 5 ATM bags. I counted them
Right.
before he left. He did no ATMs. He stopped at the rest stop. You see him get off with the bag. He comes back on, takes his backpack out, shoves his stuff on top. And
So he
when
stops at the rest stop. He takes a money bag and his backpack out of the truck.
Yeah. And then comes back and takes his backpack out of the money bag, puts his jacket on top of it, zips it shut, goes back to the branch. Nobody searches him. He leaves with his backpack. I counted on camera. Only 4 ATMs came back. He didn't do any ATMs. There should have been 5 ATMs.
we only had 13 rounds. 13 stops.
So place the rest stop.
Yeah.
Would that ever happen normally for a driver to go to a location that's not part of their route?
He could have gone to the bathroom, but not with the coal bag.
Yeah.
Right. You never take the bag. I'm assuming that's part of like protocol.
Yeah, because they have a route sequence that they have to adhere to. And when they deviate from that, they know, the branch knows that they went off the route.
Right.
So that wasn't even on the route. There's no stop at that truck stop or their rest stop.
Is it in between any two stops or?
It's on his drive back branch.
Yeah,
He was in Panama City Beach.
So I called him today and talked to him and said, hey, did you have any problem with the route? He goes, no. I said, hey, I understand that you quit. He goes, yeah, I quit, just not for me. So after he left that day, when did he throw his uniform?
So I guess between when he brought his route back and didn't finish it on Friday and when they showed up to open the ranch on Saturday, he threw his uniforms over the fence and texted the manager that he quit. And he hasn't been back since.
Yeah.
I'm going to bring the folks in so they can pull up their equipment and play the video of this dude potentially stealing $100,000.
He opens up his backpack.
So go back.
He stuffs stuff on top of the
inside of his backpack.
That's where he left off.
So he gets you see him get his jacket and he opens up his backpack and stuffs his jacket on the top of it. So that's where we believe
they took the money out of the delivery bag, put it into his backpack most likely.
Yeah, because he left. So he left with 5 ATM bags. I counted them
Right.
before he left. He did no ATMs. He stopped at the rest stop. You see him get off with the bag. He comes back on, takes his backpack out, shoves his stuff on top.
So he stops at the rest stop. He takes a money bag and his backpack out of the truck.
Yeah. And then comes back and takes his backpack out of the money bag, puts his jacket on top of it, zips it shut, goes back to the branch.
They seen everything.
Nobody searches him. He leaves with his backpack. I counted on camera. Only 4 ATMs came back. He didn't do any ATMs. There should have been 5 ATMs.
We only had 13 rounds. 13
stops.
So place the rest stop.
Yeah.
Would that ever happen normally for a driver to go to a location that's not part of their route?
He could have gone to the bathroom, but not with the coal bag.
Yeah.
Right. You never take the bag. I'm assuming that's part of
they got you, buddy.
Yeah, because they have a route sequence that they have to adhere to. And when they deviate from that, they know, the branch knows that they went off the route.
Right.
So that wasn't even on the route. There's no stop at that truck stop or their rest stop.
Is it in between any two stops or?
It's on his drive back branch.
Yeah,
because he was in Panama City Beach.
So I called him today and talked to him and said, hey, did you have any problem with the route? He goes, no. I said, hey, I understand that you quit. He goes, yeah, I quit, just not for me. So after he left that day, when did he throw his uniform?
So I guess between when he brought his route back and didn't finish it on Friday and when they showed up to open the ranch on Saturday, he threw his uniforms over the fence and texted the manager that he quit. And he hasn't been back since.
Yeah. I'm going to bring the Brinks folks in so they can pull up their equipment and play the video of this dude potentially stealing $100,000. Was he armed? I mean,
yeah.
I don't know about armed robbery, but because it's not like he threatened anyone to do it.
Yeah, it ain't armed robbery.
Not really a burglary either because he's driving his truck.
2013 for kidnapping. So I don't know if it was a domestic.
Yeah, it was kidnapping and child abuse.
It probably domestic then, almost certainly. It's surprising he was able to get his D and.
That's what we said. Every time.
So you telling me somebody got a kidnapping charge and domestic violence charge, which is violent, got his gun license, and got a job with Brinks, and look what happened. Look what happened. I ain't gonna lie. People like give people chances, bro, but in today's world, bro, it's hard to give people chances, bro, because it's like almost everybody up to no good nowadays. Like, I mean, not everybody, but most people who already did no good, and you can kind of tell what type of person somebody is. You kind of can, like, not being judgmental, but kind of predict, like, yeah, this person right here, mine ain't where it needs to be, and it's not gonna, like, people don't change overnight, and people only change when they want to change, and it's hard to change. So you can't, I don't expect nobody to ever just be like it's just like this, how drug addicts get clean and then they relapse. It's the same thing, bro. Once you like something or used to doing something, it's hard to just stop doing it. And people don't understand that. So,
Yeah.
Does this happen quite often? Or not really? Not that much money.
No, it sounds like he's kind of screwed on this one because everything's.
That's the part that they don't understand is they always think they're slicker than the last one, but Brinks is doing this for 170 years.
I was gonna say because I'm guessing from the sound of it, like everything's logged. Like how many money bags went out, how many came back. The only person who had access to the money was him.
Was you?
So if it's not where it's supposed to be,
And then he says,
he took it. And then then you have him on video doing something he's not supposed to do with the bag, taking it out at a rest stop, like doing weird stuff with his backpack, quitting, hanging up. Like the PC is going to be there to arrest him for sure.
And we can account for every bag that's put on the truck.
Surprised they'd run one dude have.
Yeah,
I thought there was always two on these things.
Budget cuts. See, he just stuffed in a bunch.
Would it be normal to ever put personal bags inside
No,
of
they're
those?
supposed to have clear bags. Everything's supposed to be clear.
They're not supposed to have a backpack at all.
No.
They got him.
Oh, you can see it in his body language. His adrenaline's up because he's
So
just
why
done
would
the
you even
thing.
think you get away with that?
He's an
He's been with us 2 months.
2
So he
months.
thinks he can just pull one quick one and then get out of there.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if he thought we had.
So
video or
this
not.
could be a fun one because if we get him at his house,
Oh, yeah, you do a search
on
warrant.
the house because we
Yeah.
got to find the money
Okay,
or other.
This is
evidence.
him coming back in.
So did
You gotta
he
find the
take
money.
an extra?
Yes. So the night vault who put all the stuff in his bucket put a piece that was not supposed to be on his route in his route. And instead of saying, hey, I'll put this bag in here, I don't go here.
Okay, so was it an administrative error or?
It was an administrative error that he then turned into a theft.
And it happens.
Yeah.
Oh, so he saw the opportunity.
So in his mind, he's probably thinking it's unaccounted for.
It is,
Like, she's-
Listen, this is a prime example of what I be telling y'all. Listen, the average American, the average person, if the opportunity presents itself, they gonna take it. And this is one of the situations that I be talking about. They made an administrative error putting this route on his schedule, and he seen that, so he said, "Oh, this is the opportunity for me to get that extra route money." But I don't know nothing about it. I try to tell y'all, average person will take the opportunity, but y'all don't be listening.
So what do you think? That it's not in the scanner because it would normally be in the scanner.
Right.
He said it's probably gonna be
So
the
that's
only
why
time I
he
get this
pulled up
opportunity.
fast.
I ain't
Yeah,
passing
makes
it.
sense.
Let me go ahead. and
Man,
bust
Brinks
this
is
little
going to
move.
track all that shit.
He's a dumbass. Hey, he's got a red Chevy Silverado. Yeah, if you would, if you can get a subtle eye without being super visible while I work this.
We have 4 other shortages involving him.
What's that?
I have 4 other shortages
other
involving
shortages.
him that we just found out.
Mhm.
So I got to put those cases together. They're felony. It's over $1,000.
That's no comparison to 100,000.
Yeah, I wanted to get the 104 back.
Can a train card for W29, please?
Deputy Irons, Henry County Sheriff's Office. Go ahead, step out for me. Nice what?
They found him.
Explain that in a minute.
Stopping that guy or what?
Bro, you should already know what I'm saying. Like, people do dumb stuff that they know they're going to get in trouble for it. Then
Car 258.
You got to play innocent to proven guilty. I feel you.
Have a seat.
He's got about $920 in just 20s in his wallet. So we're still out with the truck. I can't see anything in plain view for us to search it or anything like that, but we're just going to hang tight with the truck. So he's got all 20s in his wallet.
Okay.
So we're going to seize that money.
You got a job.
20 there would be
So count how many 20s there are.
3, 4. Has he said anything at all?
We haven't Mirandized him or asked him anything. The only thing he did say when we got him out of the truck, he said, "What is this about?" But we just said, "We'll get to you in a minute about it."
You know what this is about, bro.
How much money did he have?
$980,
Okay,
but it was 38 20s and $200 bills.
38 20s is consistent. The money was set for an ATM, and it was all 20s.
So 104K in 20s.
Mm-hmm. She said it was 10 bricks and 2 bands. And in the video, it's like big bags of money. They're clear blue, and you can see the bags and all the money in them. Mr. Miller, I'm Deputy Last with the Sheriff's Office. Since you're in handcuffs in the back of a car, I got to read you this before we can talk, okay?
I got you.
You have the right to remain silent. Do you understand that, sir?
I do. Yeah.
What branch of the military are you in?
Marine Corps.
Marine Corps?
Yeah, recover the money. You don't owe the money.
Where'd you serve at?
All over the place. I was in Okinawa, California,
Yeah, dumb.
Carolina. Anyway,
What'd you do? What was your MS?
military police can I handle it?
Okay. Yeah, I've done most of that stuff, to be honest. I've been stateside all my career. Never got any of the deployments, unfortunately. I missed it. Did you retire, or did you just...
I got hurt.
I was always trying to be cool with somebody.
So you got disability from the VA and stuff like that. Okay. So the reason that we're talking to you right now...
I already know. And Mike Wong called me, but I didn't take their money. So they lose shit all the time.
Okay. Well, here's the thing I understand. Brinks has been doing this for a really long time. They have a lot of systems in place, some of which were juked to make this happen. However, there is a detailed record of everything.
I work there. I understand it. I take their money. Like their bags disappear constantly.
You said, I know. I'm working.
Because I quit. They were bitter about it. So.
Okay. So
why would they be bitter?
Do you know the bag that they're talking about?
I have no idea because I didn't take a bag, so I don't need the details.
Yeah. Oh, you lying? Oh, okay.
Well, so you did a number of things that are abnormal, right?
Why?
Because everything they do, everything's on video, everything's tracked, right? So do you remember stopping at a rest stop on the way back from your route?
Yeah, I had to go to the bathroom.
You had to go to the bathroom. Okay. Why'd you end your route early that day?
Because my door wasn't working. Both doors were like stuck shut, so I couldn't get in and out.
Okay. So you're in the route early because of the door. You say you stop at the bathroom on the way. Do you normally take a money bag with you into the bathroom?
I had my black Brinks bag with me. Yeah, because the doors were all screwy. I didn't want to get locked out with everything, so I brought all the keys and everything with me in there.
Okay. Do you normally bring that backpack that you had in the money bag with you?
Yeah, I bring all my stuff with me.
Well, I mean, do you normally bring that bag to work?
Oh, yeah, I bring it around. Yeah, I keep my lunch and stuff.
Okay. Is it a
bag?
Yeah, is that in policy?
I don't know what the policy is.
Well, they said that my understanding is that if you have a personal bag, it's supposed to be either clear or like a mesh bag so you can see in it.
And I guess no one applies with it.
Okay, that may be so. I'm just asking, right? Do they normally search bags like that aren't clear or mesh bags?
Kind of. Sometimes it's not. They don't follow protocol there. They're very sloppy. There's money everywhere and everything.
You got caught.
Just accused another guy of stealing money not too long ago.
Okay. Well, understand, like I said, the way everything's tracked, it's very clear that you take all 5 bags out, the ATM bags, the blue ones, All right, you take 5 ATM bags, you load them on the truck. That's all on video.
Yeah, I brought them back. I brought all of them back when the door didn't work.
And on video, they have you checking back in 4 bags, not 5. Right, so that means that that bag disappeared while it was with you. You're the only person.
No way. I had everything scanned in. It's like, I guess let's take a lawyer because I didn't steal any bags.
So. You know, camera. So you must know about that camera in the car. That's what I think it is.
He knows the jig's up. Lean forward a little more. Get me there.
Crazy man. I'm a good.
No, you're good, man. You're good. I understand.
This is just a misunderstanding. It's crazy. Whatever. It all get worked out.
Well, since it's a misunderstanding, it's a fair question. Would you be interested in giving us consent to search your truck and your house to verify that there's money that's not supposed to be?
Algebra, accounting, statistics.
Once you get a taste for something different,
I'll try ice skating.
Different is all you'll live for. Try it. Try different. And get a hit of.
No, this is crazy. You don't need permission to search anything. I can steal shit unless you have things will be taken in.
Well, I mean, you say you didn't do it. I understand. So I'm just offering an opportunity to help us dispel if there is a misunderstanding. Help us dispel it.
Yeah, gotcha. No, I'm just saying. Okay.
Not a problem.
Hey, man, this will be going on. From the bank card that I use. So now, what's up, everybody? It's your boy King Hussle. Yes, it's the best money and credit channel on YouTube. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell. So whenever I drop new sauce, new lessons, new methods, and giveaways, you'll be the first one to be notified. You'll be the first one to know what's going on. And hey, you might be the first one to win something for free. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell so you won't miss out on nothing. Also, make sure you follow me on all my social media platforms. All you gotta do is put the title on every video. Once you put the title on every video, at the bottom in the description, all my social media links will pop up. All right, got a lot of fake King Hussle pages out there, so please get a FaceTime verification call or video to make sure you see this face. Make sure you are doing legit business and you are getting what you paid for. All right. And before we get anything started, this is all educational purposes only. Not telling anybody to do anything. So let's get this thing started. Hey, let's get this thing started. Hey, what to do, my real King Hussle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, my real Hussle Nation Empire family members. And we are back at it again with the gems, back at it again with the sauce, back at it again with the information that's going to turn you into a boss. So you're tired of being a zero? You ready to be a family hero? Listen up, take a seat, get your notepad and get your pen, because you already know. When I drop these videos, y'all get them notifications. There's going to be some information that's going to help you win, keep you informed, or keep you entertained. So you know how we've been getting down on this channel over here. We've been talking about the new bank scams, the new bank fraud methods, the new scam tactics that's been going on. They got regular people getting into this world and starting to become scammers and fraudsters. And believe it or not, people are actually making money getting into this world. People are changing their life getting into this world. And people are also changing their life going to jail getting into this world too. So a lot of people just think that this world is full of free money, easy money. It's just giving out money like a toy giveaway or something like that, a food drive or something. It's nothing like that. This world consists of people who utilize their brains in certain ways to come up with certain tactics, to perform certain methods to obtain money. And the average American can't even spell their name right. So I need people to really start understanding that the scam and fraud world is just not no place where it's just free money. People come up with these elaborate schemes and fraud methods over a span of time. But also remember, and also know this, and a lot of people don't understand this, and I say this all the time. Y'all like my pink Balenciaga hat? Let me turn this to the side. A lot of people don't understand this. Wherever there's money being made, there's going to be some type of scam or fraud being committed. And that's because there's money being generated. And if money is being generated some type of way, people are going to figure out how to obtain this money in ways where they don't have to give the money back. And it's just free money for them. So people find ways all throughout the day and create methods and make money. Scammers and fraudsters. Now, with these banks, there are a lot of loopholes, and a lot of people. First of all, people have to really start understanding why I keep turning. People really got to start understanding the difference between scams and fraud, because knowing this knowledge will help a lot of people stay safe and not become victims of these crimes. So a lot of people out there thinks everything is a scam, when in actuality, everything is not a scam. Hold on, yeah, my bad. Hold on. Stay acting up. Everything is not a scam. You got scams and you have fraud. Those are two different things in the same world. Just like you got
Your car deserves more performance with every drive. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gas.
people in the basketball world. You got power forwards, centers, point guards, small forwards. They all on the court, but they all do different things. So you wouldn't expect the center to do what the point guard does, because they all have different jobs, but they're in the same team. So that's how that works. Scammers, fraudsters, and hackers. Those are three different people in the same game. So scammers are people who social engineer, manipulate, or trick people, victims, into sending their own money. So there are people out here that are committing scams, coming up with elaborate schemes and telling people certain things to have them send their own money or do certain things to get the money. Then you have fraud, which is when somebody utilizes somebody's identities or somebody's information to get into their account or do something under their name to obtain funds. That's fraudulent activity. And then you got the hackers, who are basically the people who get the information to sell to the scammers and the hackers. So the personal information, the credit cards, the debit cards, the fake IDs, the social security cards, the birth certificates, fake checks, all these different things, database information from different places. This is what the scammer gets and presents on the dark web and sells for people to come by. So they're the information people. So it's a lot of people who don't pay attention, who don't follow instructions, because one, for the past 10, almost 15 years, we have been getting scam calls, scam likely calls from different people, scammers, Indian scammers, African scammers, text messages, you name it, from different scammers portraying to be different places to steal money. And at first, it started as an overseas scam. Now it's become a national scam. Now young kids, adults, regular people are learning this method. And the method is they are becoming basically spoof calling victims, portraying as they are a bank. They might portray they are a Coinbase or Cash App or a Chime or a PayPal or anywhere that presents that transfer that has a place for money, where people have accounts. And they act as if they are the fraud department. Now, the method has evolved. Every method has evolved. To, at first, people used to just go on the dark web and just get random fools, random profiles, and just send out random text messages to people about acting as if they're the bank fraud department. And we all probably got random text messages saying, hey, are you trying to withdraw such and such from this bank? And you like, I don't even have a bank account with this bank like that. That's clearly a scam. And that's how it first started. But as the world evolved, new people entered the world with new brains and new ideas and new point of views. New hackers have figured out that, okay, instead of just getting random fools, I don't know why I just turned like that. Instead of getting random fools, let's start focusing on detail. So they start getting different banks' databases. So they might get a Wells Fargo database, a Chase Bank database, a different people database. Basically, the database is people who bank with that bank getting their information, their fools and profiles. So now this person knows their number, their name, all this different information, their last transactions, all different type of stuff, right? So once they buy this information, they might buy 5, 10, 15, 20 different amounts at a time. Most people are cheap, so they probably buy 5, 10 at a time. So they get these database information. They download a spoof app. Now, just like how we would send out group text messages to the same text message to different people in a group chat, they're doing the same thing with the app. So they're inserting all their numbers and they're putting in that one text message and then sending it to all the phones. Now, by these people actually having a bank with whatever bank that they're portraying to be, the victim on the other end is going to be afraid. It's going to be alert. It's going to have a sense of urgency. Now, this is another thing that they're doing. They're starting to target older people, elderly people, because these people mind is not where the average young person or a person of the under 45, 50 is, right? So they know they're going to have a better chance of getting a response out of the older or elderly people, because first of all, this person is by themselves. This person doesn't know any better, and they're very vulnerable. In most cases that we see when I do these reaction videos or do these cases are elderly people. So they target these elderly people because they know the response rate is going to be higher. So they send out this group chat, and then people start texting back, no, because these people are under the impression that this is their bank that sent it in a text message. And once they send out they text back no, the scammer sends back a text message like, okay, our fraud department will be in contact with you shortly. Hold on, y'all. We'll be in contact with you shortly. So they call the victim in probably a minute and say, hey, and by them having the full credentials and the full details of that person's account, they're asking this person certain questions. Hey, did you withdraw $17 at this gas station? And I'm like, yes, I did. Did you do? Yes, I did. So now they're playing mind games with the victim, because now the victim is under the impression that this is really the bank, because how would anybody know this personal information like that besides the bank? And this information was from the bank card that I use. So now the sense of urgency and the realness is starting to kick in. So people, once they get that from the person, now they know they got the person under a string like this, like a little toy. And once they get to that point, now there's different methods when they get to that point. You see, it's always a different method when you get to a different step, because the different things that different people do. So you got some people who trick the people or the victims into just taking out their money and going to buy gold bars or certain things, and having people or going to pick up the money from the person saying, okay, we're going to have somebody from the government pick up the money to place your money into a safe place. A lot of times they have people will get gold bars and pick up the gold bars and say, hey, we're going to put this in a safe government place to keep your money. And elderly people, mine isn't all the way there, or older people, mine isn't all the way there, so they fall for it. And then you got the people that say, okay, we need to change your passwords, your login credentials, and things like that, because like I said, they got those text messages say, hey, are you trying to wire transfer $2,000-$3,000? Hey, are you trying to spend $500, $1,000 at Best Buy, Target, Walmart, different places? And they're like, no. So now this is the thing right here. By that person having a bank account with that bank, an actual bank account, that person has a debit card, and that person has gotten a text message from that bank that says, we will never text or call you asking for this information, every time. So by the victim's mind being in a whole sense of urgency and fright, they're not thinking about that. And this is where the scam comes in at. So they're acting as a bank. They say, okay, so we need to change your login information. So what is your current username? They give the scammer the username. They say, what do you want to change it to? They give the scammer the username they want to change to. But the scammer is actually logging into the victim's bank account. So then they get the password. So now they're in the account, but they get that one-time password. And by them acting as if they are the bank, by them logging in and getting that and sending the verification code to the victim, they're telling the victim, like, okay, we're going to send you a one-time verification code. Can you give us that code? And this person is believing that, because they really just got a code from the real bank. But this is the thing, when they get that code from the real bank, it's saying at the bottom of the text, we will never call you and ask you for this information or text you for this information, but they're not paying attention. So they give people the information, the code. Now, once that victim gives that scammer that code, that one-time password, the bank is no longer responsible for what goes on after that, because all these things are set up for security database, for security reasons. And on the other side, looking at it from the bank's point of view, it looks like this victim is the person who's logging into their account because they got the password right, they got the username right, and they got the one-time password right, and it got them into the account. So they don't know if this person is trying to pull one on the bank. So by this happening and it being in the bank's agreements and terms, the bank doesn't have to pay back that person that money. And a lot of times the bank doesn't pay back people their money, because we do a lot of these videos and we see the banks don't like paying back people the money until the news people get into the situation or get into the picture, because banks don't want to be portrayed as an institution where people go to hold their money and keep their money safe, but they're allowing things like this to happen. So a lot of times when we watch these videos, we always get the same spiel. The bank didn't want to refund the full amount or any of it. Then they contact the news to go contact the bank. The bank starts a situation where a teacher lost $20,000 from her Wells Fargo account from this scam right here, this super scam that's become very popular. So with that being said, let's check it out.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible.
Nina can't code.
Interesting. Can it generate reports?
It can now.
Nice.
So you're saying we can all build apps now?
Yeah.
I'm on lunch. I gotta make a call.
I'll be right
in my
back.
office. Just built an inventory tracker. Protein calculator. Book sharing app.
A workflow manager that
Tracks who still owes for the group lunch.
Trash duty schedule.
since no one seems to care. Just built a
I just created a goal tracking system.
We built the same thing, didn't we?
Yep. Can this thing manage contact? Is the SOC compliant?
I want to animate this graph.
Create a party planner.
Profesor de Español.
An inter-office dating app.
For dogs. For office dogs. You know what I mean?
The federal government is warning about imposter scams taking billions of dollars from people.
It's
Those
getting
scammers
popular.
pose as your banker, retailer, utility company, anyone you trust to get at your money.
Yeah, it just happened to an East Bay school teacher as the school year was winding down. A Wells Fargo imposter swindled her out of $20,000.
It's a huge loss, obviously, and worse, she says her bank, her real bank, didn't try to stop
Banks
it.
don't try to
Someone on
stop
your
it.
sides, Michael Finney is here with her story.
It's just heart-wrenching.
Yeah,
It's unbelievable. This teacher had just finished classes for the year when the imposter struck. In the middle of the scam, she actually drove to a Wells Fargo branch hoping to stop the thieves. Instead, she says the bankers told her they were too busy.
Too busy?
Complete and utter panic.
And Boris still feels the sting of the scam.
I had tears running down my face. I was literally shaking.
It happened as Anne's students were finishing final exams. Her cell phone rang. The caller ID said Wells Fargo Bank.
I'm calling from Wells Fargo. We're investigating, some fraud that is going on right now. Are you trying to wire $20,000 from your savings account? I
She's
said,
like,
I
no.
am not.
A man on the phone told her she'd better wire the $20,000 over to the bank's.
And this is becoming very, very popular. People are getting a hold of these profiles, these different databases for these different banks, and spoof calling people, acting like they're the bank. Because some of these apps can use a voice changer and sound like a lot of like different people. So it's getting real tricky out here. And these type of people are the ones that's falling for it.
Fraud department where it would be safe.
So I said, okay, let's walk me through this. And then when that was done, he said, you know, there's another wire fraud transfer coming in right now in the form of $5,000 from your savings.
So Ann followed instructions and wired $5,000 more.
You know, at this point, I see the money leave my account, and he said, "No,
That's kind of
it's
silly,
okay.
though.
It's in our fraud department."
Then the man said someone was trying to get another $3,500 through her Zelle account and believed him.
I just panicked that someone somewhere in the world had access to all of my money.
And drove to the nearest Wells Fargo branch with the man still on the phone and told a teller someone was attacking her accounts. Silently, the teller warned her the thief was actually the man on the phone.
And mouthed to me, it's Wells Fargo, and I started to panic.
Pleaded with bank employees to stop those wire transfers fast, but to her shock, no one would help.
And that's how the banks go. The banks don't be wanting to help people because the banks know what they got to go through. And the banks put it like this. The banks like, man, we warned y'all already. And y'all playing the victim. Like, why we got to be accountable for y'all not being adults and follow, like, paying attention, like, to what we warned y'all about and what's in our terms and agreement. That's how the banks see it. And I feel the banks.
Backed up with appointments.
And that's like people saying, I'm not finna pay attention. I'm finna do whatever I want to do. And then when they do something that they want to do and something happens, they play the victim when they could have just listened and none of this would have happened.
It's back to back. You need to go to another branch, but we can't help you here. I was dumbfounded. Like, how can you not help me?
You have a woman who's in the process of being defrauded with tears coming down her eyes, and you send her away?
And raced across town to another branch.
It took me a ton of time to get through the traffic and the road work that they're doing on Crow Canyon Road.
A banker at the other branch saw her in tears, responded quickly, and managed to stop the $5,000 wire transfer. But the $20,000, too late. It was gone. Wells Fargo denied Ann's claim for reimbursement and called her to say she authorized the transaction.
He was just like, no, sorry, Wells Fargo would never call you.
You authorize it. And that's how I see it. On the other, like I was just telling y'all before earlier in the video, on the other side looking at it, it looks like the victim is authorizing these payments. They don't know what's going on.
You just called me from Wells Fargo.
We asked Wells Fargo why bankers said they were too busy instead of trying to stop the fraud. The bank did not respond exactly, but said, we strive to do all that we can to support scam victims. We take these situations seriously and provide options, including our fraud team contact information.
You send her away. Yeah, that's what disappointed me the most.
People gotta do a better job of using
like fake
common
caller
sense.
ID. Remember, time for Curry from half court.
Repetition. Again and again and again.
I hit the three of the bus.
Welcome back. How can I help?
What are the average home values in the Cherrydale neighborhood?
As of March 2026, the average home value in Cherrydale is currently about $842,987.
Open the first listing and tell me how it compares to similar recently sold homes.
At $479 per square foot, this home is valued above the local average, likely driven by its new construction and location.
The caller ID you see on your phone is easily fake. Never trust it. Also, you've got to verify who's really calling you. Your bank will never ask you to wire money for any reason at all. If you hear that, it's an alarm bell. It's a scam. Hang up. Don't wire money. Because when you wire money, you can't get it back. It's already gone.
Can't get it back.
It's so they get you going.
And that's what's been going on out here. A lot of people have been coming up with elaborate schemes to have people wire money get gold bars, do these things, and these things are scam and it's not fraud. And the banks warn people about this, and they still do it and play the victim. And like I said, I'm not saying it's a tricky situation because yes, the banks do warn you, yes, all that, but then after you gotta understand, people be caught off guard with these type of things too. They mind not even the right place because it seems like it's the real bank, but then again, the banks warn us. So I don't know. So with that being said, it's just all about being more safe, being more cautious, and being more aware of what's going on in this real crazy world that we live in. These type of things got to be implanted in your head so you won't become a victim. So you get these text messages, you be like, nah, let me call the bank to make sure. I ain't even gonna respond. So make sure you guys are getting your Norton Lifeline to monitor all your personal and financial and social media accounts to make sure no suspicious activity is going on, and then to monitor the dark web to make sure what's going on. And hey, you might be the first one to win something for free. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell on all the YouTube channels. Also, make sure you follow me on my Twitch, King Hussle Live. I do all my freebies and giveaways from those YouTube channels and Twitch. So make sure you subscribe and hit the notification bell so you won't miss out on nothing. Also, make sure you follow me on all my social media platforms. All you gotta do is click the title on every video. Once you click the title on every video, at the bottom of the description, all my social media links will pop up. All right. Got a lot of fake King Hussle pages out there. So please get a FaceTime verification call or video to make sure you see this face. Make sure you're doing legit business and you are getting what you paid for, right? And before we get anything started, this is all educational purposes only, not telling anybody to do anything. So let's get this thing started. Let's get this thing started. What do my real King Hussle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, my real Hussle Nation Empire family members, and we are back at it again with the gems, back at it again with the sauce, back at it again with the information that's going to turn you into a boss. So you're tired of being a zero? You ready to be your family hero? Listen up, take a seat, get your notepad, and get your pen, because you already know when I drop these videos, y'all get them notifications. There's going to be some information that's going to help you win, keep you entertained, or keep you informed. So with that being said, we got another King Hussle Crazy reaction video today. And in today's video, we got Sheep thought her $10,000 CPN scam will go unnoticed until this happened. Make sure y'all go check out ICU Body Cam Cop Cam video channel on YouTube. Y'all already know that's my channel. So, you know what I mean? Go ahead and do a little razzle dazzle and subscribe one time for your boy. But make sure y'all go subscribe, hit the notification bell. And with that being said, let's get into this video where she thought she was going to get away with this little, CPN check scam, but it went south. Southwest.
Corinne.
Oh, was the mic on the whole time? yo, me gusta. I hope it was. It better been, because I see it moving. That's crazy. We gonna see. My fault, y'all. Dang.
Came into the branch to withdraw $10,000 from her business account.
How y'all know the?
When we looked at Corinne's history in her business account,
talk to the
she doesn't have doesn't have a history of having like large sums of cash or really any much of the activity.
Supposed to be my co-host, my guest.
So when we looked at the source of the transfer or the funds, it was an internal transfer. Looks like it was initiated online from Carol's account. Before we released the funds to Corinne, we called Carol to verify the validity of that transfer.
See, I be trying to tell y'all, they do their research, bro. They be checking to make sure, because people be coming in the bank looking like they just got off the bus from upstate county Penn State jail. And, a lot of people don't be looking real. Can you turn that light off in there? It's on the wall. Right there. To your right. Nah. Yeah. But you can turn it back on if you're gonna be out there. I don't want you in the dark.
Nah, I was just walking off.
Oh. But yeah, people be looking real shabby and don't be looking like they need to be cashing these checks or supposed to be cashing these checks. So it don't even matter. Everybody who walk in the bank is suspicious. They ain't trying to lose no money messing with y'all on these check scams.
Carol indicated that she had never done any money transfer. She didn't do anything online, and had mentioned that some weird things were happening with her account anyhow.
Okay.
And she said she was going to be stopping in. So the transfer was done through online banking. How they got access, I have no idea.
Okay.
But Corinne, the lady that was here to withdraw the money, had said she needed to withdraw $7,000 to meet at a police station.
$7,000.
So when we kind of delayed the
I wonder how they got
transaction,
the login
she
information.
went outside and I looked on the camera. She got into a burgundy, it was a burgundy Chevy, maybe Malibu. And then that car drove off. When you pulled up after I had called the police, because she kept running in and out, she got into that pickup truck and then they drove off.
She thought that this was obviously suspicious?
Right.
Okay. Now, how long has Corinne's business account been open for?
Since September.
See, I told y'all, people is not going for no more personal accounts no more. They getting all the business accounts because people be broke. And it's a waste of time trying to go into somebody's account who got $17. When they know they got this business account, they got $1,700 or $17,000. That's a big difference. You know, businesses make money. They get loans, credit cards, lines of credit from the bank. So they be having some money. So whatever elaborate scheme that they got going on right here with this here CPN, no, amigo.
Now, this money that was transferred from Carol's account to Corinne's account, that deposit occurred online. How many days ago? Today. And that was of $10,000?
$10,000.
And today, Ms. Corinne was trying to withdraw $7,000.
Yes.
And you said you spoke to Carol on the phone, and she said that she's been having some weird activity on her account that she doesn't know.
And she didn't initiate a transfer at all today online.
Okay. Is this some sort of like suspicious behavior that you guys have been dealing with recently, or indicative of some sort of criminal behavior in your experience?
Not necessarily with her, but we are like a little more prone to fraudulent situations.
Sure.
Or
There's a lot of bank fraud going
How
on.
did she request to withdraw
got a
money?
huge
Was it with a
mole
slip
on
or
her.
an ID or?
She had her ID,
Okay.
but when she first walked up, her first question
Is she
was,
Indian?
how much can I
No
withdraw?
disrespect.
Okay.
But they be having them huge moles on there.
Mm-hmm.
And she asked for, I think I told her, or no, I asked her, like, what do you mean by?
Bro, that mole is
She
huge.
asked me again. She's like, how much?
Y'all remember Austin Powers? When they were like, molly. But that's all I'm thinking about right now is her mole and that part on Austin Powers. He was like, molly. When bro came in there with that mole on his nose. Y'all remember that? I'm going to edit that in there. Probably not, but still. Y'all remember that? Molly. Damn.
Can I withdraw from my account?
That's all you can think about looking at
Okay,
her face.
9,000 is our limit, but I have to run it by a manager.
Don't compromise quality insurance for savings or your time for this ad. Hit that skip button, or don't, and watch me skip.
You in there? Yes.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
At Living Spaces, we lowered the Dean Queen Bed price to just $295, all while re-engineering the design and upgrading the support system. Find unrivaled values like the Dean, only at Living Spaces.
Living Spaces.
After that, she said, yeah, because I'm trying to buy a truck and someone's waiting on me at the police station. So she's already overcompensated.
Trying to sell the story a little
And then
bit.
I'm like, I've never asked you. So yeah, she said that. And then I think that's when I teamed Natasha, I think, to run it by her because she had to
I'm just being funny too. I'm not talking about her. She's a beautiful young lady.
buy managers over 5,000 anyways.
Okay.
But then while I'm waiting for Natasha to respond, I'm like, let me do some of my own digging.
But the mole is just right there, bruh. Damn, it's dead smack in the middle of her nose.
From. And immediately once I saw Carol's picture, I'm like, nah.
That's
This
crazy.
isn't your grandma. So she's not just gonna randomly give you that amount.
Sure.
So
did she say who Carol was to her? Was there a relationship?
I got them all on my face, but hers is like dead smack on her. No, in the middle too.
Someone's waiting on me at the.
I ain't even talking about it.
She kept kind of repeating that.
Okay.
I'm just
so
saying.
first thing she says, how much can I get? That would obviously raise your suspicion a little bit, and then you looked into the account that the money was just deposited. Another red flag, and then from Carol, a third red flag.
Once I saw Carol's ID.
That's crazy.
And then during the time that she, when she presented her ID, the person on the face on the ID was actually her. That was Carol. I'm sorry, not Carol. Corinne.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
it
was
didn't
her.
match her.
Okay.
But there was no activity on her account at all. Like this looks like the first thing that she did, or she made it just for this purpose.
Okay.
Or something, because I didn't see anything
No
other
other
than
activity
the
than that.
10,000. And then she withdrew a penny. After the deposit went through, there was a penny withdrawn.
A penny.
Okay.
Maybe to make sure she can get it out, get the funds out. Did you see that?
How the fuck you withdraw a penny?
I think I have everything I need from you.
I ain't never heard nobody withdraw a penny, cuz I heard of $1.
Yeah, no problem.
I got a text message, and I'll find it here. This is the message I got that said it's from Landmark.
Okay.
So I did respond.
So is this the lady who's accounted?
You clicked on that.
I went to my computer.
Okay.
And put that in, and then it did let me get on to Landmark, but it seemed like it was not the usual process of getting onto Landmark. But I did get in. I got to a page that looked very unfamiliar.
Okay.
It listed my accounts, but it listed them in a very different way.
Okay. Like
That was a
different
fake
format.
landing page.
Pardon me?
Like a different format. It just
Right,
looked differently
right,
than what your normal
right.
would. Okay.
And because it looked that way, I didn't stay there long. I did go back on to see if
They tried to get Granny cash for the 17.
Okay.
and it was not.
It was not. Okay.
Right.
My neck and my back.
Hey there, are you Ms. Jackson? You're Attorney Borelli? Nice to meet you. And then you're Corinne, right? Okay. Do you have any idea? Anybody?
How'd she get our lawyer that
You
fast?
didn't bring any
What's going
idea?
on here? I thought she was bald head. Damn, she got a whole ponytail. That's
Is it
crazy.
out in, I don't know if you guys came together.
Her hair match her.
No, I left it at home.
You left it at home?
Looking at
Okay. You know this city, Ms. Corinne?
these
Okay. So here's what's gonna happen. I know your attorney probably talked to you a little bit, right?
I should get an attorney
You're
that
gonna
bad.
consider arrest for fraud against financial institution, okay? And that's what you're under arrest for today. Can you just do me a favor, verify your date of birth? 64? Okay.
64.
Your attorney earlier, my understanding is you're not gonna make any statement today? Okay, then I'm not gonna infringe on that. If that's your wishes, that's what I'm gonna leave it as. I'm gonna have you stand up here in a second. I'm gonna put handcuffs while I just escort you through the hallway area. I went through the building, I do until we get to the secure part. I know, but that's what we do for everyone. That's
How y'all mad because you got to get handcuffed because you going to jail? Why they do that, cuz?
You do me a favor, just turn around, okay?
She going to
Her
jail, cuz.
face was on the teller's photo ID. The cameras caught her walking into the credit union, and the truck is registered to her name. She didn't have a lot of room to play dumb. Drop your opinions in the comments.
I got my opinion. She going to jail. She is going to the clinker. But hey, that's what happens when y'all try to use these bogus CPNs, these pre-built CPNs, and
You, just you, building your app on Base 44.
what's up, everybody? It's your boy King Hussle. Yes, it's the best money in credit channel on YouTube. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell. So whenever I drop new sauce, new lessons, new methods, and giveaways, you'll be the first one to be notified. You'll be the first one to know what's going on. And hey, you might be the first one to win something for free. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell on all the YouTube channels. Also, make sure you follow me on my Twitch, King Hussle Live. I do all my freebies and giveaways from those YouTube channels and the Twitch. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell so you won't miss out on nothing. Also, make sure you follow me on all my social media platforms. All you gotta do is put the title on every video Once you put the title in every video, at the bottom in the description, all my social media links will pop up. All right. Got a lot of fake King Hustle pages out there. So please get a FaceTime verification call or video to make sure you see this face. Make sure you are doing legit business and you are getting what you pay for. Right. And before we get anything started, this is all educational purposes only, not telling anybody to do anything. So let's get this thing started. Hey, let's get this thing started. Hey, what to do, my real King Hustle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, my real Hustle Nation Empire family members, and we are back at it again with the gems, back at it again with the sauce, back at it again with the information that's going to turn you into a boss. So you tired of being a zero, you ready to be a family hero? Listen up, take a seat, get your notepad and get your pen, because you already know when I drop these videos, y'all get them notifications. There's going to be some information that's going to help you win, keep you informed, and keep you entertained. So today, you already know, we back at it again with the new methods, the new scams, the new fraud procedures that people got everybody in the world doing today is getting some money, making some money, and people are trying to figure out what is going on. How are people, so many people in the world, starting to make so much fast cash? What are they doing? And a lot of people are coming over to the scam and the fraud world, the dark world, bro. And there are a lot of new methods that's going on that's getting a lot of people revenue. And one of the most common scams right now, or scams right now, is the spoof calls, text messages, fake fraud departments, and people getting access to people's bank login information and bank accounts and transferring or doing whatever they want to do to the account, right? And the banks aren't doing nothing about it because they're not, they're banks don't cover scams. Banks cover fraudulent activities. And by people not being educated and knowing the difference between a scam or fraudulent activity, they think everything is a scam, everybody is a scammer, everything is just scam, and it's not. And I try to educate you guys on that so you guys can know the difference, so you guys can know like what's really going on out here. So you got 3 different people in the dark web world. You got scammers, fraudsters, and hackers. Scammers are people who social engineer, manipulate, or trick people, victims, into sending their own money. Then you got fraudsters. Those are people who basically steal information and utilize somebody else's information that they stole to receive funds. That's fraudulent information. So stealing somebody's identity, getting a credit card, a debit card, getting checks and cash and checks, getting a car, getting an apartment in somebody else's name. All those things are fraud. That's what bank covers. Then you got hackers. Hackers are people who get into databases, compromise things, hack, steal information and sell information. That's what they do. They're the ones who sell the information to the scammers, the fraudsters, and the people on the dark web. So those are 3 different people who do 3 different things, and people don't understand it. They think everybody is a scammer. Everything is a scam when it's not. So understanding that will understand a lot of different things. Now, since COVID-19, people have COVID-19 put light on a lot of different things: scams, fraud, the dark web, and credit, and banks. These things right here. Ever since COVID-19, scams and fraud have been up 600 to 800% because now people are seeing how easy it was for other people to get PPP loans with fraudulent businesses, and people are creating fraudulent businesses all the time from actual fake documents. I'm talking about not going through the Secretary of State, just making fake documents, fake certificates, all that, and getting away with it, and fake LLCs and getting away with it. And a lot of those people got millions of dollars in funding, and those same people are now in jail for different fraudulent reasons. But that put light on credit, loans, credit cards, lines of credit, different ways to get revenue, get money. And now people seeing how you can utilize CPNs and stolen identities to get funds in other people's names. And because we all know when you get loans, you got to pay it back. When you get credit cards, you got to pay it monthly. When you get these things, you got to pay it back. So the mind frame is, how can we get those exact same things without not having to pay it back? So that's where the CPNs and pre-built CPNs come in at, because now they need to find identities and different credit profiles to get these loans, credit cards, and lines of credit in without it coming back to them. Because if it doesn't come back to them, but they got the funds, it's basically free money to them. So now they say, okay, how do we get this loan? How do we open up this business? How do we do this? How do we do that? Utilizing credit in businesses and banks or personal credit. Now they say, okay, we can create this profile utilizing this number that hasn't been issued to anybody, but it's going to take longer to mature this credit profile. So we need to get this money now. So then that's why people use stolen identities, quote unquote, pre-built CPNs, or some people even call those CPNs, not knowing the difference. Because at the end of the day, there is no way for you to buy a credit profile that's already established.
Everybody's potential looks different. See yours with Acorns. Designed for you to easily invest every day. Start with just your spare change or set recurring investments and see where it could take your future's potential. Ready to see yours? Start investing with the Acorns app.
There is a lot about the job isn't actually that fun that I have now automated away almost entirely. One of them is Sentry. This is kind of a different type of automation where it's going to go through on whatever schedule, whatever cadence, and it picks off one of the top Sentry issues. So what this type of automation does is it allows us to focus on what is going to make the Codex app great to use and useful and joyful, and all of the things that like bugs and things that fall through the cracks that like aren't quite as fun to figure out, at least for me. That stuff can happen kind of behind the scenes.
Without nobody knowing you, without your information, without any of that. So that should be a red flag already that this is stolen information. And then people get fake IDs to match the stolen information. And then they act like they don't know it's stolen information. Because when you get a CPN, it's going to be that person's information who has it. It's going to be the same information. It's not stolen identity. It's not nobody. No, everything's going to be the same, but the number and the address. That's it. Everything else is going to be the same. So it's a difference. And that's why people think CPNs are people who use deceased people, homeless people, children. No, those are pre-built CPNs. Those are already established credit profiles that are matured. That's why they use stolen identities and credit profiles to be able to get things faster. Cars, apartments, open up accounts. Because now, like I said, wherever there's money being made, there's going to be some type of scam or fraud being committed. And since these banks and the government and these businesses making it easier for people to do certain things, they're also making it easier for the scammers and the fraudsters and the hackers. 10, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, you couldn't open up a bank account online. You couldn't apply for a loan, credit card, line of credit online. Fast forward in today's world, you can do everything from your phone. Apply for a bank account, a loan, a credit card, a line of credit, a mortgage, sign documents, everything from the phone. You don't even got to physically go into these places anymore. Everything can be from a phone. And by them making the evolution of the world in these generations, they're now making it easier for people to get the documentations that they need to be able to send over to get approved for these things. They're making it easy for people nowadays. Because it's not illegal. They got systems on the clear net where you can generate bank statements, generate pay stubs, generate W-2s, make your own for legit reasons. And like I said, wherever there's money being made, there's going to be some type of scam or fraud being committed. They're making it easier for the scammers and the fraudsters because the same thing that regular people are doing to get approved for these loans, credit cards, and lines of credit and create documents for legitimate things, the scammers and fraudsters are utilizing the same thing to do illegal things. And that's just the truth. And people don't want to face the truth. They can't handle the truth. And this is the real world. Like I said, this is all educational purposes only. Not telling anybody to go out and try to do any of these things, but at the end of the day, this is the real world that we all are in, and these things are happening on a daily basis. Right now, somebody's committing some type of fraud with a bank, some type of scam on the dark web, trying to buy something, trying to cash some type of fake check, cloning some type of card. All these things are happening right now as we speak. Somebody's getting a job right now. Somebody's buying a car right now. Somebody's doing people are doing everything that you can imagine right now. And that's just how the world works. So people are starting to figure out ways how to do these methods. So with the spoof calling and text messages and acting as if they are somebody from the fraudulent bank defrauding these, spoof bots. Now, spoof bots are not illegal. It's just illegal when you utilize them in a certain way. There are many spoof bots out here. For instance, my phone robot. That's on the ClearNet. Anybody can go on my phone robot on the ClearNet, create an account, and spoof call their friends, spoof call their parents, spoof call anybody. But scammers and fraudsters are figuring this out, and they're utilizing them in illegal ways. Calling people, utilizing the bank's fraud department numbers, calling people and sending out text messages as if they are the fraud department, and stealing, or not even stealing, because the victim is basically voluntarily giving that person the information that they're asking for. And this happens because the scammers or the fraudsters go on the dark web. And there's so many different places on the dark web, forums, sites, you name it. And they find the place where they can get banks databases. They buy whatever bank database that they want. So it might be a Chase Bank, a Wells Fargo, a Bank of America, a Navy Federal, or whatever bank. They buy a database. It might be 50 people, 100 people, 20 people, 10 people. Just how much different amounts. So they go buy this database, and now they got all these people who got a bank account with this bank's full. So all the information, so they know certain information. So they say, okay, we're gonna get this bank's fraud department number. We're gonna put it in this spoofer, and we're gonna put the number of the victim we're gonna call them out, and it's gonna pop up as a bank. We're gonna send a text message. Hey, are you trying to did you spend $500 or trying to spend $500 at Walmart, Best Buy, whatever? Are you trying to wire transfer $2,000, $1,000, whatever? By them actually having a bank account with this bank is going to get them paranoid. They're going to think it's actually their bank. So they're going to have a better chance of people responding. Vice versa, they're just going to buy random profiles and sending out random text messages and only getting an X amount of text messages back, because everybody don't got a Chase Bank, everybody don't got a Wells Fargo, everybody don't got the exact same bank. But when you get the bank's database, you know they have a bank account with this bank. So it makes it easier for the scammer or the fraudster to be able to get a reaction from more people. So once they get a reaction, they play the script, they send out the text message, they respond no. They say, okay, somebody will be in contact with you shortly from the fraud department. Probably a minute later, they call, utilizing the same spoofer, acting as if they are somebody from the fraud department, and they give them the script as if they're going to help them change their login, making mobile login information. So they say, hey, whatever script that they want to give them, they say, well, what is your current login information? They give it to them, then they ask them, what are you trying to change to? But at the same time, that scammer is actually logging into that person's bank account. And then when they do log into that bank account, they get that one-time password. And the bank sends it to the actual victims, but they think they are talking to the bank. So the bank, that person is going to ask the victim for that one-time password to verify it. They're going to give them that code. So once they give them that code, all fair and games is all for the bank giving that person back the money. Because on the other side looking in, it looks as if that person is logging into their bank account, because that one-time password was sent out and received, and it was correct. And it's going to show that in the system. So now the bank is looking at it as, hey, for the outside looking in, it looks like you logged in, you had the right one-time password, and it looked like you the one who sent the money out. We don't know what's going on. You verified everything, you had everything correct, even the on-time password, and that password goes to either your private number or your private email. So only you can privately get it and put it in. So that's how they're looking at it. And that's how banks scam people, because they know what's going on out here. And by them knowing that and they're not explaining the difference between frauds and scam, they take that loophole and they basically accept it. Like, okay, we need this loophole so we can not have to pay back people money. But banks will pay back the people the money once it hits the news. Point blank, period. So if you ever are in that situation and the banks are not trying to give you back your money, contact the news, make a report on it, and the banks will give your money back, because the banks don't want to look like an institution where people put their money and money is being stolen, and they don't want to give you your money back, because everything is FDIC insured by the federal government, but only fraudulent activity, not scams. So once the bank has to pay back that money, then they gonna go look for that scammer. But if they don't gotta pay back that person for that, or the victim that money, they're not gonna go look for the victim. And that loophole is what the scammers want, because it's basically free game for them. So a lot of people are finding these bot spoof calls and utilize them in these ways. Like I said, My Phone Robot is a spoof app that people use for legal activities, pranking their friends, pranking their family members, just pranking people.
This is Buick now. Buick, exceptional by design. Get 0.9% APR. Plus, current eligible non-GM owners get up to $1,750 purchase allowance on Envision.
The future of home shopping is here, and it's only on Homes.com. Introducing Homes AI.
Welcome back. How can I help?
Homes, please find me a 3-bedroom home in Atlanta. I love to cook. Show me the kitchens. Narrow it down to homes walkable to a Whole Foods. Ready to see what you will find with Homes AI?
And people have figured out that this exists, and now they're using it to send out fraudulent text messages, fraudulent calls, and scam people into getting their banking information. So it's just all about being more safe, being more cautious, and being more aware out there, because these things are happening on a daily basis, and a lot of people are falling for it. So like I said, make sure you guys are getting your Northern Life Blocks to monitor all your financial and social media accounts to make sure no suspicious activity is going on, and to monitor the dark web to make sure none of your personal information is being sold. So make sure you guys are getting your Northern Life Block. Make sure you guys are freezing all three of your credit profiles, TransUnion, Equifax, and Experience. Nobody can get anything in your name. And make sure you guys are getting new debit card and credit card numbers every so often. What's up, everybody? It's your boy King Hussle. Yes, this is the best money and credit channel on YouTube. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell. So whenever I drop new sauce, new lessons, new methods, and giveaways, you'll be the first one to be notified. You'll be the first one to know what's going on. And you might be the first one to win something for free. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell on all the YouTube channels. Also, make sure you follow me on my Twitch, King Hussle Live. I do all my freebies and giveaways from those YouTube channels and the Twitch. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell so you won't miss out on nothing. Also, make sure you follow me on all my social media platforms. All you gotta do is click the title on every video. Once you click the title on every video, at the bottom in the description, all my social media links will pop up, all right? Got a lot of fake King Hussle pages out there, so please get a FaceTime verification call or video to make sure you see this face. Make sure you are doing legit business and you are getting what you paid for, right? And before we get anything started, this is all educational purposes only, not telling anybody to do anything. So let's get this thing started. Hey, let's get this thing started. Hey, what do my real King Hussle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, my real Hustle Nation Empire family members, and we are back at it again with the gems, back at it again with the sauce, back at it again with the information that's going to turn you into a boss. So you tired of being a zero? You ready to be a family hero? Listen up, take a seat, get your notepad and get your pen, because you already know when I drop these videos, y'all get the notification. There's going to be some information that's going to help you win, keep you informed, and keep you entertained. So you know how we get down over here. We back at it again with the new scams, the new fraud methods, the new hacker tactics that's going on in the world today, because a lot of people are starting to get into this world. A lot of people are starting to commit fraud and do scams. And these same people 5-6 years ago probably didn't even think about no scam or fraud. There's a lot of people that's in new situations that's having a resort to getting into this world. Now, scams and fraud has been promoted and presented and been shown on social media for the past 5-6 years. And since it has been shown on social media and people are showing how quick and fast and easy they are making money, it's making people want to try it out. And a lot of people are trying it out, and a lot of people are making some money. And there's a lot of people that's also going to jail. So it's a lot going on. And there are methods that have been going on since the beginning of age that's still going on today that just keeps evolving. And a method that I'm talking about today is check fraud. And a lot of people are still committing check fraud, and a lot of people are figuring out loopholes and finding new ways how to commit check fraud, and it's starting to actually trick the banks. And what way is this? Well, let's start from the beginning. So in the beginning, people wasn't washing checks, cooking checks. People were just, probably in the early 2000s, none of this stuff really didn't exist. Like it wasn't people washing checks or like cooking checks. People were basically just finding checks wherever they could find checks and just blank checks and cash them. More likely people were just cashing their own checks into their account and withdrawing the money because the account was already aged because they've been had that bank account and it cleared the money right away. And that's a law by the government that banks have to clear money right away. And depending on the bank that you're dealing with will determine, and the account will determine how much and how fast the money is cleared. So people start learning these loopholes. So regular check fraud is how it started. Then as time went on and everything evolved, beginning people wasn't going to jail. Like you didn't really find like people. The check fraud wasn't as popular as it is right now. So if people were doing check fraud back then, they just closed their account and put them in a check system, as giving them a hard time getting new bank accounts. But people still got around it. As the world evolved, new security databases and such things like that, now people are finding new ways to commit this crime, and there's so many different ways. So you got people who
At HEB, we work hard to buy and make just the right amount of food to keep our stores stocked.
basically break in and rob mailboxes. So people used to just randomly just rob any random mailbox. But then people started to catch on like, okay, instead of robbing random mailboxes and just stealing all the mail and going through the mail and seeing what we can find, why don't we start targeting business mailboxes? Because now the scammers and fraudsters are starting to understand that businesses still mail out checks. And they don't go to the post office and no, they put it in the mailbox for the postman or woman to come pick up when they come drop off the mail. So people are starting to catch on to that, and now they're starting to do their homework and do their research and like stake out on businesses and see what days do they mail out their checks. What do this business do bi-weekly or once? Like they do all this research. So now they're robbing the mailboxes. Then they start robbing the mailman. Like people are actually robbing the mailman, taking all the mail. And then you got people who find checks in the mail and they leave everything the same. And what they do is, because they understand, like they don't want to tamper with the check because they want to leave the check as real as possible. And by not touching it, it's already real. So what they do is they find these checks and then they get fake identities attached to these checks. So they turn into the person.
What it do,
on the
Larry?
check,
I
or they
see you,
find
Cash.
people
What
to
you
turn
got
into
going
that
on?
person that's on the check to cash that check. Then you got people who do their cooking, their washing, and basically they find or get stolen checks and they erase the information that's on it using different chemicals and different methods to be able to do that. And either they erase the name or the amount, or they add an amount. So they add a 0 or a 1 or something like that, and they change the amount. But people are starting to catch on to how banks verify checks. They're starting to see that, okay, banks are going to call this institution and more than likely verify the check number and the amount. They verify the name too, but most of the time they verify just the check number and the amount. So people, they say, okay, how can we bypass all this? Like, how can we get around all this? So people are doing their research. People are, looking and surfing all day, every day on the clear net, not the dark web, but the clear net. And they're looking for ways how to get the goal. Okay, so for a check scammer or fraudster, they're in their mind, they're thinking, okay, how can we get checks that's going to be good and not have problems? And then they start thinking about all the security databases and what all the problems that they previously had with cash and checks, like what ways that they didn't have problems. So their whole thing is how can they get checks, make their own checks without having to rob mailboxes and go through all the hassle, without having to have any type of problems. But then, so they say, okay, we need information, we need checks, we need ink, we need all these different type of things. So how can we make this work? So, my bad. So they look and they search, they try to find new ways how to get to this point. So they say, okay, you got the dark web. You got places out here that, because this is what people don't know. People don't understand that businesses, banks, they go through a third party to get their checks. Like Chase Bank doesn't print their own checks. They go through a third party. So people do their research and they say, where did they get their checks from? And then they find out where they get their checks from. So Chase Bank's third party person that gets their checks is Harlan Clark. And Harlan Clark is a company that supplies checks, personal and business. And people know that on the dark web, you can find certain templates, you can find certain information. So then they put two and two together and say, okay, we got this check paper right here. This is the official check paper right here. Now we gotta get the official ink, which is the MCIR ink, which you can buy anywhere. All these things are legal, like you can legally go to the site, you can legally buy the ink. And then they, find a place on the dark web and they buy these templates and they say, okay, we got the template, we got the checks, we got the ink. What's next? So then they go on Photoshop, scan a check, and they digitally make the check. They make different checks. It ain't just Chase Bank. It could be any bank, any company. And this is what they're doing. They're starting to utilize their resources because a lot of people understand that everything that's being done legally is the exact same way they're doing it illegally. Just
they don't want you to know about it.
Hey, did you know you might get a big cash
in fraudulent ways? And this method is starting to trick the banks because the checks are so legit. Like the checks are legit. The problem was people commit so much bank fraud and check fraud that people pay attention. So then they start to see what banks look for, what they look for in the checks, all different type of stuff. So then they know what to like do when it comes to making a check, getting a check, and all this different type of stuff like that. And there are people out there that actually pay attention. And they work diligently to figure out new ways, new tactics, new scams, new frauds, how to make the best check, the best fraudulent check. So people are figuring out new ways all the time. There's somebody right now that's trying to create some type of fraudulent check. There's somebody right now that's planning on going on into the bank tomorrow to trying to cash a fraudulent check. There's somebody right now that's pondering and procrastinating, not even procrastinating, but pondering and thinking about getting into the check fraud world. There's different things that's going on, and people don't understand that people are paying attention. People are watching cop cam videos and just taking notes of what's going on, so they can prevent themselves from being in that position if they were to try to commit a check fraud or check scam or anything like that. Because banks, listen, they do their research, they do all type of stuff, they do a lot. So, but a lot of people are starting these new cloning checks and fake checks and major companies, and it's a lot going on. Like it's fake checks going on out here on the dark web that may look like you work for a company. It might be a Walmart, it might be a Target, Best Buy, any, they coming up, they getting clever out here on the dark web and in these worlds. So it's just all about being more safe, being more cautious, and being more aware of what's going on out here in this real crazy world that we all living in. Like I tell you guys all the time, make sure you get in your Norton Life Block to monitor all your financial and social media accounts to make sure no suspicious activity is going on, and monitor. What's up, everybody? It's your boy King Hussle. Yes, this is the best money and credit channel on YouTube. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell. So whenever I drop new sauce, new lessons, new methods, and giveaways, you'll be the first one to be notified. you'll be the first one to know what's going on. And hey, you might be the first one to win something for free. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell on all the YouTube channels. Also, make sure you follow me on my Twitch, King Hussle Live. I do all my freebies and giveaways from those YouTube channels and the Twitch. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell so you won't miss out on nothing. Also, make sure you follow me on all my social media platforms. All you gotta do is click the title on every video. Once you put the title on every video, at the bottom in the description, all my social media links will pop up. All right, got a lot of fake King Hussle pages out there, so please get a FaceTime verification call or video to make sure you see this face. Make sure you are doing legit business and you are getting what you paid for, right? And before we get anything started, this is all educational purposes only, not telling anybody to do anything. So let's get this thing started. Hey, let's get this thing started. Hey, what to do, my real King Hussle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, my real Hussle Nation Empire family members, and we are back at it again with the gems, back at it again with the sauce, back at it again with the information that's going to turn you into a boss. So you're tired of being a zero? You ready to be a family hero? Listen up, take a seat, get your notepad and get your pen, because you already know when I drop these videos and y'all get the notifications, it's going to be some information that's going to help you win, keep you informed, keep you entertained, keep you informed, or keep you entertained, keep you informed, or y'all know what's going on. So today's video, we back at it again with the new scams and new methods and new fraud tactics to what's really going on in today's world, because a lot of people out there that's converting over to the scam or the dark fraud world, and a lot of people have been paying attention to the dark world, the scam world, the fraud world ever since COVID-19. Now, scams and fraud have been going on for a very long time. Since the time there's been money money being made, there's scams and fraud. And ever since COVID-19, more people have gotten into the world because of PPP loans. People seeing how a lot of people got fraudulent PPP loans with fake businesses. And what I mean by fake businesses is a lot of people just made fake documentations, took it to the bank and approved for, applied for a PPP loan and got approved for millions of dollars. And them same people were slow-minded and got this money and went to go buy Lamborghinis and clothes and mansions and all different type of stuff. And now those same people are in jail for that. And there's a lot of people out there that got fraudulent PPP loans that did not, that completed the whole process and they're good to go. So a lot of people ask me, like, what's the new way? What's the new method? What's the new sauce? What's the new this and what's the new that? And there's a lot of people who are on my channels that know me from, the past. And it's a lot of new people who don't know me, who think, who might not understand who I am. Now, when I talk about these scams and these fraud methods that's going on in the world, that's because I'm in the world. I know about it. Am I a scammer? Am I a fraudster? No, I don't do check scam. I don't do credit card fraud. I never did none of that. I am somebody that's in the technical world. I am in the hacking world. I'm into the cyber world. I'm good with coding, databases, servers, things like that, technology, right? And it's a big difference because a lot of people think that there's a lot of uneducated people out there, and people believe what they only know, and what they only know might not be true. So everybody thinks when it comes to scam and fraud, majority of people in the world only know about credit card fraud, debit card fraud, bank fraud, things like that. But they don't know how deep the dark world actually gets. There are so many methods out there. Put it to you like this: wherever there's money being made, you can believe there's some type of scam or fraud being committed the same way. And a lot of people don't understand that. So most people okay, so there's different levels of scams and fraud, right? You got your low-level scams and fraud, bank fraud, credit card fraud, spoofing, SIM swapping, common scams like that. Then you got your mid-level scams, ghost employees, ghost tapping, a lot of things like that. Then you got the top tier level of scams and fraud where you got Ponzi schemes and things like that. That's like the ultimate scammer scheme to do a Ponzi scheme, right? So every tier has different types of methods. Everything is not the same, and that's what people need to start understanding. So this new method that's been going on has been going around for a long time. Now, a lot of people don't understand the importance of technology. Without technology, none of these methods would be possible because everything is ran off technology. And a lot of people be like, bro, what's the new method? What's the new this? What's the new that? And then these unbelievable methods come out, like glitches, loads, things like that. And people automatically think it's fake. Like, for instance, for example, a couple years back, people were saying, hey, I could turn $100 to $1,000, $200 to $2,000, 300, add a zero type thing, right? And a lot of people, it came out of nowhere, but a lot of people don't know where it stemmed from. And that method came from people on the dark web who are in the technology world, hackers who make websites, who do these type of things, created this method, got into a database, got into a server, and basically created this method, being able to how do I want to put this? Okay, let me really dive into the technology world for you guys so you can really understand. So everything is based off technology, right? So think about it like this. How is it possible that you got these different applications that you're able to send money instantly like this, right? You got Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Chime, Apple Pay, these different money transferring apps that will hold your money, send your money, and receive money, right? So think about it. How can you go on an app, say, hey, I want to send $1,000 to this Cash Tab, to this whatever, right? Send, boom. And that person on the other encrypted end gets that payment, right? So now you got $1,000 in your balance or whatever, right? How is that possible? Technology. How? Frequencies, waves, signal towers.
Goose, what it do? What it do? What you got going on, bro? I see you
Databases,
come over here
all
doing
of
some
these.
clothes out for people.
At the end of the day,
I'm gonna be on here real soon, so make
to
sure
be
y'all
able
stay
to
tuned.
send or
Make sure y'all stay
receive
locked in.
anything,
What it
there
do,
has to
though,
be a
Goose?
signal. So our cell phones are built with chips and computers and all these different softwares. When we walk in and we're traveling, we all have maps on our phone, right? That tells us which way to go and lets us know exactly where we are. That's because of the signal in your phone. Everything with a chip, a database, a server has a signal. There's no way for you to be able to transmit or send or receive anything without a signal. Point blank, period. Everything is ran off signals and towers, right? So think about how those applications were built by coding. What is coding? Commanding, basically you're commanding this something to do something. Every website is coded. Every website can be penetrated, compromised. Because at the end of the day, this coding can be cracked, can be compromised because it's the exact same thing. You can code to brute force and get somebody's password. You can code malware and put it on an ATM to make it disperse money. You can recode credit cards and debit cards to redirect payments, to redirect receiving payments, to create new cards. That's how the Cash App glitch happened. They recoded the people on the hackers and compromisers on the dark web figured out how to recode cards using BIN numbers, swapping the BIN numbers, linking those cards on the Cash App, and making the Cash App glitch, just like they make an ATM glitch in Jackpot. It's the exact same thing. It's just a command. It's a malware. Then they got these loads going on, system, databases, and servers. These applications all run off systems, databases, and servers and signals. Hackers are now compromising and penetrating into these servers and these systems redirecting payments, receiving payments, different.
Never sue the other driver after a car accident. There's a better way to get paid a way bigger check without having.
It's a lot going on because it's all going through a matrix. Everything is going through a matrix. Everything is codes and servers, and it's a real matrix. And this is what people are not understanding, how serious technology is. You got it to the point where people are using AI to do everything, to use people's voices, to command, like you can use AI to, I ain't gonna even say that on here. But hackers use AI. And it's different type of hackers. You got white hats, you got gray hats, you got black hats. White hats are the good ones. Gray hats are the ones in the middle. They might do a little good, they might do a little bad. And the black hats are the bad hackers. And that's why I be trying to tell people, like, a lot of people think everything fake. Everything is fake in the world. If everybody think they're the smartest person, they know everything in the world. And it's a whole different world that none of y'all know about. Technology is real. I'm trying to get people to understand why I'm so interested in technology, because it is mind-boggling that you can compromise these different databases, systems, and servers, because everything has an IP address that has a database or a system or a chip in it, and you can compromise it and control it. That's how people are hacking into ring cameras. That's how people who listen. Somebody can hack a remote control car if they wanted to, because it's a system and a server to it. How you think that remote control can make that car move? What you think that antenna is for? See, this is what people not understanding. It gets bigger than credit card fraud, debit card fraud, check fraud. It gets bigger than that, because it's a world of technology out there, and the world is ran off of that. How you think the street lights move and change by themselves? Because it's programmed off technology. How do you think everything in the world is ran? Off technology. Technology is the greatest source that we have and the most scariest source that we have, because by everything running off technology, people can control this technology and control basically what's going on out here in the world. So there's a lot of new methods out there. And it's a lot of people that's getting into the scam and the fraud world, the dark world, and they're learning about this technology wave, because the technology wave is stronger than the basic method wave. There's the new check glass method, or no, it's a whole different world. Bitcoins, or like people don't understand, like this world is like jumping in a pool of water and then going all the way down till it gets dark. Like, whoever seen that Power Rangers movie when they jumped in the water, and then once they went all the way down, it was like a whole different world. Like, it was like water separating the top world from the bottom world, and then they fell through the water. Now they like, it's crazy. Listen, technology rules the world. Everything is ran off technology. If you can control technology, you can control anything. And these new methods are starting to be ran off technology. People are starting to be able to compromise and steal people's credit card and debit card information off technology. Little bitty toys with boards on them, with antennas on them, that's stealing the signal. This is what I'm trying to, like, people it's a new generation with new things going on because of the technology that's being created and presented to the people, which is going to make it easier for scammers and hackers to be able to do the things that they're doing. And it's going to have more people who are interested in the technology world, the technology-based world, doing these type of scams and methods. So it's just all about being more safe, being more cautious, and being more aware of what's going on in this real crazy world that we all are living in. And it's a lot of people that probably be like, bro, what you talking about? We probably know about this. We know. No, you don't. You don't know about this. You're not understanding the information and knowledge about technology. Technology is real. The Matrix, the movie Matrix, was trying to tell us something. The Terminator, all these things is just like signs of like what's really going on in the world. Like, do you not know somebody can compromise your iPhone and see everything that you're doing, your laptop, and see everything that you're doing just by y'all know when y'all go buy them your phones and you look on the back, it's different codes like IMEI code and all that different codes. Those are with hackers are utilizing to compromise the phone. That information is stored in databases. Like that information is stored all over the place. Like it has to be recorded for, especially when people buy phones, the store get it. Like all that information is recorded and it's stored in databases. And what happens to the database? If there's always a database compromised, leak or hack that's going on. See, I'm trying to really put y'all on game because it's deeper than methods. It's deeper than get some fake checks, or it's deeper than that.
If you got hit, even if you were not driving, you need to try this.
Because everything is digital. Everything is technology. When you go put money in the bank, there's not a box with your name on it, and they take your money and they go in the bank, they put the key in, unlock it, and put that money in there and close and lock it. And no, it's a digital number. Your physical cash is floating around now. It's going to the next person who needs get some money out the bank. It's a digital number. But once you need to pull out, it becomes physical money. But at the end of the day, it's a digital number, which makes it possible for scammers and fraudsters and hackers to get into bank accounts and be able to send money out. Technology. So that being said, it's all about being more safe, being more cautious, and being more aware of what's going on out there in this real crazy world that we all are living in. Make sure you guys are getting your Norton LifeLock to monitor all your financial and social media accounts to make sure no suspicious activity is going on, and to monitor the dark web to make sure none of your personal information is on there floating around and being sold. So make sure you guys are getting your Norton LifeLock. Make sure you guys are getting freezing all through your credit profiles, TransUnion, Equifax, and Experian, so nobody can get anything in your name, but loans, credit cards, lines of credit. What's up, everybody? It's your boy King Hussle. Yes, it's the best money and credit channel on YouTube. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell. So whenever I drop new sauce and lessons, new methods, and giveaways, you'll be the first one to be notified. You'll be the first one to know what's going on. And you might be the first one to win something for free. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell on all the YouTube channels. Also, make sure you follow me on my Twitch, King Hussle Live. I do all my freebies and giveaways from those YouTube channels and Twitch. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell so you won't miss out on nothing. Also, make sure you follow me on my social media platforms. All you gotta do is click the title on every video. Once you click the title on every video, at the bottom in the description, all my social media links will pop up. All right. Got a lot of fake King Hussle pages out there. So please get a FaceTime verification call or a video to make sure you see this face. Make sure you are doing legit business and you are getting what you pay for, right? And before we get anything started, this is all educational purposes only, not telling anybody to do anything. So let's get this thing started. Hey, let's get this thing started. Hey, what do you do, my real King Hussle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, my real Hussle Nation Empire family members, and we are back at it again with the gems, back at it again with the sauce, back at it again with the information that's going to turn you into a boss. So you're tired of being a zero, you ready to be a family hero? Listen up, take a seat, get your notepad and get your pen, because you already know when I drop these videos and y'all get them notifications, there's going to be some information that's going to help you win, keep you informed, or keep you entertained. So with that being said, we back at it again with these new bank methods and scams that's going on in today's world, because it's really becoming an epidemic of just scam and fraud. Everywhere you look, somebody either doing some type of scam or somebody doing some type of fraud, or they're trying to do some type of scam or fraud. And scams and fraud has been up 600 to 800% since COVID-19. And a lot of people are figuring out and trying everything and anything they can do to get some quick, fast cash and not have to pay it back. And that stems from people seeing people get PPP loans with these fake businesses. And now everybody want a business. Everybody want to learn credit. Everybody want to get into the credit world, because now people seeing how credit can really get you the bag. So credit has, this hack. Gucci got some bad. No, they messed up with this hat. But everybody trying to get some money, right? So a lot of people are starting to get into this dark world of scams and fraud. A lot of people are starting to try to figure out how to get some quick, fast cash. Everybody want to live that life. Everybody want to have the best car, the best home, the best clothes, do what they want to do, and just have fun all day, every day, and just have buku of money, so much money. It doesn't work like that. So there's a new method, where it's not a new method, but it's not even a new it's not new. It's just new people are getting their hands onto it and finding new ways how to do certain things when it comes to this method. Now, check fraud has been going around for a very long time, since the beginning of since checks have been issued. Since you can use a check to deposit, to use to get money, a check fraud has been there. Now, it's a lot of people who do things who are not educated, and it's a lot of people who do things who get educated about what they're doing to have a better chance of being successful at whatever that they're doing. Now, there's people who commit check fraud who just watch people do it and think they know everything and try to do it and find checks and just whatever, willy-nilly. They don't care. They just go down for check fraud all day, every day. Then you got people who sit back and they do their homework and they do their research. And they dissect the whole check fraud world. So people are now starting to say, okay, I watched a million check bank fraud videos on YouTube, cop cam videos. Make sure y'all go subscribe to ICU Body Cam on YouTube. A lot of good cop cam, body cam videos. But a lot of people do their research. So they watch a lot of videos on YouTube and they pay attention to what banks look for when it comes to checks, and how did this person get caught? How did this person get caught? And they start to see different patterns. So at first, people used to just use their own checks, deposit it, withdraw the funds because they, needed a couple extra dollars. Then the world evolved to so many people committing check fraud, and now people are doing anything and any and everything that they can to find some type of check to do something to it to be able to cash it, right? So it got to the point where people start committing crimes, real crimes to get checks, robbing mailboxes, robbing mail carriers, even having people get jobs at postal offices to steal checks. and and then you got people who are staking out companies because companies still mail out checks and staking them out and robbing their mailboxes of checks. So people didn't figure out where to get the mailbox keys from, the universal key to get into mailboxes. Like, people are stealing mail out here to get checks and do a lot of different identity fraud and check fraud and different type of things like that. So it's gotten to the point where people are saying, okay, let's sit back and interpret what's really going on out here in this world. All this information out here is public. You can Google anything and figure out anything. So what people are starting to do is, and this comes from people going on the dark web and seeing that on the dark web, you can literally buy checks from different places, because the people on the dark web have started doing this method, which are making people want to do it on their own. Because at the end of the day, if you can do it yourself, why go to somebody else and pay for it when you can do it for free and do it yourself? So people on the dark web started basically making real checks. So you say, hey, I want a Target check. They'll make a real legit Target check. They'll make a real legit Walmart check. They'll make a real legit any business that you want check, because of the database. It's not hard. So what they started to do is they say, okay, what type of check you want? And this is all example. And this is all on the dark web. Let's say somebody said they wanted a Walmart check. They will literally go search where do Walmart get their checks from? Because a lot of people don't know that businesses, banks, they don't make their checks. They're not the ones who's making these checks. It's all through third-party companies. So they easily Google who makes blah, blah, blah Walmart checks. The company pops up. They order those same checks. They go get the templates off. They go find Walmart templates. And this is all done on Photoshop on a computer because of what? Technology. Technology is a scammer or a fraudster's best friend, because everything in the world is ran off technology. Everything in the world is created off technology. And as long as you know how to utilize that technology, it will benefit you, because if you know how to utilize the same technology that they're using to make checks, or the same technology that they're using to create IDs, or the same technology that they're using to compromise passwords. It's the same thing. It's just all about learning. And that's what people not understanding. Like, it's not like, hey, people just waking up one day and like, and the man upstairs saying, hey, you're going to be a hacker. Hey, you're going to be a scammer. Hey, you're going to be a fraudster. No, people gather information and resources. They figure and learn things and they try it out. They test it. They fail. They learn from their mistakes and they go back and do it again. And they know what to do, not to do the next time. And they end up eventually becoming successful with it. It's how everything works. So people, they figure out information. So they say, okay, we figured out where they get their checks from. It's a third-party vendor. We went to that third-party vendor. We ordered checks from that third-party vendor. Now we got these checks. Now we got this Photoshop. Now we got this printer. They basically recreate the whole check. And it's the same template. It's the same check paper. They figure out what ink to use for the numbers at the bottom of the check, which is the account route number of the bank and the money in the account that the money coming out of to pay this person this money on this check. They get all this information. They even get the check number sequence right. Like they get all that to make sure, like, because if you get into a system database and you can see all this, it's gonna be easy for somebody to basically correct this check and act like this person is an employee at this bank. Because the numbers is right, the check is right, everything is right. Everything is a commonplace. A lot of people work at Walmart, a lot of people work at Target, a lot of people work at different stores, which makes it more common for banks to see these checks. And when they see these checks, it's like, if it's the same check that they normally seeing for this company, because if you're getting paid from a job, that check is going to have a bank on it. So if you go cash that check from that bank, you're going to get the money faster because that company has an account with that bank. So it's basically like account to account type of transaction thing. That's why people go to the banks that's on the check to cash money. So they basically recreating the check that's attached to this bank to make it easier for them to cash the check. And if it looks like the exact same check, it's literally the exact same check. So people are starting to become more clever with these checks. Like they starting to utilize technology, Photoshop, and what was given to us to be able to do certain things. And like I said, these are all legal things that people figure out how to use illegally. Photoshop. People use Photoshop for video covers, album covers, thumbnails, legal things. But people say, oh, we can use this for fake IDs. We can use this for checks, and that's for fake documents. Like that's what people didn't get. That's the loopholes people find when it comes to certain things. So check fraud has definitely become a very it's like everything is like different things go up and go down, popularity. And then people are followers in the world. They only want to do what they see the next person doing. And then after a while, they want to do what they see the next person doing. Like this might be popular for a while. This might be popular for a while. That method might be popular for a while. And at the end of the day, it's like, okay, how is so many people trying to make money, but they only want to do what they see the next person doing? Because a lot of times these methods don't die. No method dies. It's just people want to do what they see the next person doing because they see that person doing, so it must work for them. And like I said, this is not, and I'm saying that to say this, that by people being followers, that's what allows them to be able to get scammed, to become a victim of this. Not doing their research, not having the correct information, being a follower. Because this person said they got this method or this load or this or that, and you see other people doing it, so you're gonna send that's what happens. So like I said, having the knowledge about this stuff, having the information and the resources about this stuff will keep more people protected, because if you don't know, you won't get that red flag when it's happening. And like I said, I can't control anybody from doing what they want to do. Every day, all day, some type of crime is happening in the world, from scam to fraud to you name it. Right now, somebody's committing some type of scam, some type of fraud, some type of bank scam, something. It's just how it is. We're not, because we're on YouTube watching my videos, starting to stay protected. But there are people out there that are. So like I said, it's just all about being more safe, being more cautious, and being more aware, because at the end of these scams, there is a victim. It might be a person or it might be a bank. Normally how it goes, either a bank or a person. So Be more safe, be more cautious, be more aware out there. Make sure you guys are getting your Norton LifeLock to protect yourself in your accounts. Make sure no suspicious activities going on in your financial or social media accounts. Enter their mind to the dark web to make sure none of your personal information is floating around on there for anybody to buy. So make sure you guys are getting your Norton LifeLock. Make sure you guys are freezing all 3 of your credit profiles, TransUnion, Equifax, and Experience. Nobody can get anything your name. No loans, credit cards, lines of credit, cars, apartments, no nothing. Not even you unless you unfreeze it. And make sure you guys are getting new credit card and debit card numbers every so often. We use the same card for years. And think about all the places you can use this card and all the databases is on. And all the database leak compromises and hacks is going on. So by you being able to get new cards, you have a new fresh start. That old information no longer be valid, and you wouldn't have to worry about none of that until you start using the new card. Then me, every couple months I get new cards and new information just to stay safe, right? So it's just all about being more safe, being more cautious, and being more aware, because when you are aware of what's going on in this real crazy world that we all are living in, your mind works in mysterious ways. You'll start getting red flags like, hold on, that I remember Hussle was talking about something like that. I know, yeah, let me stay away from over there. Or yeah, you trying to scam me, or nah, I know what you're trying to do. So be more safe, be more cautious, and be more aware out there. All right. Shout out to all my real King Hustle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, because without y'all, there'd be no me. Y'all motivate me keep going. Y'all motivate me keep dropping the sauce, and y'all motivate me keep y'all entertained. So shout out to all of y'all. Anybody out there that's tired of being broke, because it ain't no joke. Let's get to work. FaceTime 101 limited gyms are $1,000, but for limited time only. I'm doing for 600. Yes, 600. Cash App or Bitcoin payment. Once the 600 on your Cash App or Bitcoin balance, send me a screenshot. Let me know your payment ready, and we will go from there. All right. No screenshots, no replies, no 21 questions, and please do not yell me. Make sure y'all booking y'all seat on the webinars Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, $250. Make sure y'all booking y'all seat on the month-long mentorship, $1,000. Make sure y'all checking out my vendor platforms on Telegram and the Potato App, me and their networking world. Still looking for people for the production company. Make sure y'all subscribe and hit the notification bell on my YouTube channels, my Twitches, my IGs, and TikToks, Snapchat. Make sure y'all checking out the crypto world, because it's changing people's lives. And make sure y'all getting there where y'all fit in with these loads. All right, 120 and up. Cash App, Bitcoin payments, send them screenshots when y'all ready. We just get to work. Y'all see what's going on. And with that being said, it's your boy King Hustle. Y'all know how to get down to any of these videos. I'll see you at the next lesson video or live. Peace. What's up, everybody? It's your boy King Hustle. Yesterday, the What's up, everybody? It's your boy King Hussle. Yes, it's the best money and credit channel on YouTube. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell. So whenever I drop new sauce, new lessons, new methods, and giveaways, you'll be the first one to be notified. You'll be the first one to know what's going on. And hey, you might be the first one to win something for free. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell on all the YouTube channels. Also, make sure you follow me on my Twitch, King Hussle Live. I do all my freebies and giveaways from those YouTube channels and the Twitch. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell so you won't miss out on nothing. Also, make sure you follow me on all my social media platforms. All you gotta do is put the title on every video. Once you put the title on every video, at the bottom in the description, all my social media links will pop up. All right. Got a lot of fake King Hussle pages out there. So please get a FaceTime verification call or video to make sure you see this face. Make sure you are doing legit business and you are getting what you paid for. All right. And before we get anything started, this is all educational purposes only, not telling anybody to do anything. So let's get this thing started. Hey, let's get this thing started. Hey, what to do, my real King Hussle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, my real Hustle Nation Empire family members. We are back at it again with the gems, back at it again with the sauce, back at it again with the information that's going to turn you into a boss. So you're tired of being the zero, you ready to be your family hero? Listen up, take a seat, get your notepad and get your pen, because you already know when I drop these videos and y'all get them notifications, there's going to be some information that's going to help you win, keep you informed, and keep you entertained. So you know how we get down over here. We back at it again with the new bank methods, the new bank scams that's going on out here in the world, because it's a lot going on out here in the world. But this is the problem. And a lot of people, see, I'm finna get back into my 2019, 2020 King Hussle gem dropping days, because a lot of people really don't understand what's going on in the dark world. And what I mean by the dark world is scams, fraud, hacking, a lot of these different things that's going on. So first of all, a lot of people, ever since COVID-19, scams and fraud has been up 600 to 800%. Way more people are starting to get into this world because of social media. Due to social media, people making videos for attention, likes, views, and which can be monetized. People are flashing money, talking about this method, this load, that load, this glitch, that glitch, all different type of things, right? And people have to understand these things stem from somewhere. And it's a lot of people out there that be like, oh, those methods are fake, or oh, that's fake, and this and that. But a lot of people really don't understand how the world is really working. So in this video, I'm going to break down a lot of methods so people can really understand the truth of this dark world that a lot of people are in, and why a lot of people are getting into it, and how they're utilizing some of these methods towards banks. So this is what I want y'all to understand, right? The world is ran off technology, point blank, period. Everything that we do is technology. We use our phones, we use our computers, we use iPads, laptops, watch TV, traffic lights. Everything is ran on technology, systems, databases, and servers. And everything that I just named can be controlled. So people out there be like, oh, those methods, those glitches and those loads that people be doing be fake. Well, let me break something down to you guys. Like I said, this is all educational purposes. Not telling anybody to do anything. But this is just the truth about the things that's going on in the real world that we all are living in. So the world is ran off technology. We got websites, we got the internet, we got Wi-Fi, we got all this different technology, right? And then we got these applications: Venmo, Cash App, Chime, Apple Pay, PayPal, etc., etc. Then we have bank accounts. Now, at the end of the day, because a lot of people don't think about this, everything that I just named deals with money. And everything that I just named is all digital, meaning that we got a Cash App balance and it says a certain amount. That's a digital number. There's not like a physical currency right there. When we look at our bank accounts, that's a digital number. That's an encrypted number. There's not a physical money. There's no one has a physical account, lock drawer, box, anything with money in it. It's a digital number. So when you want to pull out from that digital number, that's when it turns into currency. When you transfer money from Cash App to Cash App or Venmo to Venmo, PayPal to PayPal, Chime to Chime, when you cash out your money from account to your bank account, those are all digital numbers, encrypted numbers that send in signals and commands to send this amount of money to this new account. So everything is ran off system, databases, and servers. So with that being said, you can control all of these things. FYI, how things are programmed. You can program things to and control things to make it do what you want it to do via websites. You code a website, you're coding this website and giving it commands to do what you want it to do. Coding games, you're coding this game to make it do whatever that you want it to do. Everything is based off technology. Technology is the strongest thing that we have in this world today. And a lot of people are not understanding that. So when these people on the dark web are utilizing technology to perform certain tasks, this is what happens. A lot of people are unaware of the matrix. There is a matrix. There is a world where people are on the computer all day and just in systems and servers and databases just surfing. And you got to think about it. Somebody can get into a certain server, see certain things, block certain things, redirect certain things. These type of methods happen from Cash App lows, glitches, you name it. And people aren't really understanding it. The average American doesn't know about a flipper zero, a cold dot, a Raspberry Pi, malware. What is malware? Malware is basically a virus that all you gotta malware is a command, right? It's basically it's a command to do whatever that whoever created this malware to do. So when scammers put malware on ATMs, they're putting this virus on this computer component, because ATMs are small computer components, to make it do what they want it to do, which is disperse the money out of the ATM. That's why it's called ATM jackpotting, because it's dispersing money out of the ATM, like somebody hit the jackpot at a slot machine. They're making it do this with this command. These different glitches and loads is going on in the world today. Now, they are real, but it's just all about who you are getting it from. This all started back in 2019, 2020, because you got to think about it. Bitcoin has been around since 2008, late 2008, early 2009. So Bitcoin has almost been around for 17 years, literally. It's just now becoming popular due to social media. But Bitcoin been around for 17 years. And people have been utilizing Bitcoin to buy things on the dark web for 17 years. The dark web has been around for a very long time. Very long time. Couldn't tell you the exact length that has been around, but it's been around for a long time. And as the world evolved, as technology evolved, what do we see? New methods, new things that have risen because of technology. People got to really start opening up their eyes and paying attention to what's really going on out here in the world, because a lot of people think everything is fake. And by you thinking everything is fake, is making you more vulnerable to be a victim of these things.
With the new Sonic Rewards program, things are looking up. Whatever you're craving, you get rewarded for treating yourself. Sign up for the new Sonic Rewards program today and get a free drink or Sonic Smasher with minimum purchase. Live free, eat Sonic.
Favorite thing about my mother is she would always be there for me whenever I needed her.
She's a hardworking woman.
She cares about me and she loves me.
Her hugs, I love how funny she is.
She makes me grow cheeses.
How loving she is.
Oh, her smile, how hardworking she is. She's so strong. Just how kind she is.
How much she cares about people.
Her energy, how loving she is. She's always there for me. Even though I have 2 babies of my own, she still babies me. I'm still like her little girl.
Her nurturing spirit.
She's very encouraging and she's a good cook. I'm gonna celebrate Mother's Day with her forever and ever on every single Mother's Day.
Thank you for being there for me. I love you very much.
Thank you for everything that you've done for me and our family. We're better for it today because of you.
Happy Mother's Day, Mom.
If you don't believe that hackers are real, if you don't believe that
knowledge is power,
these
knowledge
system
is
and
power.
databases being compromised on a daily basis, because everything plays a part with each other. Hackers compromise banks' databases. Scammers and fraudsters buy that information. It could be via information about people who have a bank account at that place, at that bank. People buy that information. Now they doing spoof calls, acting as the fraud department for that bank, having people wire money out their self, coming up with new methods every day to do something, checks, credit card, debit cards. Wherever there's money being made, there's going to be some type of scam or fraud being committed. And the most dangerous fraud is technology. Because somebody can hack into your camera, hack into your phone, hack into anything. And listen, anything that has a board with servers and databases and chips in it, it can be compromised. And that's everything in the world. Everything has a board in it with servers and different mods on it. Everything, phones, iPads, laptops, computers, light signals, cameras, remote control cars, anything that has that has to be ran off a signal can be compromised, point blank, period. Our phones run off signals. How? What do you mean our phones run off signals? How do you think our phones have GPS? Because it knows our phone is being ran off a signal. Our phone knows exactly where we are at any time. So if you think our phones don't got our signal, somebody can easily compromise that with the IP address, the IMEI number, and all that type of stuff. This information is out there. It's easy to get, and people not understanding this. And I'm making this video because a lot of people be thinking, like, I get frustrated when people just be thinking everything is fake. Because like I told you, I'm in the cyber world, I'm in the computer world, I'm a computer nerd. Like, I was doing this stuff at 6-7 years old, not hacking or nothing like that, but I learned about this trying to go on corn sites, getting caught, and still want to go on these sites and trying to figure out how can I not get caught? How can I hide this URL, and figuring some things out, learning socks and proxies at a young age, learning about these different sites that hide different things, and being able to still go on these sites and not get caught. And y'all know my story, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. But technology has always interested me because of the things technology can do. And it's all based on signals and codes. Like, how you think you can use a little key fob to open up a door, to lock a door with no key? Think about it. Y'all got to start thinking about it. So if you can transfer, if you can have a Cash App and another Cash App, and you can take money from this Cash App and send it to this Cash App, what do y'all think? What else do y'all think could be possible? If you can take a card information, put it into a wallet on your phone, load money from your bank account from this digital card that's on your phone onto an app, what do y'all think? What else do y'all think people can do? Y'all got to start understanding how serious technology is out here. Because technology is what's getting people the bag. Now, it's different type of methods out here. It's different type of scam tactics out here. And that's what people don't understand. You got people who commit, it's low-level scams, it's mid-level scams, and it's high-level scams. The low-level scams is the check fraud, the credit card fraud, debit card fraud, just minor, basic crackhead scams that crackheads would do. You know, steal something, go resell it to go buy something, some drugs or something. That's what people do. They steal this information, sell it or use it to go buy lean or marijuana or whatever, like to satisfy their needs. That's why I call them CH scams. We don't call them CH scams. But then you got the mid-level that where people using technology, methods, lows, glitches, creating ghost employees, different things like that, where it gets a little bit more complex. Then you got the top of the pyramid, Ponzi schemes, where $1 million, billion-dollar, multi-million-dollar owners are, listen, the biggest scammers are the rich and the wealthy. And I'm gonna just leave it at that. And their methods are on a whole different scale. Like their methods come in business forms, come in Ponzi schemes, investment schemes, like that. Cause their friends are different than our friends. The average American knows no millionaire, but the average millionaire knows a handful of millionaires. So they can come up with this scheme or this fake investment for people to invest in and get 2 million over here, 1 million over here, and they come up with $50 million because they know at least 50 people. They hold a webinar for it. So for at least 50 people go, and they're going state to state. So even when one person sent $1 million, 2 people sent $500,000. The $50 million will come fast. I tell you all the time to watch a show called American Greed. That show will wake you up to a lot. Not everything, but a lot. Different levels, different categories of scams and fraud. A lot of movies, a lot of things behind the scenes that's generating a lot of things that we watch and utilize today. Movies, websites, you name it. A lot of people are targeting banks because of this institution. It's the only place that you can hold your money, you can borrow money, you can do a lot of things with money. They give you some money in different forms. It's the biggest institution that deals with money. And the main goal for a scammer or a fraudster is to get some money, a lot of it, fast and easy. So I just want people to start understanding the severity of technology, because people don't understand there are a lot of different tools and devices out there that many of y'all never seen before. Like the average American never seen a tool, a jammer, a flipper zero, a code dot, none of these tools that's being utilized to commit a lot of these different methods and a lot of these different procedures when it comes to this world. Like people, like it's so easy. Like people listen, we're gonna talk about that in another video, because I can really talk all day about this cyber world that we all are in. We are all in the matrix. We all use technology. Why you think on computers is always some type of virus or something popping up where you got to get a malware and all this anti-virus blockers and all that? Like, people don't understand that everything that has technology attached to it is being attacked because valuable information is placed on technology, phones, iPads, computers, laptops. Come on now, my people, start understanding. Like, I want y'all to really wake up and understand these things. Because a lot of people think everything in the world is fake. Uneducated people will definitely think everything is fake in the world until somebody tells them and teaches them and lets them know what's really going on. Start understanding the technology, the importance of technology.
At Living Spaces, we combine modern silhouettes with the latest recliner technology. We offer you high-quality pieces.
Just think about it. So these loads and glitches that y'all be hearing about and seeing stems from somewhere that's real. But it's just all about the people who claim that they got it and what they got. There's a lot of people who scam. Like, they can easily say, "Oh, I got this," and people go buy it. So at the end of the day of all this, is always a victim at the end of the tunnel. So it's all about being more safe, being more cautious, and being more aware out there, because technology is real. So like I tell y'all, make sure y'all get your Norton LifeLock to monitor all your social media and financial accounts to make sure no fishy activity is going on, no crazy activity, and then to monitor the dark web to make sure none of their personal information is on there being sold or floating around. So make sure y'all get your Norton LifeLock. Make sure y'all freezing y'all 3 credit profiles, TransUnion, Equifax, and Experience. Nobody can get anything in your name. Make sure you guys are getting new credit card and debit cards every so often. We use these cards all the time. Like, nobody really thinks about every couple of months getting new debit cards or new information. Nobody's thinking like that. And it's always a compromise, leak, or hack. And think about all the places that we use our card: travel, order online. Every time we use that card, it's stored on a new database. So getting a new card with new information will give you a fresh start, and now old information will no longer be valid. So if it was part of a compromise, leak, or hack, you would be safe, because that's old information that's no longer valid. So it's your boy King Hussle. Yes, this is the best money and credit channel on YouTube. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell. So whenever I drop new sauce, new lessons, new methods, and giveaways, you'll be the first one to be notified. You'll be the first one to know what's going on, and hey, you might be the first one to win something for free. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell on all the YouTube channels. Also, make sure you follow me on my Twitch, King Hussle Live. I do all my freebies and giveaways on those YouTube channels and the Twitch. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell so you won't miss out on nothing. Also, make sure you follow me on all my social media platforms. All you gotta do is click the title on every video. Once you put the title on every video, at the bottom in the description, all my social media links will pop up. All right. Got a lot of fake King Hussle pages out there. So please get a FaceTime verification call or video to make sure you see this face. Make sure you are doing legit business and you are getting what you pay for, right? And before we get anything started, this is all educational purposes only, not telling anybody to do anything. So let's get this thing started. Hey, let's get this thing started. Hey, what to do, my real King Hussle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, my real Hussle Nation Empire family members. And we are back at it again with the gems, back at it again with the sauce, back at it again with the information that's going to turn you into a boss. So you're tired of being a zero, you ready to be a family hero? Listen up, take a seat, get your notepad and get your pen, because you already know when I drop these videos, y'all get them notifications. There's going to be some information that's going to help you win, keep you informed, or keep you entertained. So you know how we get down over here on this channel. We back at it again with the new methods, the new scams, the new fraud tactics, schemes, whatever you want to call it, that's been going on in today's world. Now, a lot of people have been transitioning into the scam and the fraud world, the dark world. A lot of people have been learning methods and making a lot of money. And it's also a lot of people have been trying to do methods and going down, going to jail, catching charges and things like that. And at the end of the day, this is the real world that we live in. Everybody is trying to get some money, any and every way that they can, and trying to get the most that they can, quick, fast, in a hurry. People tired of working for somebody else. People tired of waking up early in the morning doing this and doing that. It's a lot of people who just trying to pay their bills. Everybody got their own situations and their own reasons why they're doing whatever that they're doing. So scam and fraud has been up 600 to 800% since COVID-19. everybody want to learn credit. Everybody want to get a business. Everybody want to get some type of loan, credit card, or line of credit because that's where the money is. People are starting to understand and see. Once people seen how many people got millions of dollars with fake businesses when the PPP loan was there, the whole world changed. Everybody want to get a business and learn credit, right? So that's why we're in the type of situation that we're in now. And then you got social media where you have people flashing hundreds of thousands of dollars on these pages, and there are people who've never made $5,000-$10,000 a day in their life before working jobs before, and they're like, man, I wish I could make that. I need that. And they're contemplating all day, every day, looking through pages and seeing so many people do different things and promote the exact same thing. So then now they're like, man, let me get a piece of the pie. So as of today, there are so many people that are trying to commit some type of fraud, do some type of scam, and make a lot of money. Now, at the end of the day, people out there feel as if these scams and these fraud methods are fake. None of these methods are fake because at the end of the day, wherever there's money being made, there's some type of scam or fraud being committed. The exact same thing that people are doing legally, fraudsters and scammers are doing illegally. So whatever somebody's doing to get some money, somebody's committing doing the exact same thing fraudulently. That's just what it is. A lot of people are it's a lot of people that are not in the cyber world, the technology world, the dark web world in real life. So they won't know what's really going on in this whole different database and whole different world. Like people don't understand that these load ups has been going on right now, and glitches are real. Technology is real. Coding is real. Compromises is real. System databases are real. When you got people who know how to mimic and do certain things with these, this is what happens. Glitches, loads. You got cryptocurrency. You got so much going on in a whole different world that so many people don't know about. And since they don't know about it or are educated about it, they think it's automatically fake. And then you got people who are in this world that are becoming multimillionaires at 16, 17, 18 years old. You're seeing it on social media. People are flashing their crypto wallets with millions of dollars in it. They're kids. People flashing their Bitcoin balances with millions of dollars. Kids, young adults. These things are real. At some point in time, people have to understand that so many people are promoting and showing and doing something. It has to have some type of truth to it. So people have been trying new things and going down different avenues when it comes to fraud and scams because it's a billion ways out there to commit some type of method to retrieve some type of funds. So a lot of people got their own niche, and a lot of people do credit card fraud. A lot of people do check fraud. A lot of people do identity theft. Some people do different things. So the evolution of credit card fraud, debit card fraud has been on the rise. A lot of people have been figuring out ways how to compromise debit and credit card information. Now, there are many ways scammers and fraudsters utilize this because at the end of the day, the tools that they are utilizing to commit these crimes are legal tools that can be purchased on the clear net. Like you can buy MSR X6. You can buy this tool right here. This tool is an MSR X6, and this is a reader and a writer. So basically, people, and we're gonna get into a lot of things with this new evolution of credit card fraud because the evolution of credit card fraud has definitely with new technology and new systems and new databases and servers in the world and new. Like it's always something new that's being created that's making it easier for somebody to do something. And people got to understand what that means. So 10, 15, 20 years ago, this tool right here, people used to, read and write cards. People use this device for a lot of different reasons. This is a legal device. People figured out that you can do certain things with it and turn it and start performing illegal activities with it. So this is a legal device that people use for different businesses, and people figured out that what it does, and you start utilizing it for illegal purposes. So back in the day, the beginning days, people used to get cards with this device, and that people put people in a position that people utilize their brain. Okay, so if you go to, you go on and get your driver, right? And you go to McDonald's, just 3 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, 24 hours, you hungry, right? And you stop at the first window, $22.50, give them the card, they shut the window, they open back up the window, give you a card back with the receipt, you go to the next window, and get your food. When they shut that window, you don't know what's going on. If they use this device to read your card, you're not going to get an alert. It's not taking any payment. It's not taking any money. It's just reading the card. So just imagine how many people working at different places. Scammers, what they used to do is, or frauds, what they used to do, they go to different restaurants and they just sit back and they like see who works at what time at night. So they purposely go to certain McDonald's, KFCs, whatever restaurants at nighttime, and just see who all works there and try to see who's more vulnerable, who's more greener, and then recruit people to utilize this box. And then they start putting them at on POS machines. And skimmers are basically covers. So it's basically a cup. Like we all know when we go to the gas station and we got to tap on that big black box, the POS machine, it's covers that go over that it looks just like the POS machine. It's a cover. So you know how you can clap a cover on something like let's say you got a car, a toy car, you gotta clap the hood on. It's just like that. You can clap the cover on. So it looks exactly like the POS machine, but it's a scammer. And whoever uses that POS machine, their information will be compromised on that scammer. ATMs, there are scammers at the carport and on the keystroke. Covers, you start looking out for covers. And then you got scammers that are in like I said, the gas pumps, it's like a strip, and I'll show you all that later. But they put them in the gas pump. And they, after certain people, a week or two, they go get the skimmer, and whoever used all the, whatever cars, wherever people use that gas pump with their card, that information will be on there. But people are starting to learn more about skimmers on gas pumps. So a lot of people go inside the store and pay. A lot of people starting to pay with cash, but people still pay at gas pumps. So back in the day, there were cards. The cards used to be embossed, and there was no such thing as a chip. There was no chips in cards. 10, 15, 20 years ago, there was no chips in cards. Chips started coming because for security databases, because it was easy for people just to swipe cards, read them and write them, and emboss cards, and basically easily have somebody else's credit or debit card. Then they got to the point where they started putting these chips in cards for security databases, right? So then people start using these cards and embossing these cards. But then it's like, why is it nothing on this card? So now that's looking suspicious, right? So then they got to the point where they are making clone cards like this. So just imagine the cards used to look like this, and now the scammers and fraudsters making the cards look like this. It's a difference. And they got to the point where they're making clone cards and getting templates. What they're doing is they're getting templates. They're compromised. Like the technology in today's world is crazy. And people are compromising so much information and putting it on the dark web and exposing this information that it's almost to the point where anything is always possible. And you got to understand that there are places that make these cards, and if the hacker or whoever figures out where these cards are being made, they're going to go to that place. They're going to get in that database, and when they get in that database, they're going to see everything that they want to see, and they're going to compromise the information. And that person might not be a person, the hacker might not be a person who actually makes the cards, but they got the information, they got the templates and all that. So a person who makes these cards might buy that information from the hacker. Like, people don't understand, like, the evolution of credit card fraud, check fraud, everything it's an evolution. Everything has grown and evolved. To have fake cards look like actual bank cards is scary, because you would never know. And it's so much information being sold on the dark web, and so many new ways that scammers and fraudsters are figuring out how to compromise information and get people's debit and credit card information, even get people's virtual card numbers and utilize those and read them and write them on blank cards and do like it's so much that people are starting to figure out because as as long as these banks and these businesses and the government is making it easier for people to do certain things, they're also making it easier for the scammers and the fraudsters because they're doing the exact same thing that regular people are doing, just in a fraudulent way. Wherever there's money being made, there's going to be some type of scam or fraud being committed. You got people using the black box, you got people using skimmers, you got people who whatever works best for them, that's what they're going to do. So it's just all about being more safe, being more cautious, and being more aware out here in this real crazy world that we all are living in, because these things are happening all day, every day. Right now, somebody's committing some type of scam or some type of fraud, from bank fraud, credit card fraud, cybersecurity fraud, you name it. Somebody is committing some type of fraud or scam right now, every day. Once you put the title on every video, at the bottom of the description, all my social media links will pop up. All right. Got a lot of fake King Hustle pages out there. So please get a FaceTime verification call or video to make sure you see this face. Make sure you are doing legit business and you are getting what you pay for, right? And before we get anything started, this is all educational purposes only, not telling anybody to do anything. So let's get this thing started. Hey, let's get this thing started. Hey, what it do, my real King Hustle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, my real Hustle Nation Empire family members, and we are back at it again with the gems, back at it again with the sauce, back at it again with the information that's going to turn you into a boss. So you're tired of being a zero, you ready to be a family hero? Listen up, take a seat, get your notepad and get your pen, because you already know when I drop these videos and y'all get the notifications, there's going to be some information that's going to help you win, keep you informed, or keep you entertained. So with that being said, you know how we get down over here on this channel. We talk about the new bank scams, the new fraud methods, the new fraud scams, everything that's going on in the dark world, because a lot of people are starting to get into it. A lot of people are looking to make a lump sum of money very, very fast. And a lot of people have the wrong perception and the wrong idea of what the dark web or the dark world really is pertaining to scams and fraud. So in today's video, we're talking about the evolution of check scams. Check scams, debit card fraud, credit card fraud have been two of the most popular scams since the beginning of banks. And wherever there's money being made, there's going to be some type of scam or fraud being committed. And people don't understand that. The world is in a weird situation because these businesses, these banks, the government as well, makes it, or they set it up for us to make it easier for us to do these type of things, from getting loans, credit cards, lines of credit cards, apartments, you name it. And by them making it easier for the consumer or the customer, they're making it easier for the scammers and the fraudsters, because they're doing the exact same thing that the consumers and the customers are doing, but just in a fraudulent way. Now, there's a lot of people out there that does not understand how technology plays a part into everything that we do. Now, before I get there, let's jump back to scams and fraud. See, scams and fraud have been up since 600 to 800% since COVID-19. Ever since COVID-19, a lot of people touched a lot of money. And due to social media, they can show that they touched a lot of money. Things like this, right? So by people being able to show and flash and present pictures and videos of money on social media on different platforms, it's going to make people want to be interested. It's going to have people wondering and trying to figure out how are they doing that? What are they doing to get that? And trying to figure out if they can even do it themselves. Now, the thing is, the perception of scam, fraud, dark web, and all this activity is that it's just free money and it's real easy. Like everybody that's doing it is just making easy, free money, and everybody's getting rich. That's the perception of the people on the outside looking in. Now, by them not understanding what's really going on, they'll have that perception. Most people in this world, they actually know how to utilize their brain because they think of certain ways and loopholes to utilize to do whatever that they want to do. So jump back to the check fraud and check fraud. Technology is a worldwide based thing that we all use on a daily basis. We use technology from the time we go to sleep to the time that we wake up. And some people even use technology while they're asleep, depending on if they got sleep deprived problems and things like that. So technology is everything. So people don't understand that at the end of the day, it's technology that's creating these bank checks. And any check for any company or anybody, it's technology that's creating these debit and credit cards for anybody in banks and stuff like that. So at the end of the day, if technology can create it, why wouldn't somebody be able to create their own debit card? Why wouldn't somebody be able to create their own check? Why wouldn't somebody be able to do the same things that these apps are already programmed and coded to do? See, it gets deeper than what a lot of people know. And at the end of the day, technology is very powerful. Technology comes from AI. Technology is allowing AI and all these different things to happen, and people are not clicking on to how AI technology can really have a lot of people in messed up situations because AI is technology and AI is now taking over a lot of people's jobs, cloning people's voices, cloning people's image, which is scary because if somebody can clone somebody's image and their image is what they utilize to get into some type of account, technology allows for people to use apps to store money in a database and send money and receive money from different databases via Cash App, Venmo, Chime, Zelle. Technology, coding, databases, networks, servers. Technology allows somebody to take a picture of a check and be able to deposit it into a bank account. Technology. So people got to start understanding how powerful technology is because technology is allowing people to basically recreate checks. And what I mean by recreate checks is there's a broad difference in a lot of different checks. You got bank checks, you got job checks, you got personal checks, different checks, different templates, different looks, a lot of different things. And depending on what information that scammer or that fraudster might get will determine what type of checks this person is utilizing. So you got people who are now understanding technology, understanding that this information is out there and you can get it. So people are now doing their research and saying, okay, where are these checks coming from? Who's creating these checks for these banks? Easy Google search. They figure that out. They go to that website. Once they get to that site, they see that this site and this company makes checks for personal and business purposes. So anybody can order checks from them. So boom, they say, okay, let me order some checks. They go and they figure out what type of checks, what color checks does any bank use or whatever bank that they're looking for. They order the exact same checks. And due to it being technology, there are templates on the internet for different companies, different banks, you can find any type of template and turn to a PNG if you really wanted to. Now these people are making the exact same checks as these companies are providing for their employees, which looks 100% real. And like I said, there are hackers and compromisers out there that get into these companies' databases so they can basically match up the information on the check so it can be in coordinates with their company's checks, which will make it harder to be detectable. Because you got a company like Walmart, Target that has thousands, hundreds of thousands of employees. If somebody would think that it was somebody would think wouldn't really you would think that they wouldn't pay attention to if somebody was cashing a check off the payroll for the correct amount that normal people get. They look at it as a real employee until it's ghost employees and things like that, but they are doing this utilizing the technology to recreate checks. utilizing Photoshop, utilizing color printers and things, inkjets and things like that to create checks to be able to cash them, getting account and routing numbers off the dark web and utilizing that to put on the checks. Like, this information is out there, and a lot of people don't understand that. A lot of people rob mailboxes to get checks and wash them and change. Like, see, when it comes to checks, there's different type of securities on it, like the check number, the account route number, the person who was going to, and the amount. All of that information is recorded. So when people be stealing checks, they just think they can steal a check and just change the name or get a fake ID and match it and go. No. A lot of this stuff is recorded, and the banks call these companies to verify the information, and they check IDs. And a lot of times these IDs be so fake, it's like, okay, come on now. If you thought this was going to pass, you tripping. But hey, people find ways how to become clever and more clever every day when it comes to all these methods and get away with it. People are still utilizing personal checks, finding people's account route numbers on the dark web and just writing personal checks. Somebody just ran up $800,000 like that. So it's just crazy how information and technology can turn into millions of dollars if utilized in a way for somebody to do that. And at the end of the day, at the end of the tunnel is always a victim, either as a bank or a person. So with that being said, make sure you guys get your Norton Life Blocks to monitor all your personal and financial accounts and social media accounts to make sure no suspicious activity is going on. Make sure you guys, and also make sure you guys, and then also monitor your personal information on the dark web. Make sure it's not on there floating around for anybody to buy. Make sure you guys are freezing your credit profiles, TransUnion, Equifax, and Experience, so nobody can get anything in your name. No loans, credit cards, lines of credit, no cars, no apartments, no nothing, not even you, unless you're going to freeze it. And make sure you guys get new credit card and debit cards every so often. We use these cards for years, never change them. There's always a database leak, compromise, or hack. And if you get a new card with new information, you got a fresh start. That old information will no longer be valid. So if it was appear to in a compromised leak or hack, you'll be safe because that information. What's up, everybody? It's your boy King Hussle. Yes, this is the best money and credit channel on YouTube. So make sure you subscribe and hit the notification bell. So whenever I drop new sauce and lessons, new methods, and giveaways, you'll be the first one to be notified. You'll be the first one to know what's going on. And hey, you might be the first one to win something for free. So make sure you subscribe and hit the notification bell on the YouTube channels. Also, make sure you follow me on my Twitch, King Hussle Live. I do all my freebies and giveaways from those YouTube channels and the Twitch. So make sure you subscribe and hit the notification bell on all the YouTube channels and the Twitch. Also, make sure you follow me on all my social media platforms. All you gotta do is put the title on every video. Once you put the title on every video, at the bottom in the description, all my social media links will pop up. All right. Got a lot of fake King Hussle pages out there. So please get a FaceTime verification call or video to make sure you see this face. Excuse me, make sure you're doing legit business and you're getting what you pay for, right? And before we get anything started, this is all educational purposes only, not telling anybody to do anything. So let's get this thing started. Hey, let's get this thing started. Hey, what to do, my real King Hussle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, my real Hussle Nation Empire family members, and we are back at it again with the gems, back at it again with the sauce, back at it again with the information that's going to turn you into a boss. So you're tired of being a zero, you ready to be a family hero? Listen up, take a seat, get your notepad, and get your pen, because you already know when I drop these videos, you don't get them notifications. There's going to be some information that's going to help you win, keep you informed, or keep you entertained. So with that being said, you know how we get down over here with the new bank scams and new bank methods that's going on in today's world. Now, people are figuring out these loopholes. People will figure out any way how to get some money fraudulently, point blank, period. It's a lot of people out here that's all right, so we're going to be real. At the end of the day, nobody wants to work a job. Everybody wants to play all day, have fun, travel, just do nothing but live life, right? And in order to do that, you need to get money. And a lot of people understand that a 9-to-5 job is not going to get you. The average 9-to-5 job is not going to turn you into a millionaire. Not even being a doctor, not even being a lawyer. You literally have to be in this field for 10 plus years to even sniff $1 million. Now, a lot of people are like, oh, well, these doctors and lawyers always got the best houses and the best, but y'all got to understand, there's something called financing and paying mortgages and paying and leasing cars and stuff like that. So they might put money down on their house, pay a mortgage. They might put money down on this beautiful car, pay a monthly note. But they make so much money monthly that they can afford it. So a lot of people don't understand how life really works. Like nobody's going to like nobody's going to put down $500,000 for a new Rolls Royce, or nobody's spending $100,000, $200,000, $250,000 cash for a Lamborghini truck. Now, don't get me wrong, there are people that will do that, but most of the time, people are financing because at the end of the day, it don't matter how much money you got. That's a lot of money to be spending at one time, and nobody wants to just take a lump sum of money. Nobody like spending all this at one time. I wouldn't want to do like, that's like me going to buy a Lamborghini with all this. Like, it's like, no, I'll just, how about I put down a little bit, I put down half and make monthly payments and be able to keep the other half. That's what people do. So people want to live this life and they'll do whatever and whatever they can to make it happen. And they understand a 9 to 5 not going to do it. Selling your body not going to do it. Selling narcotics not going to do it. But what will do it is these scams and these methods, because it's a whole different ballgame. A lot of people don't understand that the world works off technology. Without technology, a lot of the things that we are doing right now and a lot of things that we have right now would not exist. And a lot of people don't sit back and think like, okay, technology is kind of crazy. For instance, for example, how am I able to be in one state and send money to a person in a whole nother state instantly utilizing these applications? How is that possible? How can I send money from one bank account to another bank account like this? Technology. Everything is digital. Everything is through servers, databases, networks. Everything is coded, commands, making something do something. How you think robots are here? How you think AI is here? Technology. Technology runs the world. So there are different levels of fraud and scams. You got a lot of people that are in the technology world of the fraud and scams. You got a lot of people that are in the real world with scams and fraud. Now, the real world with scams and fraud are dealing with more of the check scams, the credit card scams, the more of the physical scams, where you have to physically go out and do something, right? It's not computer based, where you have to doing technology work. And people find loopholes. So scams and fraud have been up 600 to 800% since COVID-19. A lot of people got PPP loans, and PPP loans was the payroll protection program. And this loan was basically to cover your payroll, to pay your employees, to keep your business afloat while the world was shut down. And you have to do a forgiveness part of that loan to be able to like not have to pay that money back. But a lot of people got when I say fraudulent businesses, I mean created documentations, took it to the bank and got PPP loans. That easy. And people being people.
If you got hit, even if you were not driving, you need to try this.
Because people have ASS things. People are lazy. So a lot of people got PPP loans thinking that just because they got this loan, it's automatically forgiven. Not understanding that you have to go through a process to have forgiven, and they didn't go through that process. So a lot of people got millions of dollars in PPP loans, went shopping, was like literally got the loans to go buy Lamborghini trucks, Rolls Royces, designer clothes, mansions, and all that. Not do the forgiveness, and then these banks want their money back, so they start doing their research on these businesses, and these businesses no longer exist or not even real businesses. And then they send these people and they go to jail because of that. There's a lot of people in jail right now to this day still because of the PPP loan or just getting out. They even still looking for people. So people understand that okay, we found a way how to get a lump sum of money fast with just fraudulent documentations. Business funding is one of the highest volume scam industries today because of the loopholes. People can start businesses, fraudulent businesses with CPNs, synthetic identities, not pre-built CPNs, but real CPNs, meaning that this number has not been issued to anybody. This information is that same person's information, but the number and the address that's connected to it. They establish it, they build it, they mature it, then they use that information to start a business. They a lot of different things. So they start the business. They might start multiple businesses, 5, 10. Once they start this business, they structure it the right way and they get funded. So once they get funding, let's say they get funded for this one business, $25,000. They'll then send that $25,000 throughout all of their businesses. And like I said, remember, these businesses are all established through synthetic identities, through a CPN. So they transfer to this business, to that business, to this business. So now it shows that each business is receiving $25,000 a month, has $25,000 coming in through that bank account a month. So each month is say, okay, 25 this month, 25 that month, 25 this month, 25 that month, 25 this month, 25 that month, right? And now it's creating invoices. Because now that person say, I'm doing services for these businesses and they're paying me. But at the same time, each business is building its documentations to be able to get invoice loans, revenue-based loans. So now all these businesses that this person has is qualifying for a $25,000 loan. So that's 10 businesses that this person has qualifying for $25,000. That's $250,000 just for new businesses that fast. Just by transferring the funds throughout the bank accounts and creating invoices and revenue streams on paper. So each month it is showing that you're receiving 25, this business is receiving 25. Now you want a revenue-based loan. How much do you want? $25,000. Okay, we got your bank statements for the past couple months. It shows you're receiving $25,000 each month. All three of these businesses are, or this business is doing that too. So all of them are qualified. It's different places to get funded. And these are the loopholes that a lot of people utilize. And like I said, since this is a synthetic identity, they crash the credit on these businesses. Businesses go bankrupt, and they run the play all over again. And this is going on a daily basis in the business world. And a lot of people, knowledge is power. If you got some knowledge about something, you can make a lot happen. And the people out there, the problem is people don't want to learn anything. People want people to do something for them. Like I told y'all, it's a technology world, a tech world for fraud, and it's a how do I put this? It's a real world for fraud. The tech world is something completely different that a lot of people don't even understand. A lot of people, the tech world, people not understanding technology, so they don't understand the technical methods out here. And that's more of the fraud, load ups, the glitches, all that type of stuff is dealing with technology. So when it comes to doing methods, getting money, fraudsters and scammers, they do their research. See, and this is another thing. There's a lot of people that are getting into this world because there's a lot of people who are a lot of people know how to use their mind. And if you put somebody who knows how to use their mind into this world and they start to use their mind and they start to learn certain things, they can become very
What it do, Q4 and them? I see you. I'll be back in here real
and then you got
soon.
people out here that think everything is just given to them and everything is just sweet, and they go read these things and they be confused and lost and frustrated. So like I said, these bank methods it's a lot of bank methods. People gonna figure out any and every loophole that they can. There's a lot of people that's more sophisticated in the fraud world that go after these type of methods. Everybody doesn't do the same methods. Everybody doesn't commit the same fraud or do the same scams. And people got to understand that. And everything isn't a scam, but everything isn't fraud. It's just all about having the knowledge on what's what. And a lot of people don't have that knowledge. The lack of knowledge will have you in certain positions that you don't want to be in. Because if you do got the knowledge, your brain works for you and it'll be able to see certain situations and keep you safe at the end of the day. And that's what people got to start understanding. So when it comes to bank methods, it's a lot of different bank methods. People are finding every drop of a loophole to utilize, from business loans, no doc loans, invoice loans, bad credit loans, you name it, to get lump sums of money very fast at one time. And a lot of people are getting away with it, and a lot of people are trying it and getting caught too. So it's just all about being more safe, being more cautious, and being more aware, because at the end of the day, there is a victim at the end of all these scams and all of this fraud. It's either the bank or a person. So with that being said, like I tell you guys all the time, make sure you get in your Norton Lifeline to monitor all your personal and social media and financial accounts to make sure no suspicious activity is going on. And it will monitor the dark web to make sure that your personal information is on there floating around for anybody to buy and steal. So make sure you guys are getting your Norton Lifeline. Make sure you guys are freezing all three of your credit profiles: TransUnion, Equifax, and Experian.
Adobe Acrobat, your team's home base. Collaborate within a shared PDF space.
What's up, everybody? It's your boy King Hussle. Yes, it's the best money and credit channel on YouTube. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell. So whenever I drop new sauce and lessons, new methods, and giveaways, you'll be the first one to be notified. You'll be the first one to know what's going on, and you might be the first one to win something free. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell on the YouTube channels. Also, make sure you follow me on my Twitch, King Hussle Live. I do all my freebies and giveaways from those YouTube channels and the Twitch. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell so you won't miss out on nothing. Also, make sure you follow me on all my social media platforms. All you gotta do is put the title on every video. Once you put the title on every video, at the bottom in the description, all my social media links will pop up. All right, got a lot of fake King Hustle pages out there, so please get a FaceTime verification call or a video to make sure you see this face. Make sure you're doing your business and you are getting what you paid for, right? And before we get anything started, this is all educational purposes only, not telling anybody to do anything. So let's get this thing started. Hey, let's get this thing started. Hey, what to do, my real King Hustle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, my real Hustle Nation Empire family members, and we are back at it again with the gems, back at it again with the sauce, back at it again with the information that's going to turn you into a boss. So you're tired of being a zero, you ready to be a family hero? Listen up, take a seat, get your notepad and get your pen, because you already know when I drop these videos and y'all get them notifications, there's going to be some information that's going to help you win, keep you informed, and keep you entertained. So with that being said, you know we back at it again with these new bank methods, these new bank scams, these new fraud scams. It's a lot going on in the world where everybody just getting into the scam and the fraud world, the dark world. There's a lot of people that's getting into it, that's making a lot of money. There's a lot of people that's getting into it, just getting a lot of time in jail. And a lot of people always ask me, bro, what's the new methods? What's the new this? What's the new sauce? What's the new whatever, right? And a lot of people ask me because they know I come from the dark world. I was on the dark web at 6 years old, not doing no methods or no sites, just surfing the web and ran into it. And ever since then, I just been in that type of life. Now, I'm not saying I'm not a scammer, I'm not a fraudster, I'm the information guy. I know a lot about a lot. I'm into let's say the cyber world. I'm good with computers. I'm good with technology. I can code you a website if you want me to. I can make you a website. I can do a lot of different things. My granddad had me in construction and my granddad worked for the electricity company. And he was good, wanted to build stuff. So I went to a technical high school where you learned how to build and weld and stuff like that. And when it comes to welding codes and chips onto serving, I'm good. That's what I grew up on, right? So it's a lot of people that be asking me about what's popping right now, what's the new way, what's the new method, what can give me some money right now, tomorrow, just fast. And I've been trying to tell people, like, listen, at the end of the day, there's so many different methods out there that people find what works best for them. I can't tell somebody that this is the best thing for somebody to do to make some money. No, people find their lane and what works best for them, and they stick to that and they start making money. Like I said, this is all educational purpose, not telling anybody to do anything. But at the end of the day, I can't control anybody from doing what they want to do. It's just real life. People all day, every day are doing something that they're not supposed to. People all day, every day are committing some type of crime, some type of scam, some type of fraud. And some people just want to be entertained. Some people want to know what's going on so they can be safe. So it's a lot of new methods out there. It's a lot of new things that a lot of people are doing. Credit card fraud, bank fraud, wire fraud, identity theft, so on and so on. Now, this new method that a lot of people are starting to catch on to is utilizing the ACH transfer. And the ACH transfer is basically people utilizing account numbers and route numbers to either make checks or wire transfer money into third-party applications like Cash App, PayPal, Western Union, and finding different applications and places where they can utilize bank account checking route numbers and account numbers without having to get verified. Because, you know, sometimes when you link account to utilize it to send and receive money, you got to verify certain things, verify certain amounts into those accounts. But there's certain places where you don't have to verify any type of money in the account, so it can for you to get money up out of it. And people figure these things out. So ACH transfers, bank method, new method, scam, whatever. So this method can relate to a lot of different things. The first one we're gonna talk about how it relates to the different third-party platforms. So we all know, everybody use Cash App, everybody use Venmo, Chime, all these new platforms to transfer, to send and receive money, right? And on these same applications, it gives you the option to add money from your bank account. So what people are doing is they're adding money from bank accounts. They're finding this information off the dark web, or people who got this information and buying it and adding that bank account information to different platforms, and they're basically adding money onto that account. So that's just an easy method that people are utilizing today. Now, they are also utilizing this method with checks, because when people cash checks, the information at the bottom of the number is the account routing number. That's public information. Everybody know that's what's at the bottom of the check. So that's why people, scammers and fraudsters, want to figure out a way or somewhere to be able to basically get account route numbers to make checks. Now, the check game has been very, very popular for a very, very long time, because people see all you need is a piece of paper with information on it to be able to get some money, right? So people are like, okay, what's some ways that we can get some checks? So the check game has evolved from people opening up bank accounts in their own name. And this is the early 2000s, 99. Like when people, before all this new technology was going on, there was no such thing as self-tap and all that. Like, it was just a bank account and an ATM and a card, right? Put that right there. So people used to use their own bank accounts, get checks and their own checks, and make checks bounce. They'd put like $5,000 on a check. And by them having an aged account,
This is Buick now. Buick, exceptional by design. Get 0.9% APR. Plus, current eligible non-GM owners get up to $1,750 purchase allowance on Envision.
With that bank, the $5,000 were clear, and they withdraw that money up out of the account. But once the bank catches on that money, the funds isn't in the account where that check is coming from, then they close that account, and that basically that account goes into negative, right? And they owe that account, and that person never pays that money. So that's the earlier stages of check fraud. Now, check fraud has gotten to the point where people are now taking pictures of check to deposit it into their bank account. So this is where it starts with the ACH and the bank account routing number. So people are, there's some smart people out there, and I got to give it to them. There are some people out there that actually utilize their brain. And people say, okay, I want to get into the check world. I want to get into the check game, making glass, blah, 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 blah. I'm tired of stealing these checks and trying to wash them and do all this. I want to just get, you know what I'm saying? So they say, okay, how can I make these checks, right? And this is all hypothetically speaking. I tell them, you know what I'm saying? So people figure out, okay, say, where do such and such bank get their checks from? Who makes their checks? Because there's a lot of people out there that don't know that banks don't make their own checks. Like, banks don't got a place in the back of the bank that make checks. Like, no, they go through a third party company like any other place. So they figure out, they go Google, hey, where does such and such bank get their checks made? Then the information pops up. So then they go to the site that makes the bank's the checks. And once they get to these sites, they see that this site is a public website, meaning that they make business checks and they already make personal checks. So they say, okay, let me order some checks. Now, like I said, people utilize their brain. So people understand that making checks is not as hard as people think, because there are people that are into the fine arts world that's good with photoshopping, that can recreate things. And for instance, Matt Cox, he was good at Photoshop, making IDs and making checks. So there's people that are in certain worlds that will basically allow them to do certain things easier than the next person that is not in that world. And I'm trying to be as formal as I can without saying too much, because I don't want to give out too much information. People are like, oh, you know. So people who are good with Photoshop are more than likely be people who are good with like making checks, making fake IDs, making fraudulent documentation, because they're good at that in that type of world, right? So people find these account rob number information off the dark web, or probably know people that work at certain information. They say, okay, I'm gonna go to this site, buy some personal checks, go on the dark web or go places on the internet. You can find bank templates. You can find different templates on the internet. Easy. Now the thing is, people starting to get more clever, more sophisticated when it comes to the checks. Instead of like, hackers are now compromising different databases and getting them actual templates. So it's nothing for a hacker to be like, okay, I need to get some, let's say, Walmart checks. Okay, let's see who prints off Walmart checks, who does Walmart checks. Okay, I'm going to go to this place and order fake checks. Once I get the checks, I'm going to either have to wash them because they got information on them, because I can't order blank checks, or I can order blank checks and just put the template on this check for this Walmart or whatever, and basically, because there are people on the dark web that are doing this exact method, making different business checks, and people are going to these sites and buying those checks, and basically it's like they on payroll. So they got so much information, accurate information, that the checks number line up and everything. So it's people going in and say, hey, I want to get some checks for Walmart. I'll stay in Connecticut. They'll be like, okay, what part of Connecticut? They go find a Walmart in Connecticut, find a template for that Walmart, make some checks, and let's say you want 2 checks, it's gonna be the next 2 payroll checks. So it's getting real clever when it comes to these checks, because people used to go through a lot of work just to steal some checks, wash them, change numbers, do some whole. Nah, people are ordering the exact same checks off the internet from these third-party companies that make these bank checks, getting the account route numbers from different places and sources, utilizing that account route numbers on the bottom of these checks. Somebody got away with almost $800,000 utilizing this method. I just did a video on it. You can go watch them. If you go check the videos in the past, somebody got somebody's account route number. It was this guy's deceased father's account. He got the hold of the account route number, start making fake checks, and start cashing the checks, and the banks was cashing them. He got away with like $800,000. So people figure out ways. If there's a will, there's a way, and people gonna utilize that will in that way. So it's all about being more safe, being more cautious, and being more aware of these new methods and new scams that's going on in the world that's having people become victims, because nobody wants to become a victim. The banks or people, and the banks don't really care about the people, because a lot of times when these scams happen, well, they care about the people, but the people got to start paying attention and stop and stop thinking that people playing games with them. Because banks tell us all the time, we will never call you or text you asking for this information, and people still get tricked by it. And we sign agreements and things like that. So when it happens, we already agreed that we understand that. So when it happens, the banks are not liable or responsible for paying back your money that you got scammed out of, only fraudulent activity. And people don't pay attention to that. They be all sick and sad. Like, no, like, you get some more common sense. So yeah, these ACH transfers utilizing account numbers and route numbers, people utilizing on Cash App, Western Union, checks, and they're making profit off of it. And a lot of people are using them and going to jail too. So it's just all about being more safe, being more cautious, and being more aware of what's going on out there in this real crazy world that we all living in. Because at the end of the day, at the end of the tunnel, somebody is a victim, either it's a bank or a person. So with that being said, make sure you guys are getting your Norton Lifeline to monitor all your personal and financial accounts and social media accounts to make sure no suspicious activity is going on. And to monitor the dark web to make sure none of your personal information is on there floating around. Make sure you guys make sure you guys are freeze and alter your credit profiles, TransUnion, Equifax, and Experience, so you can make sure nobody's getting anything in your name. No loans, credit cards, lines of credit, no apartments, no cars. My shoe, 10 bands. What's the temperature, man? What's up, everybody? It's your boy King Hussle. Yes, it's the best money and credit channel on YouTube. So make sure you subscribe and hit the notification bell. So whenever I drop new sauce, new lessons, new methods, and giveaways, you'll be the first one to be notified. You'll be the first one to know what's going on. And hey, you might be the first one to win something for free. So make sure you subscribe and hit the notification bell on all the YouTube channels. Also, make sure you follow me on my Twitch, King Hussle Live. I do all my freebies and giveaways from those. I might have said that already. All right, so if I did, oh well. My Twitch, I do all my freebies and giveaways from those YouTube channels and Twitch. So make sure you subscribe, hit the notification bell so you don't miss out on nothing. Also, make sure you follow me on all my social media platforms. All you gotta do is click the title on every video. Once you click the title on every video, at the bottom of the description, all my social media links will pop up. All right, got a lot of fake King Hussle pages out there. So please get a FaceTime verification call or video to make sure you see this face. Make sure you're doing legit business and you are getting what you pay for, right? And before we get anything started, this is all educational purposes only, not telling anybody to do anything. So let's get this thing started. Hey, let's get this thing started. Hey, what do my real King Hussle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, my real Hussle Nation Empire family members, and we are back at it again with the gems, back at it again with the sauce, back at it again with the information that's going to turn you into a boss. So you're tired of being a zero, you ready to be your family hero? Listen up, take a seat, get your notepad and get your pen, because you already know when I drop these videos, it's going to be some information that's going to help you win, keep you informed, or keep you entertained. So with that being said, you already know we got these new bank methods, these new scam methods. It's a lot going on in today's world. It's a lot of people who jumping into this world that's making a lot of money. And there's a lot of people that's jumping into this world that's getting a lot of time in jail. Now, there are a lot of scams and methods out there that have evolved via check fraud, credit card fraud has been being one of those methods that has evolved since time, which is two of the most common scams and fraud tactics that people use. Now, the evolution of credit card fraud, because it's people, as generations and generations come, they get a little smarter with their scams and with the fraud, right? So, hold on. I don't know why I keep doing that. So, credit card fraud, right? As technology evolves, the scams and the methods will evolve. So, credit cards used to be. So, let's start from the beginning of the time so you can see the evolution. So, credit cards have been around for a long time. 1998, 2000 was when the first prepaid debit card was introduced, which was the green dot card. And this green dot card was basically a prepaid debit card that you can just load money onto it and have money to use on cards. So now we got these prepaid cards. And the first prepaid debit cards were also embossed, right? So back in the day, there was no real technology for people to just do a lot of things on their own. Like people wasn't printing their own debit cards and things like that. Like it wasn't common. Like there was no such thing as cool templates and different templates for different bank and check cards and things like that. So as the world evolved, the technology evolved, and the options evolved, right? So the first time I learned anything about credit card fraud and debit card fraud, like I told you guys before, I was about 12, 11 years old. And I was watching a CNN documentary of this dude who was basically doing credit card fraud. And he had this white guy that was like trailing him. And the black guy was so like anal, like he was tight, like attitude and all that. Like he was like, because he was nervous, first of all. Like he doing credit card fraud on national TV. Like that's weird. That's tricky right there already. His face was blurred, but that's already suspicious. So the interviewer basically was like interviewing him and gave him, but the card that he used was the interviewer's card. So the interviewer basically, he was just basically showing the interviewer that he can duplicate his card, go into Best Buy, buy something, and then sell it. How easy credit card fraud is, basically it is, right? So what happened was, and I'm gonna make this short because I only got 4 more minutes left, 5 more minutes left to be talking. I ain't gonna be talking all day. He cloned that man card, but he was telling him, like, you gotta like be quiet, stop talking to me so I can make sure these spaces on these numbers is right. And then he made the card. They went to walk Best Buy to get the iPad, and the card was messing up because the numbers was off. And while they leaving Best Buy, he's snapping on the dude like, "Man, I told you this." So he go back, make another card. He do it the right, and he basically buy iPad or whatever, and then sell it in the money, whatever. Just regular credit card fraud, right? Now we come to 2026, and they got a lot of different things. Cards are no longer embossed. We now have chips in our debit cards and credit cards. It's a lot of new things that's going on, right? So people figure out what they want to figure out at the end of the day, and people have figured out the system. Now that banks, because you all know we all got bank cards, debit cards, right? And these debit cards all have the bank on them, but some banks offer the option to be able to basically create your own template, so your card does not have to say this bank or that bank. It can say whatever that you want to say. It's even some banks that let you upload your own picture to put on your debit card. So people are saying, okay, now that that's an option, people no longer have to go into these stores and in places with a card that looks like a bank card. Like for somebody to have a picture of them on their debit card now is not uncommon, which makes it easier for scammers because now they can use different stolen credentials to load or to write on these cards. Now, how are they getting this card information is the question. Now, there are so many ways different criminals and different scammers and fraudsters get credit card information. You got skimmers. Skimmers, we all know about skimmers at POS machines, gas pumps, ATMs. Wherever you insert your card, wherever you tap your card, wherever you type in your PIN number, it could be basically a fake cover that looks like the keypad or the POS machine that is basically reading your information every time somebody utilizes it. Then you got the skimmers and the gas pumps. That's basically these long strips. You got a lot of different ways. Then you got people that's working in banks that's getting information. Like it's a lot of different ways people get these credit card and debit card information. And once they get that information, all they gotta do is write it on the card. And now they got printers where you can like homemade printers, portable printers that anybody can buy. None of this stuff is illegal. People just use them in illegal ways. And people are basically buying these printers and printing whatever that they want to print on the card and printing whatever that they want to print on the back of the card because, like I said, numbers are no longer embossed on cards. They're now printed on the back of the card, which makes it even easier. So credit card fraud has definitely elevated. You got people starting to get back into the black box, recruiting people to work at McDonald's, KFC's, Taco Bell's, Jock in the Box, Whataburgers, basically late night restaurants that stay open late night with drive-throughs, recruiting them, giving them the black box, the MSR X6, having them swipe cards, and getting card information like that. Like people gonna find out if there's a will, there's a way. People gonna figure out how to get what they want. That's just how it is in the world. And if somebody put their mind to it enough, and they gonna figure something out. So credit card fraud has definitely evolved from embossing cards and getting cards off the dark numbers and information off the dark web to people figuring out how to get their own information, which is making the world more deadly. Because at the end of the day, if everybody doing this, everybody know about it, you got all the places that we utilize on a daily basis, from ATMs, gas pumps, and gas stations and different stores. So it's just all about being more safe, being more cautious, and being more aware, because to be able to get information in today's world is very easy. And the dark web is still around. There's new people in it every day. Every day there's a million different 18-year-olds, somebody turning 18. There's a lot going on in the world. And people don't believe into this stuff. Like people don't believe in technology. If you are able to send money from if I'm in Chicago and somebody in California, and I can say, what's your Cash App tag? They send me their tag and I can send them a $2,000 just like this. Y'all gotta start thinking about technology. Like, how is that possible? So what else can technology do? And I'm trying to get y'all to understand technology. That's why technology fascinates me. That's why it always fascinated me. That's why I'm in the ethical hacking world, because of technology. It's fascinating how you can literally utilize technology to do whatever that you want to do, see whatever that you want to see, get whatever that you want to get, because the world is ran on technology. So it's just all about being more safe, being more cautious, and being more aware of what's going on in this real crazy world that we all are living in. Because at the end of the day, at the end of all these methods and scams, there's going to be a victim. It might be a bank, it might be a person. That's the only two victims that's always in this world: a bank or a person. So with that being said, make sure you guys are getting your Norton LifeLock to monitor all your financial and social media accounts. What's up, everybody? It's your boy King Hussle. Yes, it's the best money and credit channel on YouTube. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell. So whenever I drop new sauce and lessons, new methods and giveaways, you'll be the first one to be notified. You'll be the first one to know what's going on, and you might be the first one to win something for free. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell on all the YouTube channels. Also, make sure you follow me on my Twitch, King Hussle Live. I do all my freebies and giveaways from those YouTube channels and the Twitch. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell so you won't miss out on nothing. Also, make sure you follow me on all my social media platforms. All you gotta do is put the title on every video. Once you put the title on every video, at the bottom of the description, all my social media links will pop up. All right. We got a lot of fake King Hussle pages up there, so please get a FaceTime verification call or video to make sure you see this face. Make sure you are doing legit business and you are getting what you pay for, all right? And before we get anything started, this is all educational purposes only, not telling anybody to do anything. So let's get this thing started. Hey, let's get this thing started. Hey. What to do, my real King Hussle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, my real Hustle Nation Empire family members. And we are back at it again with the gems, back at it again with the sauce, back at it again with the information that's going to turn you into a boss. So you're tired of being a zero. You ready to be a family hero? Listen up, take a seat, get your notepad and get your pen, because you already know when I drop these videos and y'all get them notifications, it's going to be some information that's going to help you win, keep you informed, or keep you entertained. So you know how we get down over here on this channel. We back at it again with the new bank scams, the new bank methods, the new scams and methods that's going on in today's world. Now, the scam and fraud world has been up. A lot of new people are getting into this world. Scams and fraud have been up 600 to 800% since COVID-19. And just the last year alone. And a lot of people are getting into this world because everybody wants money. Everybody needs money. And people are tired of working jobs. People are losing their jobs and they need money now. And people are selling the perception that these scams and methods and loans or whatever can get you a lump sum of money fast, instantly. And which in some cases that is true. In some cases, it's not true. So there's a lot of people out here that's walking around in the world with inaccurate information, and having inaccurate information allows you to believe something that isn't true. Now, It's a lot of people out there that does not believe in certain things when it comes to the dark world, fraud, scams, you call it what you want to call it. And a lot of people don't understand that there are different dark worlds. There's the tech dark world, there's the real life dark world, and there's different things that go on in these different worlds. Just like it's different planets, there are different worlds in the dark web. People do different things. So first things first, because a lot of people don't understand this and don't know this, and by them not knowing this, they just call everybody a scammer, call and say, no, listen. In the dark world, there are fraudsters, scammers, and hackers. They
Yeah, I'll be
all
behind the
contribute to
scenes. I'll be
one thing,
right
but they
back.
do different things.
Like around
Scammers are people who social
7,
engineer, manipulate, trick
7:30,
other people
7
or
hours and
victims
30,
into
7 hours and
basically
7 hours and
spending
30.
their
I'll be
own
right
money,
back on the
giving
phone.
their own money, or doing
Give me a second, guys.
something on their own,
Gotta send these
which
loans out,
can
man. Hey,
benefit the scammer.
they back.
Fraud is when somebody utilizes
But at the same
somebody
time,
else's
I want to make sure y'all
information
get some gems, because a
to
lot of y'all
obtain
be missing
a
out on these
loan, credit
gems in these
card, line of
videos. So I'm
credit,
gonna
get
play
into a
these
bank
gems in
account,
these videos
get
so
a
y'all can
car,
get
get an
them.
apartment. That's
And
fraudulent activity.
keep it
So
pushing.
a lot of people don't understand that. A lot of people call everybody scammers. Everybody is scamming. That's not the case. Hackers are people who basically are the information people. They are compromisers. They know how to get in the system, databases, servers to be able to obtain certain information via businesses, phones, emails, you name it. So the hackers are the people who provide the information. The fraudsters are the people who steal the information and utilize it. And the scammers are the people who trick the victims into giving their money. And that's what y'all got to understand. So in today's world, there's a lot of new methods going on out there. Hold on. There's a lot of new bank methods going on out there, right? And ever since COVID-19, everybody want a business. Everybody want to get into the credit world. Why? Because people now see that a business can get you millions of dollars. They seen everybody get millions of dollars with the PPP loan. Now they want to get a business so they can get millions of dollars now. Now, when it comes to fraud and scams and things like that, most scams and most fraudulent methods, so in the real world, not the tech world, but the real world, revolve around identity theft. Now, hold on. So there's a lot of methods, a lot of new methods that surround the bank and identity theft. Everything, majority other than the real world fraud and scams surrounds itself with identity theft, stolen identities. Now, there's a new method going on out here where it's not a new method, but people are starting to learn about this method. People are starting to utilize this method because, like I told y'all, ever since COVID-19, everybody want to start a business, everybody want to get into the credit world, and everybody trying to get these loans, and they figure out ways how to finesse the system. We're gonna put it like that. So what people are doing is they're saying, okay, they're getting these stolen identities, and they're basically starting businesses with these stolen identities. And what they're doing is they're creating these fake businesses, establishing them, and then they're doing the invoice loan scams. Now, the invoice loan scams is basically, let's say somebody has a business and they perform a service for another business, and they send that person the invoice. That person now has to pay them that what's on that invoice. So there are factoring companies and there are places out here that do invoice factoring and invoice finance, and those are two different things. So factoring is basically you have your invoices and you take it to the factoring company and they'll pay you for your invoices. So however much these invoices is, they give you a percentage of that. And then you have or they give you all of it. And then you have factoring is when they basically you have these invoices and they give you a line of credit against these invoices, and you'll pay back this line of credit when those people pay you back. So the factoring is when they basically cash you out for the invoices. Financing is when they give you a line of credit and you pay it back when those people pay the invoices, start paying the invoices. So people got a hold of this information and said, oh, okay. So you telling me all I need is invoices to be able to get approved for these loans. So now there's different ways people do this. Now, some people who don't even utilize stolen identities, some people who out there who will basically have friends and say, okay, we all gonna open up 5 businesses. With these 5 businesses, we're gonna start generating income, because one business is going to get a loan, and then that business is going to start sending a loan through all those different business bank accounts. So now it's going to seem as if on paper all of these businesses are generating and receiving $25,000 a month for some type of service, which is an invoice which has to be paid. So they see that you have to be it's coming in this date and it's going out, coming in, coming out, coming in, coming out. So they're seeing that all these businesses on monthly revenue is $25,000. So now these businesses is qualifying for $25,000 loans. So that's 10 businesses that can get $25,000. That's $250,000 right there, right? So now you just got $250,000. Now that you know this play, you was running the same play. Now you're sending $100,000 to all these banks. Now you're getting $100,000 from 25 banks. Now you got, or 10 banks. I mean, for 10 businesses. Now it's $1 million that you got, because you got 10 businesses that just got $100,000. That's $1 million. And this is the play that they're running, because then they got the bankruptcies and they got the trust funds, and then the people who are doing it in fraudulently in other people's identities and information. These loopholes are out there. You don't hear a lot of people talking about invoice loans and financing, but they're out there, and people who utilize and figure this out, they run the play, and then they crash the business and start new businesses. Easy as that. Trust funds, bankruptcies, they all play a part in each other. So knowledge is power, and understanding and knowing so many different things will put you in a situation and put you in a place that will help you in the long run. Because this method is also a method that a lot of businessmen and women utilize to become successful in the entrepreneurial world. Everything don't gotta be a scam, but everything can be a scam, especially if it's money being made with it. And that's what happens. People figure out how to utilize things in the wrong way to obtain funds and not have to pay it back, because people know you got to pay back loans. But if you get it and don't got it in your name, it's not going to come back on you. So that's why people create these methods and these whatever to obtain money in fraudulent ways. So it's just all about being more safe and being more cautious out there, because there's a lot of people out there that might put you in a position, hey, you're trying to get a play, you're trying to run a play, you're trying to get some money. Information might be stolen. There's always a victim on the other side, and it might be a bank or it might be a person. So with that being said, like I tell you guys all the time, make sure you get your Norton Life Locks to monitor all your personal and financial accounts, social media accounts, to make sure no suspicious activity is going on. And it will monitor the dark web to make sure none of your personal information is on there being sold. Make
Play solo, after work, at your own pace. No stress.
What's up, everybody? It's your boy King Hussle, and yes, it's the best money and credit channel on YouTube. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell. So whenever I drop new sauce method giveaway, you'll be the first one to be notified. You'll be the first one to know what's going on. And hey, you might be the first one to win something for free. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell on all the YouTube channels. Also, make sure you follow me on my Twitch, King Hussle Live. I do all my freebies and giveaways from those YouTube channels and the Twitch. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell so you won't miss out on nothing. Also, make sure you follow me on all my social media platforms. All you gotta do is put the title on every video. Once you put the title on every video, at the bottom in the description, all my social media links will pop up. All right, and got a lot of fake King Hussle pages out there. So please get a FaceTime verification call or video and make sure you see this face. Make sure you are doing legit business and you are getting what you paid for. All right. And before we get anything started, this is all educational purposes only, not telling anybody to do anything. So let's get this thing started. Hey, let's get this thing started. Hey, what to do, my real King Hussle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, my real Hustle Nation Empire family members, and we are back at it again with the gems, back at it again with the sauce, back at it again with the information that's going to turn you into a boss. So you're tired of being a zero, you're ready to be a family hero. Listen up, take a seat, get your notepad and get your pen, because you already know when I drop these videos, you know, get them notifications. There's going to be some information that's going to help you win, keep you informed, and keep you entertained. So with that being said, we got another King Hussle Crazy reaction video today.
Jeez Louise. Hold on, y'all. Had to get right. Today we got another King Hustle Crazy reaction video for you guys today. And today we got fake boss $5,000 check scam at TD Bank. Look, took a left turn fast when this happened. All right. Shout out to ICU Body Cam for the video. Make sure you guys go subscribe and like the videos over there for more cop cam videos. And with that being said, let's get into this good old reaction video.
Good, yeah. So he's trying to cash a fraud check. He's got a black shirt, a hat, and blue jeans.
He's trying to cash a fraud check?
Yeah,
Okay.
we called the business owner, and they said that's not their check. It's completely fraudulent, and he's trying to rush us. We installed them a little bit. He's like,
all right, so here it is. So when we do these cop cam videos with these check fraud and bank frauds, we always come across the same characteristics. So people who trying to cash a fake check normally are in a rush. Banks they do call the companies to check and verify the check, and when they do, they call the police and they say it's not real, and then people don't be having a spiel to give the cops or a story to get the cops because they didn't think of all that. So let's see what's going on today.
they need to go. So okay, that's the situation.
We're gonna find out who he is.
Yeah,
and you don't have a name now, right? No,
I have his driver's license and the check in the back.
you do. And his first name was
I forget already.
Daniel.
Daniel.
Okay.
Yeah, Daniel.
All right. Okay.
Last name Ponce, I think. Rodriguez Ponce.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll just have him. Is there a room or anything we could step in?
You can use my office if you want. You want to use my office? Yeah.
Want to use the office, guys?
Might want to customers just to see, just so we can figure out what's going on.
What's that black lady back there doing in the corner? We see you. She probably nervous. All black people get nervous when they see cops. I ain't gonna lie.
Hey, listen. Sorry.
Look at this guy. Look at this. Caught him off guard. You on the phone chilling?
Check any. Okay, which one? I just trying to talk to you.
But we have to make sure you don't have anything on you before we talk.
No worries. Let's talk. Can I be turned around just for a second? Let me just check you. You need to put your phone down here just for a second.
Phone down, guys.
Just swallow it. Just put it down there. Wait. Yeah.
Okay, you're not being arrested. It's just
You're just being detained. You know how this goes.
I'll tell you in a second, sir. I want to find out what's going on here.
They're trying to see why you in there. What's going on?
If you have a check right now,
we got a check.
I give to my checks. There's a call. We have a complaint that the check that you have is an issue right now. Okay.
if they give, I mean, that's not my issue.
Okay. Let me
It is your issue. You're the one bringing in the check. Why you mean that ain't your issue? Yes, it is.
What's your first name?
Yeah,
I don't have nothing. All right. I'll have you sit down. Nothing. You gotta check your eyes. Okay, Danny, we'll have you sit down for a second, okay? We'll figure this out, okay?
Can I take this out, please?
What's that?
Okay,
Okay, it's our safety, that's all. Okay?
I have no weapon.
Okay, Daniel, I'm gonna read this to you first before I talk to you, okay?
You gotta read your Miranda rights, bro.
Okay, let me do this.
That's why we're gonna read this to you.
Okay.
Okay.
Any statements you make use against you in court of law, do you understand?
Y'all know how this goes. Read your Miranda rights.
I just need to know what happened.
Okay, this check right here, tell me where this check came from.
A guy that paid me, give me the check.
Okay, some guy pays you to get a check?
Yes,
Who is he?
He's a person I do the work, he give me the check.
What type of work do you do?
What?
What type of work?
I do construction.
You have construction work?
I'm not having a company, but
what's that?
I don't have my company, but I don't know if that was illegal.
Are you an employee?
Yes, he's paying my teams.
Okay, what's his name? What's his name?
Carlos give me the name.
Let's give you this check. And this check right here, this is the check you're talking about?
Now, he says he's a construction worker and he's paying. This is the check that he got paid to do a job. Now, people got to understand that this world that we live in is a crazy world that we live in, and people try to get over all the time. So you never know. Somebody probably had him do some construction work, paid him with a bad check. He might just be a runner. He might just be the person just trying to cash a fake check that he made. You never know in these situations. So, and he don't speak good English. So let's see what's going on.
Yeah. Yeah. He gave me. He said.
Oh, that's your name on it, Daniel.
Yeah, that's me. That's me. That's me.
Okay. It's not Daniel. It's your name. Okay.
I don't understand what I do.
Okay, so your friend is Daniel. I mean, you're Daniel, but your friend is Carlos, right? Okay. All right. This information. And do you have his information at all? Do you have any information on Carlos?
Do you have Carlos's phone number?
Sorry?
Do you have Carlos's phone number?
I can call Hussle, that is my friend. He has
Carlos's phone number?
No, I don't have. So
how you don't got Carlos' phone number?
The problem right now is this check is showing as fake.
No, that's not possible. No, great.
Okay. So we're trying to figure out if they gave you a bad check or if this is a fake check.
Or you in there trying to cash a
So
fake
who
check.
gave you this check? Carlos gave you the check. Does Carlos work for this company?
No, I do that work. They give me the check. That's
Okay.
it.
You're the owner, correct?
I'm the owner.
And you also control the accounts?
Exactly, like you the owner.
Okay, so the person that came in today, go to that screen. Let me just get to the picture of the DL here. His name is Daniel Arturo Rodriguez Ponce, or Ponce. Does that sound familiar at all?
No.
Okay. And
so now we know what's
you
going
own
on.
a home custom building.
Yes.
Right? Okay. All right.
This check is washed. We just got the information. So basically, they just washed the check, took off the payee name, switched it, put it on his. We just solved the case that fast.
And the check number that was where did I write it down?
How did they verify the check number?
7284.
7284, right? That we have here for $4,900. That is not your check, correct?
No, my check with that check number is in my possession and it's not written. It's in my check.
Okay, all right. So it's definitely not your check.
No.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure of that. So, got your information. I'm going to give you a call later when we're done with this case.
Okay.
He will be arrested, and
Great.
I will keep you updated. Okay.
Okay, if it's anything like last time, his partner will be waiting in the parking lot in a car, just so you know.
Like last
And
time.
he's gone. Apparently.
He's gone. Oh, that was nice. They're good friends. Okay.
Yeah.
So apparently this happened before. So what are you doing just allowing your checks or your information to be compromised like this if it's happened before? Then that must be meaning that you're not doing something right.
I still play Fortnite. Is that weird?
No, not at all. OG map or new one?
OG map. So you gotta go OG every time.
Got it.
Let's see what's going on.
Was it the same? It wasn't the same name, though, right? Correct.
No, it was
It
not
was
the
someone
same
else.
name.
It was someone else, right? You said?
Yes, it was a different name.
Oh. So I'm going to do a quick statement with you to tell me what happened, so I can, verify that how the sequence of events. Have recorded, so the tape statement to be done with. And what did he say? And what did he do?
He walks in and he goes, I want to cash this check. And I said, do you have an account with us? He goes, yes. So he has a debit card, put it right in the chip and pin to verify. I noticed his account was negative 137.
Okay.
And I look at the check. The check looks so suspicious to me. And I say, oh, you live in Miami. What are you doing around here? He said, oh, I work for them. I do a roof
For
this company.
the company that's on.
Not yes.
And it was
Correct. And the business address is in Boca, right?
Right.
So I said, let me verify. And then I noticed on the check, the TD Bank is missing a letter, the K, it was only bank.
You're kidding.
And then I was like, huh?
What?
So then I called the customer right away.
Bro, wait. Don't tell me they just made a whole bogus check. How you gonna miss the K out of bank? Like they basically typing how they talk, man. You mean?
At the funds. And I look at the system, the database that we have, to see the other checks that have been cashed in the past. It looks like almost the same. But I've been doing banking for so many years. I know it's a little shady.
How many years would you say?
23 years.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So that's
Yeah.
Wow.
I called the customer right away. She goes, no, that's a fraud. I never gave that check.
And you talked to the
Yeah.
owner.
She said, no, that's a fraud.
Yeah, I talked to her.
And she said it was a fraud. Okay. So and then that's when you called us.
That's when I told my manager, and my manager called you guys.
Okay. And what time that was about?
Oh gosh, I don't know. It was around 2:00.
2:00. It's 2:30 now. So
yeah, it's 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Pretty fast.
Pretty right hand. You swear everything's the truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, I swear.
All right. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much.
What's gonna happen?
104 documents.
And
and he, some unknown person gave him a check. He doesn't have a phone number too. And then, unfortunately, it happens a lot. So, yeah. You said that he had 2 other checks. How would that be? Would he come in and spoke with somebody else?
He went to the teller because this is
what happened? Like exactly what happened?
Maybe he figured out with somebody else. Maybe they don't have experience that I have.
Right.
They will cash it. That's how he was able to cash the check.
So
I
do you
don't
think
know.
he came earlier?
Probably he went from a different location. That's what they do. They go to different locations. And I can take
He
a
hit
look
no
at
different bank. I'm trying to get right with her.
Can I give you my card?
Mm-hmm.
And you give it to Manny, and then you can call me.
Okay.
Obviously, you have to run
Oh,
outside.
perfect. Yeah, because I just saw now that.
Wow. So he did the whole banks probably.
Oh, for sure.
Okay, so he's been running around different banks.
Yeah.
And how much was the other?
I don't know if it's him, but I know 2 checks that's the same amount.
Back in the lobby, deputies continue their investigation by attempting to find out who dropped Daniel off at the bank.
You're not making any sense. I'm trying to
Who
help
dropped
you.
you off,
No,
cuz?
I'm explaining.
Okay.
So I do a work for him, Carlos.
See, I got
My
that.
friend Jose is the
Recommended you
person that
to Carlos.
recommend me to Carlos.
Does Carlos work for?
No, I don't know. They just give me the check. I don't know.
This
if
brother
that's
in there
legal.
lying through his
He
teeth.
didn't give me phone number. I was with him in my house, and he told me, "Oh, I need to do something," and I say, "Okay, I go with you." And then in the car, he gave me the check. He leave me here.
But you never know though. Like you gotta really think about it. Like you gotta like think like people be thinking of some wild schemes. Like Buddy probably hired Buddy to do some work and was like, I'm gonna trick him to cashing these fake checks from me and I'm gonna pay him. So listen, you'll be surprised that people like it's people out here like this that hire somebody like a foreigner, people that be working like sitting outside of like Home Depot waiting for work or stuff like that. Foreign, whatever, illegals, immigrants and stuff like that, and they're like, hey, you want some work? Knowing already that they're gonna pay him with this fake check. Like the whole scheme is to have this person go into the bank and cash this fake check for them. And if it works, they're gonna pay him out that. And then if it don't, then that person will be, at fault. And he don't speak no English. So boom. Have him do some work, give him this fake check, like, hey, go cash this check for me. And then I'm gonna pay you out this check. I just like some type of spiel. And now we're here.
And he goes to the whatever he's gonna do.
And he's coming back?
He's supposed to be back
with the car back. What type of car does he drive?
It was white BMW.
So he left and he's supposed to come back?
He says that he's supposed to be here, but now I'm thinking that he's not coming. It's not my fault.
Okay,
I never do nothing illegal, nothing.
The check number 7284.
Can you just give this one for me?
Whoever dropped you off, whoever gave you that check, needs to come back. If not, I'm gonna look at the camera and I'm gonna go find them. You told her. So dile a Jose que si él quiere venir, sí puede.
The issue that we have is that this is a counterfeit check. Right. So what's going to happen is you're going to get charged with that. We're attempting to cash that.
That's why I told you to see if you
Up to
can.
you.
I told you if you could see, if you could get Carlos here.
That's a friend.
Okay. I know you said Jose's coming.
Jose is my.
Jose's coming, but Jose didn't write you this check. Carlos did, right? Exactly. So either Carlos is gonna come back or you're gonna go to jail. You understand?
I never do something.
Well, I told you, if we can get Carlos to come back,
I mean, what happened if you don't come back?
he doesn't come back, you're going to jail.
You're getting charged regardless. Is this your stuff? Okay. We're gonna go out to my car. Stand up. Yes.
You going to jail, bro?
Don't fight. Don't fight.
I'm not gonna.
We're gonna wait for Jose.
No fight,
We're
no
gonna
fight.
wait for Jose.
I'm not doing.
We're not doing anything. We're gonna take you out of here so nobody's looking at you. Just stand up. We're gonna go sit in the car.
You got that already.
Yeah. Doctor.
They taking you down. They taking you down.
Before Apoquel Chewable for allergic itch, giving dogs pills was a battle of wits.
Oh, Maria, I'm wise to your foolish game.
Is it gone?
Totally gone.
Relief for itchy.
Yeah, take it Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna talk. Don't worry.
I wanted he gonna learn.
And he has a necklace. Yeah.
Wait.
Go ahead, sit down. You can talk to him in the car. Okay?
I'm not. I don't want to go to jail.
Okay, just relax, sit down. You're fine. You're gonna be fine.
Do you work?
You're going to jail.
U.S. citizen or no? No.
Bro, if he asks you, do you work, bro, you should have said, yes, I do the construction work. That's what you should have said. But hey, man, you'd be surprised what people be coming up with to have people do, bro. It's crazy out here. Like,
What's up, everybody? It's your boy King Hussle. Yes, it's the best money and credit channel on YouTube. So make sure you subscribe and hit the notification bell. So whenever I drop new sauce, new lessons, new methods, and giveaways, you'll be the first one to be notified. You'll be the first one to know what's going on. Hey, you might be the first one to win something for free. So make sure you subscribe and hit the notification bell, all the YouTube channels. Also, make sure you follow me on my Twitch, King Hussle Live. I do all my freebies and giveaways from those YouTube channels and the Twitch. So make sure you subscribe and hit the notification bell so you won't miss out on nothing. Also, make sure you follow me on all my social media platforms. All you gotta do is put the title on every video. Once you put the title on every video, at the bottom in the description, all my social media links will pop up, all right? Got a lot of fake King Hussle pages out there, so please get a FaceTime verification call or video to make sure you see this face. Make sure you're doing legit business and you are getting what you pay for, right? And before we get anything started, this is all educational purposes only, not telling anybody to do anything. So let's get this thing started. Hey, let's get this thing started. Hey, what to do, my real King Hussle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, my real Hustle Nation Empire family members. And we are back at it again with the gems, back at it again with the sauce, back at it again with the information that's going to turn you into a boss. So you're tired of being a zero, you ready to be a family hero? Listen up, take a seat, get your notepad and get your pen, because you already know when I drop these videos, y'all get them notifications. There's going to be some information that's going to help you win. And in today's video, you know how we get down. We talk about the new scams, the new methods, the new whatever's going on in the new dark world, because the world is starting to be oversaturated with scams, frauds, and methods and everything that's going on. And it's a lot of people that's trying to get in this world because they're trying to benefit from what they see on social media. So every day there's almost a new method being created. Every day there's somebody trying to figure out what they can do to make some money in this world. And by it being a new generation, every day there's a new 18-year-old. And by technology, see, people don't understand how important technology is. Technology plays a part in everything that we do. Point blank, period. Without technology, we wouldn't be able to watch YouTube. Without technology, we wouldn't be able to send cash apps to cash apps, Venmos to Venmos, Zelles to Zelles, wire transfers. We wouldn't be able to do any of these things. And us as people have made it possible to do this due to technology. Now, people don't understand the world of the matrix. People don't understand the world of databases, servers, networks, signals. And these things are how everything in the world is being controlled and ran. People don't ever think about certain things. Like, how is this little key fob, this little, not even key, it's a fob. How is this able to unlock this door? How am I able to start this car with just pressing a button? How am I able to start this car with just pressing the remote, my lock on the remote? Technology, signals. This is how everything in the world is working. Websites, everything is coded. And coded is basically when something is being commanded to do something. A website, a game, everything is coded, a phone. It's all commands saying, hey, do this, do this, do this, do this, do this, and do this. And if you can code something to do something, just imagine what people on the other side are coding to command things to do. And that's what people are not understanding. If somebody can code a whole application that's able to send and receive money and hold money, a digital wallet via Cash App, Venmo, Zelle, PayPal, Apple Pay, if that is possible, what else do you think they'll be able to do? And a lot of people don't think about that. So in the tech world of fraud and scams, it's deeper than what a lot of people think. Because all our phones are ran off servers, databases, and networks. They all have boards in them, chips, computers, laptops, games.
I gotta post something, Rocco. Just not creative on Wednesdays.
Anything that can be remotely controlled. You can control somebody's computer. They got a feature on Windows that you can control somebody's computer from your computer. People are utilizing these tools, especially when it comes to bank methods, people acting as if they're the fraud department and things like that. So due to technology, due to the surge of online gaming, kids been playing these games for 10 plus years. You got to think about it. Kid was 8 10 years ago, he's 18 now. If a kid was 12 6 years ago, he's 18 now. And they got all this information, see all this information that's being presented to them in the real world at a young age, and it's developing their minds into wanting to do certain things, which means by the time they get older, they're going to be kind of more advanced at what they're doing. Just like the kid who made 100,000 off the Bitcoin. These things are real, but the average American, the average mind doesn't see it that way. They think everything in the world is fake if they never seen it. And then most people are fed the wrong information, so they are walking around believing the wrong information. So when somebody tries to tell them the real information, the correct information, they think that person is wrong. So it's real messed up out here. But as the world evolves, the methods evolve. Credit card fraud. Things go and they come back. Since the beginning of times, people have been using black boxes. Now, these new tools such as Flipper Zeros, Raspberry Pis, Code Dots, and so on are fairly new within the past probably 10 years, 10 to 12 years. But 15, 20 years, these things didn't exist. And a lot of people had different ways and different methods on how to obtain certain information. So with this new generation of kids being on Roblox, on the game system and doing certain things, they're learning certain things because they're adults on these same systems doing and want to get accounts and different stuff. So this new credit card wave has been going crazy because there's new people out here that's starting to learn things and be into certain worlds. There are people out here that are no longer kids and now adults that finally get a chance to do whatever they want to do and they want to be cool. So a lot of people are starting to kick back into the credit card fraud world. And a lot of times people want to figure out how to get their own information because the dark web is a place where a lot of people go, but they either get scammed or they can't find what they're looking for. So people get tired of that and say, hey, I want to get this information on myself, for myself. I'm tired of doing this and getting scammed. So people figure out how to do those things. So then they figure out about the black boxes, the MSR X6s, the skimmers. They figure out about the flipper zeros. They figure out about these code dots. Now, the flipper zero and the code dot, these are devices that are gadgets that were designed for play. But due to it being a cyber tool, you can attach boards to them. And when you attach boards to them, whatever that board is designed to do, it allows that flipper zero to do. So that might be some whole hacker things right there, compromise on passwords and phones and Wi-Fi signals and waves. So a lot of people think just buying flipper zeros and code dots and these tools, you just buy it and now you're a hacker. You can do all this. No, you have to have boards. But there are places out here that sell those boards if you do your research and look hard at those. So people don't grasp that. Like, they don't understand technology. So people, is like I said, they hiring people at 16 years old. These same 16-year-olds are listen, the world is so crazy. You got to think there's 16-year-olds that's dating 18-year-olds, and he might be into this world. So he might have a 16-year-old girlfriend who work at McDonald's third shift or whatever third shift, swiping cards in the drive-thru, or working at Taco Bell or whatever, any place that utilizes debit cards in third shift because they know late night shift is real relaxed. It's not fast paced. The managers are probably in the back count money and doing their reports and leaving the workers in the front to handle the business. Like, it's real relaxed. So people figure out ways how to get the information that they need and that they want. So credit card fraud has been on the rise because you can easily buy black boxes. You can easily buy these skimmers on the clear net, and people are figuring out and finding ways how to do it and how to buy it. And it's not hard to just swipe a card and it reads it, because once they read it, and then they go back and then they write it. And then due to certain technologies and dark web premises and people learning how to make their own templated debit cards, they're just swiping cards and making cards and going about willy-nilly and using these cards. So
real business owners, let's say your personal credit is shot. Let's say you build business credit. Let's say you've got rated files with Dun & Bradstreet. You've got an IntelliScore through the roof. You've got 15 trade lines on all the different business credit bureaus. You're not doing the janky vendor little Paydex build stuff. Now, let's say you've got a Visa, MasterCard in your company's name. What's next? You've got a 500 personal credit score. You've got judgments. And
credit card fraud has definitely been on the rise because we use our debit cards and credit cards every day, all day, everywhere that we go. And every time that we use them, there's a chance that every time we do use them, that information is being stored on a database. And there are more people learning about cybersecurity, learning about hacking, learning how to use Kelly Linux, learning how to get into these programs and get this information. And once they get that information, they either sell it on the dark web, utilize the information themselves, or who knows what they do with the information. So it's becoming easier for scammers and fraudsters to be able to do these methods because the government, the world, these businesses are making it easier for the consumer, for the customers to do it. And the scammers and the fraudsters are doing the exact same thing that the customers are doing, just in a fraudulent way. So it's all about being more safe, being more cautious, and being more aware of what's going on out there in this real crazy world that we all living in. Because at the end of the day, at the end of all these What's up, everybody? It's your boy King Hussle. Yes, it's the best money and credit channel on YouTube. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell. So whenever I drop new sauce and lessons, new methods, and giveaways, you'll be the first one to be notified. You'll be the first one to know what's going on. And hey, you might be the first one to win something for free. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell on all the YouTube channels. Also, make sure you follow me on my Twitch, King Hussle Live. I do all my freebies and giveaways from those YouTube channels in the Twitch. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell, so you won't miss out on nothing. Also, make sure you follow me on all my social media platforms. All you gotta do is click the title on every video. Once you click the title on every video, at the bottom in the description, all my social media links will pop up. All right, got a lot of fake King Hussle pages out there, so please get a FaceTime verification call or video to make sure you see this face, make sure you are doing legit business and you are getting what you paid for, right? And before we get anything started, this is all educational purposes only, not telling anybody to do anything. So let's get this thing started. Hey, let's get this thing started. Hey, what do my real King Hustle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, my real Hustle Nation Empire family members, and we are back at it again with the gems. Back at it again with the sauce, back at it again with the information that's going to turn you into a boss. So you're tired of being the zero, you're ready to be your family hero. Listen up, take a seat, get your notepad and get your pen, because you already know when I drop these videos and you'll get them notifications, there's going to be some information that's going to help you keep you informed, or keep you entertained. So with that being said, we got another banger today. You know how we get down over here. We got these new bank methods, these new bank scams that's been going on in today's world. Now, a lot of these scams a lot of these scams that a lot of people think that are new have been going on for a very long time. Submission, phishing, they now call it spoofing, check fraud, credit card fraud, all these things. Now, bank fraud is a very popular place where fraud is committed, because it is an institute that provides money and holds money. And wherever money is being made, there's going to be some type of scam or fraud being committed. Now,
whether you're a professional contractor or simply take pride in handling your own home repair,
people, it's new generations, and people, every generation is more advanced than the next. So as the world evolves, the scams and the methods will evolve. Now, this is what people don't understand. A lot of people don't understand technology. A lot of people don't understand why there's so much hacking and compromising going on in the world today. And a lot of people don't understand how dangerous it is. A lot of people don't understand that everything in this world is ran off technology, system, databases, coding, things like that. So by everything being ran off systems and databases and servers and coding, they can be penetrated, meaning that people can take over all these things. Anything with a system or a server, any technology can be compromised and taken over. So scammers and fraudsters are starting to figure out that, well, they've been knew this, but new people are new generation of scammers and fraudsters are starting to figure out and learn more about ATMs. ATMs are a small computer component. And with every computer, you can put softwares on them. And a lot of people don't know about malware. And malware is basically a program. And malware can be a lot of different things, but it's basically a program that is placed on this server, on this computer, to take over the computer, the system, to make it commanded to do different things. And since there are people out here trying to get money, find places that has money, and how to bypass the security on these places to get the money, these type of scams happen. So ATM jackpots, ATM jackpot. This scam or this method is basically when a scammer or a fraudster takes over the computer system and makes it just disperse out money. Because it's basically when somebody is just recoding that system, recoding whatever that they're compromising. It might be a camera system, a phone system, it might be the ATM system. They're just recoding it and basically making it do what the hacker wants it to do, because it's just all commands. And a lot of people don't know everything, every site, every game is all coded. Everything is a command. So with this new generation, there are a lot of new tools and a lot of new gadgets that's been coming out that's allowing people to be able to do this type of crime. As far as flipper zeros, code dots, and there's a lot of different ones out there, but that's just an example. And these tools are on the clear net to be able to buy. Anybody can buy them. But the thing is, you have people out here that's creating these boards, and boards are basically hard drives that go on the Flipper Zero or on the code that allows the person or whoever has it, the hacker, the scammer, or the fraudster, to be able to utilize it in those type of ways. So if you buy the Flipper Zero just by itself, you're not going to be able to do anything. It all comes from the boards that you attach onto the Flipper Zero that allows you to do certain things. And there are people on different platforms, the dark web, Telegram, Instagram, all over the place that's selling these type of boards. People find what they want. And once they get these tools, they're now able to commit these do these methods. So it has been a rise and a spike of ATM jackpotting because at the end of the day, scammers and fraudsters want to figure out and find the easiest way how to get some money and not get caught and have it not come back to them. It's basically free money to them. So they find ways to do it. So in today's video, we're going to be watching and analyzing a video of this method that's on the rise, that's starting to become very popular, ATM jackpotting. A lot of banks have been fought because of this, because this scam, this method, the bank is the victim, not anybody, because when they ATM jackpot does not target anybody's bank accounts. It only targets that ATM and the money inside the ATM. So that banks are the ones who are the victims. Nobody accounts as being touched. So this method right here is for people or scammers or fraudsters who feel like, okay, I don't want to deal with people. I don't want to have to go through all that to have them do all that when I could just get the money out the ATM. How can I do that? Placing malware on the ATM and having it taking control over the ATM and having it just disperse money out, because it's all a command. So we're going to watch a little video of this rising scam that's going on and what they want you to do. Well, it can't have people are not the ones that's a victim. It's all about the bank. So let's see what's going on with this new method, ATM jackpotting.
We're learning about the laws of motion.
I saw a spaceship in the ocean and a blue whale in the sky.
The FBI is issuing a warning about a rise in ATM thefts. Consumer expert Heather Sullivan explains how the crooks are doing it and what you need to know before you use one.
The FBI says that ATM jackpotting often happens at standalone ATMs and, in fact, often in rural areas. They say 700 ATMs have been hit just last year across the country to the tune of $20 million. They say that the hackers will basically pry open the face of the ATM, download malware onto the computer system, and tell it to spit out the cash. They say it's often done by an organized crime ring, and they say that they're taking advantage of some vulnerabilities when sometimes ATMs haven't had their software updated.
So what happened was some of the
And see how common it's starting to happen, because a lot of these ATMs a lot of these businesses, a lot of these banks, they be slacking and lacking on updating the software. So
the software system is outdated, that allow malicious actors to open up the box to gain physical access to computer and inject malicious message communications into the ATM machine, telling it to hand out cash.
The FBI has now charged 93 people that they say are part of the Tren de Aragua, or TDA, foreign terrorist organization from Venezuela, for a massive wave of ATM jackpotting across the country. Analysts say while banks lose millions of dollars to the crime, that cost can be passed on to consumers through higher insurance and operating costs. We asked Ning Zhang, cybersecurity professor at WashU, whether consumers who use hacked ATMs can be affected by the crime.
Would this software be like saving the information that's on our bank card?
Given the capability of the malware, it's capable of doing that.
It's capable of doing that, but that's not the intent that they're trying to do. They don't care about that information. They're just trying to get the money out the ATM.
However, I would really cautious and say this might be individuals who is just trying to get cash. So I think there's no need to be overly alarming over this.
So you want to be sure before you use an ATM just to check to see if there are
I
any
check all the
signs
time.
of it being opened or tampered with. You also want to watch out for another common crime, and that's called skimming. So you want to be sure there aren't any signs of a
Facts.
skimmer being slipped into the card reader, or that there are.
And they do put skimmers, and I be telling y'all all the time about these skimmers. They be at gas pumps and ATMs. So where the card port, where you insert the card, just like right there, that could be a skimmer. And then the key part right there, where you type in the PIN number and all that, that could be a skimmer. So make sure that ain't, you know what I'm saying, been tampered with neither.
Isn't a fake keyboard that's been placed on top of the real
Exactly.
keyboard. It'll look like it's kind of shifted off to the side, or maybe it will feel a little spongy. Also, set up those alerts on your phone so that you're notified if a transaction has happened on your account. Heather Sullivan, First Alert 4.
Because it's happening a lot. So these ATM jackpotting is definitely becoming a popular new fraud tactic, a new method for the fraudsters to be able to just get the money out the ATM, not specifically attacking or
What's up, everybody? It's your boy King Hussle. Yes, it's the best money and credit channel on YouTube. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell. So whenever I drop new sauce, new lessons, new methods, and giveaways, you'll be the first one to be notified. You'll be the first one to know what's going on. And hey, you might be the first one to win something for free. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell on all the YouTube channels. Also, make sure you follow me on my Twitch, King Hussle Live. I do all my freebies and giveaways from those YouTube channels and the Twitch. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell so you won't miss out on nothing. Also, make sure you follow me on all my social media platforms. All you gotta do is click the title on every video. Once you click the title on every video, at the bottom of the description, all my social media links will pop up, right? Got a lot of fake King Hussle pages out there, so please get a FaceTime verification call or video to make sure you see this face. Make sure you are doing legit business and you are getting what you paid for, right? And before we get anything started, this is all educational purposes only, not telling anybody to do anything. So let's get this thing started. Hey, let's get this thing started. Hey, what to do, my real King Hussle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, my real Hustle Nation Empire family members, and we are back at it again with the gems. Back at it again with the sauce, back at it again with the information that's going to turn you into a boss. So you're tired of being a zero, you're ready to be a family hero. Listen up, take a seat, get your notepad and get your pen, because you already know when I drop these videos, you'll get them notifications. It's going to be some information that's going to help you win, keep you informed, and keep you entertained. And with that being said, you know how we get down over here on this channel. We talk about nothing but the bad. We talk about new scams, new fraud methods, new schemes that's going on. And a lot of people have been asking me about all of these new methods, all of these new scams and fraud, and what's the new wave, and what's this and what that, dark web this, dark web that. A lot credit this, credit that. A lot of people want to know how can they get the bag, and how are people getting the bag, especially fast with these new scams and fraud. So with that being said, we're going to talk about these new bank methods that's going on in today's world. Now, we didn't talk about check scams. We didn't talk about identity theft. We didn't talk about a lot of different scams, but a lot of people aren't talking about the VCN scam. Yeah, the VCN scam. What is a VCN scam? Well, the VCN scam is the virtual card number. Well, VCN is a virtual card number, and it's the VCN scam, right? So a lot of people are figuring out a lot of different things, and scammers and fraudsters are figuring out how to get the VCN, the virtual card numbers, because they get that virtual card number, they can link that number or that information to that card to different phones or Androids and do a lot of different things and do whatever somebody else would do, whatever any other scammer or fraudster would do. So a lot of people have been dealing with banks lately, from spoof calls, bots, a lot of different things, and people are figuring out how to get people's VCN virtual cards, link them to Android phones, throwaway phones, and withdraw money, spend, buy things, and different things. So scammers can steal a person's virtual card number information through various cyber criminal techniques, including phishing and use malware. We didn't talk about malware and what that is. I'm going to get to that. And exploiting data breaches. These methods are often used to gain access to details necessary to generate or use the VCN, which is the virtual credit card number. So phishing and social engineering. So scammers send fake emails, text messages, and make calls phishing, pretending to be from a legitimate source, such as bank or online retailer, to trick victims into revealing sensitive information like account details or full credit card numbers. So basically utilizing bots and utilizing information off the dark web, fools and things like that, banks databases. People can call and spoof call people to seem like it's the bank and social engineer, trick or manipulate them into giving them that information. And you believe it or not, people do it all the time. So people are using that method. Then you got the malware. So we all talked about malware, but we're going to talk about it again because I want people to really understand what's going on. So malware. Whoa. Malware is a malicious software such as keyloggers and spyware can be secretly installed onto a victim's device through malicious links and downloads. This malware can record keystrokes, take screenshots, and steal sensitive information as it is entered or transmitted. So basically malware. Let's talk about malware. Malware can be a pop-up link. It can be an email. It can be a text message. It can be a lot of different things. And a lot of people click on these malware viruses that pop up on their computer. That's why we have antiviruses on our computer and stuff to block these type of things. But malware pops up, you click the link, and once you click the link, you're now affected, meaning that this link is the gateway to you having your information compromised on that computer. And once it's compromised, the scammer, the hacker, or the fraudster can now control everything and anything they want to control on that device that has accepted the malware. It could be an ATM, it can be somebody's computer, somebody's phone, a lot of different things. So malware is very, very powerful. It basically gives somebody the control to steal and compromise phones, laptops, you name it, light poles, or anything they want to compromise and take over. So malware is the main method that hackers use to take over certain things and get certain information. So then you got data breaches, right? So hackers can target organizations that store large amounts of personal data, including credit card information. The stolen data from these breaches can then be sold on the dark web and used for scammers to commit fraud. So data breaches basically is when the scammers compromise that data from that company, like I've been telling you guys before, and sell the information on the dark web. So that's what hackers do. They steal information and they sell it or use it depending on the information that it is. So physical skimming devices. All right, criminals can install skimming devices on physical payment terminals such as ATMs or gas pumps to capture card details when the card is issued. Like I tell you, skimmers can be almost on every POS machine. So you got to check these POS machines to make sure there ain't no skimmers on there, because there's a lot of skimmers out here in the world and people don't know about skimmers. They don't know where they are, so they're not going to be aware of where to check and when to check. So people got to start looking out for these skimmers, because these skimmers is everywhere. Now, this method right here that I'm about to talk about, this method right here is probably the one that's on the rise, because at the end of the day, the world works off Wi-Fi. Everybody needs Wi-Fi or we have the weakest signals. So unsecured Wi-Fi networks, scammers can snoop and on activity over unsecured public Wi-Fi networks, potentially intercepting sensitive information if not encrypted. So basically, this is how that works. So let's say a scammer, a fraudster, or a hacker is at your local public wherever that has public Wi-Fi. And let's say the Wi-Fi is, I don't know, Gateway Mall, free Wi-Fi, right? So the scammer or the fraudster might go to the mall and create their own Wi-Fi network called Gateway Free Net Wi-Fi. And people are going to believe that this Wi-Fi is the free Wi-Fi for this area. So they're going to click it. They're going to, hook up, quote unquote, try to get the free Wi-Fi. Once they click that and hook onto that Wi-Fi or that network or that system, their phone is now compromised because they have connected to that network. So the hacker can now compromise any information off their phone, do whatever that they want to do to their phone, lock it, jam it, whatever. And by them doing this, they can get into people's wallets on their phone and get those digital cards and information that's on there. So people have been getting compromised a lot by these free Wi-Fi, especially by malls and different places where you're going to need Wi-Fi because it's a lot going on, and people have been basically getting scammed with the free Wi-Fi and getting their information compromised. So you got to start being more safe when you're clicking on free Wi-Fi. Then you got the physical theft and documents and mail. Scammers may go through the individual's trash for discarded bank statements or bills, or steal mail from unlocked mailboxes and find personal details. So once they have once they have the necessary information, scammers may be able to generate or use the associated VCN for fraudulent purchase or other criminal activities. So people are figuring out ways how to get people's virtual cards and the information off their phones by utilizing jammers or Wi-Fi signals, intercepting networks and signals. Listen, these things are real, and they're making it easier for the average Joe to be able to commit these type of methods and type of scams and schemes because of the new generation, the new world, the evolution of everything. So we all know about these tools that's out here: Flipper Zeros, Code Dots, Raspberry Pis. There's so many different ones out here that people never even heard of or never even seen. So it's just all about being more safe, being more cautious, and being more aware out there, because if you're not, you won't know what to look out for. Your mind won't be looking out for you and recognize scams before they happen, and you might become a victim. So with that being said, make sure you guys are getting your Norton LifeLock to monitor all your financial and social media accounts to make sure no suspicious activity is going on, and to monitor the dark web to make sure none of your personal information is on there floating around for anybody to buy, for you to become a victim. So make sure you guys are getting your Norton LifeLock. Make sure you guys are freezing all three of your credit bureaus, the credit profiles, TransUnion, Equifax, and Experian. If it's frozen, nobody can get anything in your name, not even you. So make sure you guys are freezing those, and make sure you guys are getting new credit card and debit card every so often. We use these cards everywhere, and we have for so long. And just think about all the data breaches, compromises that's going on in this world right now. So once we get new cards, new information, it's a fresh start, and the old information no longer be valid. All right. So make sure you guys are getting new credit card and debit cards with new information every so often. And with that being said, man, it's just all about being more safe, being more cautious, and being more aware of what's going on in this real crazy world that we all are living in. All right. So shout out to all my Real King Hussle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, because without y'all, there'd be no me. Y'all motivate me keep going. Y'all motivate me keep dropping the sauce, and y'all motivate me keep y'all entertained. So shout out to all of y'all. Anybody out there is tired of being broke, because it ain't no joke, let's get to work. FaceTime 101, leaving the gym, jar $1,000. But for limited time only, I'm doing them for $600. Yes, $600. Cash App or Bitcoin payment. Once the $600 is on your Cash App or Bitcoin balance, send me a screenshot. Let me know your payment ready, and we will go from there. All right, no screenshots, no replies, no 21 questions, and please do not yell me. Make sure y'all booking your seat on the webinars Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, $250. Ask me and get help with anything that y'all want to get help with, so don't miss out on that. Make sure y'all book your seat on the crypto tour in person limited gyms, $3,500. Make sure y'all book your seat on a month-long mentorship, $1,000. Make sure y'all checking out my vendor platforms on Telegram and the Potato App Millionaire Network. Still look for people for the production company. Make sure y'all subscribe and hit the all notification bell on my YouTube channels, my Twitches, IGs, and TikToks. Make sure y'all checking out the crypto world, because it's changing people's lives, and make sure y'all getting in where y'all fit in with these loads. All right, these load ups, 120 and up, Cash App, Bitcoin payment, which is on your balance. Send me a screenshot. Let me know your payment ready, and we will go from there. All right. And with that being said, it's your boy King Hussle. Y'all know how to get down in these videos. I will see you at the next lesson video or live. Peace.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Is your mattress giving you aches and pains? At Mattress Firm, our sleep experts can match you with a more supportive mattress like Sealy Posturepedic, with targeted support to help relieve those nagging aches. And right now, save up to $700. Mattress Firm, we make sleep easy.
A lot of you guys couldn't play in our era.
Any guys on this couch?
Gil could. We would have beat his ass.
Man, you better stop Tim Hardaway.
We got a special guest in Gills Arena. Stephen A. Smith, Larissa Shields, Lou Williams. Oh, Mr. Big better not get cut. Damn.
I ain't never really liked him anyway, if we being honest.
DJ Morning, what's up, George?
Then you're not disrespecting him. You just talking basketball.
Hey, I'm not scared of the white.
Y'all think I'm nuts.
You are. Yeah, I do not think that.
If you want to teach him a lesson, you can. I'm all for
I'm all for it.
I'm all for it.
Where is Kobe on your all-time list, and why does he fall short of the GOAT conversation in your eyes?
He's easily top 10, probably top 5. He's not my GOAT because he's number 2 as an off guard. He ain't better. He didn't eclipse Jordan. So because he didn't eclipse Jordan, he's number 2. And because we're making the argument about LeBron in terms of his versatility, being a guy that could play 4 different positions, being a point forward, being a guy that's a 27-point per game scorer, and kind of things that he's been able to do, we have him on the Mount Rushmore. Nobody's resume supersedes that of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar outside of Bill Russell. But we know that Bill Russell wasn't Kareem Abdul-Jabbar as a talent. He was as a leader and a champion and a winner, 11 titles in 13 years. But when you look at Kareem and the all-time scoring champion before LeBron eclipsed him, the only individual in the history of the sport with one patented move that was considered unstoppable. Everybody knew the sky hook, all right? 6-time champion, 19-time all-star, what he was able to do. But LeBron's resume, in a lot of people's eyes, 10 NBA finals, 4 MVPs, 4 championships, and what he's been able to do with his versatility. I look at Kobe, and even though I would rather have Kobe, particularly in tight situations, my attitude was Kobe's number 2 off guard. So automatically, I didn't think about him as the GOAT. That was my argument.
Number 2 off guard. He's not in the top 5.
And I said he might be in the top 5.
Oh, might be. Okay.
The only reason I say not top 5, I'm talking about Kareem. You say, like some people say Tim Duncan's the best power forward ever. They look at Kareem as opposed to Russell or Shaq or somebody. You're including all of those names. But when you talk about the off guard position, I think it's MJ and then it's Kobe.
And just quickly, Kareem also almost whooped Bruce Lee's ass in Game of Death, so that would elevate him in the GOAT discussion. But no, let's move over to Cemetery Larry. Obviously, you took issue with Kobe not being mentioned amongst the GOATs.
No, I didn't take issue with that at all. I take issue with minimizing Kobe's legacy in order for another slot to be taken up. And it's not even about, he has an opinion. He can say what he wants, and everybody can, right? But we talking about legacy. You're talking about somebody that's gone, that could obviously speak for himself when he's here. So there's nobody that can actually be the spokesman for someone who's passed and that can say, what do you mean Shaq carried me? What do you mean it don't count because he was on my team? What do you mean you don't know what a three-peat means? And we almost did it twice because of a short season of a CBA agreement. And we got swept. We got swept because of the turmoil in our team and shortened season. But then you look at Kobe Bryant's whole legacy, it's not about the whole stats and the NBAs and none of that to me. You say 1A, 1B. There can't be a number 2 if you got 1A, 1B.
Okay.
So at the legacy point, when you're like, all right, Kobe, man, rest in peace. You did everything you needed to do to lead this next generation, and hopefully they leave the game as you left it. And he left the game as scoring 15,000 and 17,000 in 2 different jerseys, introducing the mama mentality. This ain't got nothing to do with stats. This ain't got nothing to do with accomplishments and awards. It's just influence and inspiration. I think greatness outside of the 1A is right there.
When they argue he's the closest thing to Jordan, then you put him at like
number 6.
Yeah, if I'm the closest thing to greatness, how can I be that far?
And then you put somebody else in front of me who's done less.
Yeah, but you also got to see. Respectfully, look, that's where we let emotion get into the mix. And let me tell you why. We all missed the Black Mamba. I know I had a lot of love for him. I was with him 3 weeks before he passed away. By the way, New Year's Eve, we brought a New Year's Eve together. We was at the same party and shit.
What's up, everybody? It's your boy King.
Roku Ads Manager puts Roku's reach within your reach. Sign up at ads.roku.com.
So yes, it's the best money and credit channel on YouTube. So make sure you subscribe and hit the notification bell. So whenever I drop new sauce and method giveaways, you'll be the first one to be notified. You'll be the first one to know what's going on. And hey, you might be the first one to win something for free. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell on all the YouTube channels. Also, make sure you follow me on my Twitch, King Hussle Live. I do all my freebies and giveaways from those YouTube channels and the Twitch. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell so you won't miss out on nothing. Also, make sure you follow me on all my social media platforms. All you gotta do is click the title of every video. Once you click the title of every video, at the bottom of the description, all my social media links will pop up.
Gotta stay tuned in, man. You gotta stay tuned in. We still here.
Notification call or video to make sure you see this face. Make sure you are doing legit business and you are getting what you pay for, right? And before we get anything started, this is all educational purposes only, not telling anybody to do anything. So let's get this thing started. Hey, let's get this thing started. Hey, what to do, my real King Hussle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, my real Hussle Nation Empire family members, and we are back at it again with the gems, back at it again with the sauce, back at it again with the information that's going to turn you into a boss. So you're tired of being a zero. You ready to be a family hero? Listen up, take a seat, get your notepad and get your pen, because you already know when I drop these videos, you know, get them notifications. There's going to be some information that's going to help you win, keep you informed, and keep you entertained. So with that being said, you know, we've been going crazy with these bank fraud and scams, and that's really been going on in today's world. But hold on. In today's world, and it's a lot going on. And today I got a little story for you guys. So like I told you guys, a lot of people don't know my story. A lot of people don't know where I come from. A lot of people don't know how I got into this dark way of world, this dark world. And like I told you guys, I am not a scammer. I am not a fraudster. I am a ethical hacker. I am good with systems, databases, servers, and networks. It's a whole different ball game. And people be like, "Oh, you don't know nothing. You don't know." Listen, first of all, do your research on me. All you gotta do is click on this channel, go click on my oldest videos, and you'll see all the videos. And then go to Milwaukee Made King Hussle, and then click on the oldest videos, and then you'll go back to the beginning of the time. And then do your research. Then go to my live videos, all that. And then you'll be like, "Oh, I got a whole mixtape out here called Hacker Files," for crying out loud. I am not a scammer. I am not a fraudster. I am in the cyber world. All right. I am good with system databases, networks, coding. I know how to get into stuff. All right. So I'm the plug. You hear me? So y'all gotta understand, if you go watch the videos, like people like to be like, "Oh, this is fake and that's fake." First of all, you can't get all this with nothing fake. If you know what you know, y'all know I started in the little townhouse, bought my first little townhouse or whatever, and now we here. So shout out to all of my real King Hussle H&E fans that's watching this, that knows the truth, that knows where we came from and where we at right now, because all you gotta do is go watch the videos on the channels. The proof is in the pudding. It's all documented. You feel me? So it's a lot of people. I'm gonna do the video. I'm gonna do the video right here for a second, because a lot of people like fake this and fake that. Like, bro, you can't. I don't like bills is due every 4 weeks, so I don't know how fake money or fake anything can pay bills, especially when you own something like this. So we're gonna start the story right here, right? So look, y'all want to do it like this? How y'all want to do it? However y'all want to do it, just let me know. So a lot of people don't know where I stem from. It's the cyber world, the whatever world or whatever. Matter of fact, let me put it right here. Let me see if y'all can see me right here, because I want y'all to be able to see everything. You feel me? I want y'all to see everything. Do I need to turn on the light? All right. So a lot of people know here. So a lot of people know about where I stem from, right? So when I first got into the game, came back home from school, met up with a homie from my neighborhood. He introduced me to him doing, the credit card stuff or the debit card stuff, right? So I made $60,000 off him because I was selling, Mary J, and I was making what, probably 1,000, if that, 1,000 a day. Hard to make that. And he was spending that a day. So I'm like, man, how can I get that money? So y'all go watch the story about that. So I linked up with him, started sending him information or whatever, right? So fast forward, like I told y'all, once he went to jail, because that didn't last so long. It was like 2.5, 3 months. I made like 60, maybe 60, 65,000 doing business with him. So after he went to jail, everything, my business went dry. Like I didn't have nobody to sell to. So like I was so comfortable with selling to him, like I wasn't in the process of like trying to find new people. Because at the same time, I didn't want to deal with new people because I didn't really know about this game and this world. So I didn't really want to, put myself out there and be too hot. So I'm learning at the same time. So like I said, I knew about the dark web. I was on the dark web. And I knew about forums. So these forums will basically have you meet new people who do different things. Like people be looking for sites on the dark web or whatever, but it's all about forums. So that's where people are, just like Reddit forums. And you meet people and you talk to random people and talk about different subjects. That's how forums are on the dark web with different topics and different subjects. So I would just go on forums and just, talk to people, put my 2 cents on different subjects and topics. And then I was just learning at the same time about what's really going on in the dark web. I was learning about the credit card and the debit card methods. I was learning about the check methods. I was learning about what people really wanted when it came to this world. Like what are the most popular things that people try to buy? I was learning about all these type of things. So it was this guy in there that was just talking about checks all the time. Checks. And as he's talking about checks, I'm learning, like he's telling like certain stories and different things, and I'm just learning about, okay, so this guy must be a check fraudster. Now, as I remind y'all, I know Matt Cox. Like I've been knew Matt Cox, and I might redrop my interview that I got with Matthew Cox. Now that I think about it, like I might just redrop my interview with Matthew Cox. But Matthew, if you don't know who Matthew Cox is, he went to jail for like 17, 20 years for doing basically mortgage frauds, fake checks, different things, photoshopping IDs and checks and different things like that. So, but
You pulled my dress for the gala?
We'll find you a new one. Find me an evening gown that is devastatingly chic and runway ready. Like this. It's Google. You can search and try.
first, this was years ago too, man. I add you like 10 plus years ago. Like, so he in there just talking about checks and how he's making checks and what goes on checks and the different things and the different process that he's making, right? So it was very interesting. So me and him connected. We end up connecting through like a social media platform. We talking, we connecting, we we talking to each other, and we end up linking because at the same time, I'm making sure he ain't police. I'm making sure he ain't fishy or nothing. But at the same time, I'm trying to make some money. Like I'm fresh out of college. I ain't trying to sell Mary J no more. It ain't making enough money. I just made 60K just off selling this person information. I need to figure out what other information can I sell because all I'm doing is selling information. I ain't got to do no hand to hand, none of that. Like it's just information. So we link up, and we just talking because he was an older guy, and he had already did time for certain stuff, and like he was an older OG guy in the world, so he was just putting me up on game type things, type stuff like that. Like at first I was fishy with him, but he was a cool dude. Like he was a cool OG guy. Like you got to be wary of people some in this world, but this was back then, so it was a different ball game. So he was a cool dude. He was a cool OG. Like he for sure was like 25, 35 years older than me for sure. So he was a cool dude. So the wind going crazy. So we link up, we just talking. He just explaining to me more about the dark web, what's really going on there, and what people want, what people look for, and things like that. So now he teaching me, and not he teaching me, but just like really giving me the ropes, like about check fraud and credit card fraud. And now I'm learning about how people utilizing social security numbers and birth certificates and all this different stuff. Because now he's telling me about how people are opening up bank accounts in these pre-built CPNs, and y'all know identity theft, other people's identity, and maturing them and aging them to cash these checks that he's, you know what I'm saying? But he had a whole blueprint. So now people don't understand. People have been creating checks for 15, 20 years now. Like Photoshop been around for a long time, and people have been utilizing Photoshop to create checks and IDs. Basically any type of documentation. It might be a fake birth certificate, fake SSN card, but they use in Photoshop, and then they utilizing certain printers and certain ink and certain different tools to make it as legitimate as possible. So he's giving me the spiel like, yeah, so this is after, like, we didn't just meet one day and then the next day we met up. Now this is over a period of time of us connecting, talking, chopping it up, being in the group, in the not the group, but the forums, giving each other shout outs, commenting on each other's posts. Just was over a period of time. So he just telling me the ropes of what people want, blah, 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 blah. So same time, he also showing me how he's creating these checks. So he's showing me not like everything, like just the software I use, just the ink I use, like, but it's all there. And that's just like stuff that you see it and you probably glance and stuff. So, but he's showing me on the computer, like basically he's showing me examples of how he can create this check or this ID and use this printer to print it and make it look as legitimate as possible. So it's just all intriguing to me, and I'm all just soaking up game because I'm like, all right, I ain't trying to be the one that's just sitting there creating like chicks, because it is not no 5-10 minute thing. Like he was really telling me like you got to be real precise when you doing this, because he want to make it look as real as possible. He don't want no flaws. He don't want nothing of them. And that's when he started saying, like, really dropping gems on me. No Diddy, like telling me like, see, people think that the banks are the ones who print out the checks, but no, they go through a third party company, and those third party companies, you can order personal checks for, which will more than likely be the exact same check as because it's all a background. Like there's different background templates that people use for their businesses. So you might get the same background template, order the same background template for your business as a Chase Bank or a BOA bank or any type of company. It's all templates just on top of that background. So you basically got this blank or template check paper, and you putting the same. It's all Photoshop, and they making it look as real as possible because it's the same paper, the same holograms, the same everything, the same ink that they use for the numbers at the bottom. So he just showing me all this, and I'm just like, man. But at the same time, I'm thinking like, I'm not nobody that's finna go into no bank and try to cash no check. I ain't finna be, you know what I'm saying, doing all that work. So I'm still trying to think like, listen, what's the information that people buy to create this? That's all I want to know, so I can get that information and do my 1-2s with it, right? So I'm learning all this. I'm figuring all this out. Like over a period of time, he, you know what I'm saying, as he's doing whatever that he's doing, I'm learning all this.
Turns out you should never sue the driver who crashed into you after a car accident. There's a much better way you could get paid.
So as he, you know what I'm saying, as he doing all this, he's making money because at the same time, he's a vendor. He has a whole clientele. He got clientele. He got a form that he uses when people order from. So he's a client. He's a vendor. So he's not making these checks and going to cash. No, he's basically just making them and selling them to people on the dark web. So I'm looking at him like, okay, like I'm just looking like, man, he making a lot of checks. Like he got a whole operation going. But he also making a lot of money. And like I said, Bitcoin been around since 2000, late 2008, early 2009. So all he getting, his Bitcoin wallet was fat. I'm talking about fat. And I'm looking at it like, I'm not really understanding Bitcoin. So he in cash, he probably had like 12 Bitcoin back then. He had plenty cash. And he cashing out the Bitcoin and getting the cash. I'm like, man, this man making plenty of money. But I'm like, man, I need to figure out who bought this information or whatever. Because I'm not making no checks. I'm not doing all that work. I ain't gonna be sitting at a computer all day making a check. I mean, I could, but that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to, you know what I'm saying? So So now I'm thinking like, okay, maybe I need to go into a forum and start promoting this and promoting that and blase. So over a period of time, we just linking, doing business or whatever. And it was one day that he said, "You want to see something?" And I'm like, "What you got going on?" Like, bro, you on some some. He like, nah. Cause older people be a little, so it was I don't be playing that. So I'm like, what you talking about? Do I want to see something? I kind of got offended. Like, what you talking about? He's like, nah. So we go into the office. He showed me 500 cash, and then he showed me 500,000 worth of orders that's going out. He said, "This 500 cash. I got 12. I forgot the number. I ain't gonna even lie. He said something. It was in the teens or something like that. He said, I got this Bitcoin. I got all these checks that's worth this. I'm gonna get at least 500,000 for this. That means I'm gonna make my first million." He decided to say, "You see what you see?" He just giving me this weird spiel. Like, you see all those robbers and killers and drug dealers out there. You see all them people out there that's selling their body and doing this. You see all them people that's working hard 9 to 5, and then he started breaking down like how the government and how these businesses is robbing from us. Like, we pay taxes. Look at these streets. Look at all this messed up stuff. Where the money going? He just giving me this spiel, and it kind of got me thinking, because I'm like, man, you kind of right. Like, I see what you're talking about. He like, man, these orders go out, I'm gonna have $1 million cash. $1 million. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna relocate. I'm like, man. Now my mind is like going like, man. I'm trying to get it. Like, I'm seeing like $500,000 in cash now. $500,000 in cash is not. It's in all hundreds. It's not like it's just 5 stacks. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like look like 5 stacks of this right here. So I'm like, man, that's $500,000. And so I'm at the same time like, dang, it don't look like a lot, but it's a lot. So now my mind thinking like, man, 500,000 ain't even a lot of money if that's what it looked like. So now I'm learning about the different denominations of money and like how the same amount can look different with different denominations of money. Like, for instance, 100,000 in 20s, 100,000 in hundreds, different amounts, but it looked like more. You see what I'm saying? Like, people like the more. Like, people like to see a lot. Like, people don't want to see this. Like, you flashing this, they don't really care about that. You flashing all this, he got a lot of money. So he just telling me, and now my mind going like I'm like, man, I need to get like that. So I'm thinking of like, how can I get that tomorrow? Like, how can I do that? So I didn't talk to him for about when I say talk to him, we didn't link for a little second, because I'm like, now my mind is like, all right, I need to get focused. I need to figure out what I need to do with this same, whatever the information he doing the same thing. So we was talking on the forum, but I ain't link up with him or nothing like that, because he stayed like 45 minutes out the city, and I wasn't trying to keep driving like that. And I was in my own lane trying to do my own thing to it, especially after I seen that money. I'm like, man, I need to stop playing. I ain't finna be going around you all the time and you got the money, and I need to make the exact same amount. I need to figure out like how I can, you know what I'm saying? Like, he was giving me game, but I wasn't trying to like work. I want to do my own thing at the same time. He older. I don't know what he got going on, and that's gonna play a part into what really happened, because at the end of the day, he was being watched on the dark web by the cyber police, because he was doing more than just check fraud. Come to find out, and I'm gonna say this in a way, so you know what I'm saying, he was on the dark web also.
Hungry Root makes sticking to my anti-inflammatory diet so easy. I just started an anti-inflammatory diet, and at first I was nervous I wouldn't have a ton of
Posting certain content, content of, let's just say, underage people. Corn content, you know, when I say corn, we replaced the C with a P, but he was posting corn content of underage people on the dark web. And by them tracing his IP and all that, they busted him. And this is the catch. They knew nothing about the check fraud that he was doing. They knew nothing about the check fraud that he was doing until They came and busted him with that search warrant. They knew nothing about the check fraud that he was doing until they came and busted him with that warrant. Because when they came with the warrant, he had to stop what he was doing and leave the house and get out the house. He was arrested. So when they searching the house, they just find all these different checks, printers, cash. I found all that. They found the corn that he was posting. I knew nothing about that. I knew nothing about. He never said or showed. Never knew nothing about that. I had no even like. I wouldn't even suspected that. I knew nothing about that. So when I found this out, because it was posted on the dark web. They was like, because they post this type of stuff. Like they put people on blast, especially that type of stuff. Like the dude from Speedway that was Jared looking at the child stuff. They put you on blast for that type of stuff, and they put that man on blast. So now think about it. Oh, think about it. I've been kicking it with this. Not. Let me not even say that. I ain't been kicking it. I've been doing business with this man, learning from this man. And like I said, he never tried nothing weird or nothing crazy with me. So I don't want y'all to be like, he never tried that. But I'm around this person. I know nothing about this. So just imagine they watching him and seeing me there. So now they probably think that but I ain't had nothing to do with that. They knew it but it's just crazy how you never know what's going on. You never know. I would have never thought that man was being investigated or had that going on the dark web. Because like I told y'all before, I've been on the dark web and the Hidden Wiki's been around for a very long time. I was going on the Hidden Wiki looking at this type of stuff as a kid. So you know what I'm saying? Like, so the Hidden Wiki been around for a very long time. It's just, you never know what somebody's doing on their own time. So that's just a little story that I had to tell you guys how that man, like, it's just crazy. Just a little story that I had to tell you, man, because you never know, man. It's a lot of crazy people on the dark web, in the dark world that you just never know. So it's just all about being more safe, being more cautious, and being more aware out there, man. Because at the end of the day, at the end of all these scams and fraud, there's a victim, and it might be a person, and it might be a bank. So make sure you guys stay more safe, stay more cautious, and be more aware. Make sure you guys are getting your Norton LifeLock to monitor all your personal and financial accounts to make sure none of your information is on there being sold. Make sure you guys, and also monitor all your financial and social media accounts and your personal information on the dark web. Make sure it's not being sold and no fishy activities going on. Make sure you guys are freezing all through your credit profiles, TransUnion, Equifax, and Experian. Somebody can get anything in your name, no loans, credit cards, lines of credit, no apartments, no cars. Make sure you guys are getting new credit card, debit card numbers every so often. We tap, insert, swipe all day, every time we do. That information is now stored on a database, and once it's stored on the database, there's always a compromised leak or hack that's happening. And if you get a new card with new information, it's a fresh start. So it'll just keep you feeling better inside and keep you more safe. So make sure you guys stay more safe. Make sure you guys stay more cautious and be more aware of what's going on in this real crazy world that we all are living in. All right. So shout out to all my Real King Hussle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, because without y'all, there'd be no me. Y'all motivate me to keep going. Y'all motivate me to keep dropping this sauce, and y'all motivate me to keep y'all entertained. So shout out to all of y'all. Anybody out there that's tired of being broke because it ain't no joke, let's get to work. FaceTime one-on-one limited gyms are $1,000. But for limited time only, I'm doing them for $600. That's $600 Cash App or Bitcoin payment. Once the $600 is on your Cash App or Bitcoin balance, send me a screenshot. Let me know your payment ready, and we will go from there. All right. No screenshots, no replies, no 21 questions, and please do not yell me. Make sure y'all booking y'all seat on the crypto tour, webinars. 250, 10 seats. Dates will be determined. Dates and times will be determined once I get the 10 seats filled up. Make sure y'all booking y'all seat on the crypto tour and personal limit gyms, $3,500. Make sure y'all booking y'all seat on the month-long mentorship, $1,000. Make sure y'all check out my vendor platforms on Telegram and the Potato App Millionaire Network and World. Still looking for people for the production company. Make sure y'all subscribe and hit the notification bell on my YouTube channels, my Twitches, my IGs, TikTok, Snapchat. Make sure y'all Make sure y'all checking out the crypto world because it's changing people's lives. And make sure y'all getting in where y'all fit in with these lows. All right, 120 and up, cash out Bitcoin payment. 250, you sit back, relax, do nothing. All right, so make sure y'all send the screenshots and let's get to work. And with that being said, it's your boy King Hussle. Y'all know how to get down in these videos. I'll see you at the next lesson video or live. Peace.
If you got hit, even if you were not driving, you need to try this.
Because if you were in a car accident in the last year, you could be owed a large cash payment and not even
Too many noises. What's up, everybody? It's your boy King Hussle. Yes, it's the best money and credit channel on YouTube. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell. So whenever I drop new sauce, new messages, new methods, and giveaways, you'll be the first one to be notified. You'll be the first one to know what's going on. And hey, you might be the first one to win something for free. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell on all the YouTube channels. Also, make sure you follow me on my Twitch, King Hussle Live. I do all my freebies and giveaways from those YouTube channels and the Twitch. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell so you won't miss out on nothing. Also, make sure you follow me on all my social media platforms. All you gotta do is put the title on every video. Once you put the title on every video, at the bottom in the description, all my social media links will pop up, all right? Got a lot of fake King Hussle pages out there, so please get a FaceTime verification call or a video. Make sure you see this face. Make sure you are doing legit business and you are getting what you paid for, all right? And before we get anything started, this is all educational purposes only, not telling anybody to do anything. So let's get this thing started. Hey, let's get this thing started. Hey, what do my real King Hussle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, my real Hustle Nation Empire family members, and we are back at it again with the gems, back at it again with the sauce, back at it again with the information that's going to turn you into a boss. So you're tired of being a zero, you ready to be a family hero? Listen up, take a seat, get your notepad and get your pen, because you already know when I drop these videos and y'all get the notifications, it's going to be some information that's going to help you win, keep you informed, or keep you entertained. All right, so with that being said, you know how we get down on this channel. We talk about the best of the best. All right, we got bank methods, we got bank scams, we got dark web gems. We got a lot going on in today's world. There's a lot of people out there looking to get into this world, because there's a lot of people out there that's trying to make fast cash. Ever since COVID-19, scams and fraud have been up 600 to 800%. And due to social media, people have been seeing this for the past 6 years, and you become brainwashed and people become getting different situations. And a lot of people don't want to get jobs. A lot of people don't want to sell their body. A lot of people don't want to sell narcotics. So they resort to the last option. And what is the last option? What they see all day, every day on social media. This right here. People flashing money, showing money, talking about this scam, this loan, this low, that low, this glitch, that glitch, a lot of different things. Now, a lot of people are brainwashed. A lot of people are lost. A lot of people out there have the wrong information in their head, and they believe this information will makes them not really understand what's going on. So first of all, when it comes to scams and fraud, a lot of people think everything is a scam and everybody is a scammer. No. Just like on a basketball team, you got 5 different people who are contributing to do one thing. It's the same thing. So you got hackers, you got fraudsters, and you got scammers. Scammers are people who social engineer, manipulate, trick a victim, somebody, into sending or giving their own money. That's a scam. That's what scammers do. Fraud is when somebody utilizes somebody else's information to obtain revenue. You turned off the heater? No. It just went off? Yeah. It's probably overheating. Turn it off. Don't unplug it, turn it on. You gotta check. Here's in there. They basically utilize other people's money to generate or get revenue. Hackers are people who basically steal information, compromise different database servers to get information. 3 different people did 3 different things, 3 different jobs in the same world. So people got to understand everybody and everything is not a scam. So people are starting to find loopholes in this world to do a lot of different things. But a lot of people don't understand there's different levels of this. You got your lower level, you got middle level, and you got your high level. Now you got scams that deal with banks, of course, you know, and there's a lot of different methods that people put it to you like this. It's a lot of different methods that do the same thing, but they do them in a different way. A lot of people always ask me about hacking, compromising, dark web, Kelly Linux, and things like that. What does it do and things like that? And I tell people all the time, at the end of the day, everything, the world works off technology. And people don't understand that. People want to see all these different people saying this method, that method, but at the end of the day, everything works off technology. You need technology to be able to cash a check. You need technology to be able to utilize a debit and credit card. You need technology to be able to transfer money from Cash App to Cash App, Venmo to Venmo, Chime to Chime, bank account to bank account. Everything works off technology. So at the end of the day, things that are based off technology that are in the matrix world are the methods that are more profitable for fraudsters and scammers, because everything is based off technology. People don't understand that. We use technology every day. Our cell phones, our computers, our cars, the traffic lights, everything is in this world is ran off technology. And by everything being run off technology, technology can be compromised at the end of the day, because servers, databases are all coded. It's all code. So you're basically commanding something to do something. And that's what everything is. A phone, a website, you name it. Everything is coded to do something. So our phones are coded to text message, email, do all these different special things. Websites are coded to be able to do this and do that. So a lot of people don't understand how important, how valuable technology is. Now, a lot of people ask me all the time, so what is Kelly Linux? Why is Kelly Linux? Why do a lot of people use Kelly Linux? Like, what is so special about Kelly Linux? Well, Kelly Linux is a free and open source that the banks-based Linux distribution specifically designed for digital forensics, penetration testing, and security auditing. So if you can audit a security database on a website, if you can penetrate a website, a server, a database, that's what Kelly Linux is allowing somebody to do. And a lot of people utilize this for good reasons. Like, you might need to penetrate a database to see if their security database is strong enough. Somebody might be and with the security audit too, creating a stronger database or security database for a business or a company or a server. But by you being able to penetrate and get into different databases, it's like this. So let's say you in a field, and it's dividing this one field is a barrier, a grass barrier that you got to get through, but it's still one field. So you get through this grass barrier, it's still the same field, but on this other side, you have a lot of different options that you can do, but you don't have to do them. But they're there because you got through this grass barrier. And that's what it is when people are utilizing Kelly Linux. They're getting through that grass barrier, and there's so many different options on the other side of that grass barrier. You got brute force. You got people that are utilizing different hacking techniques and tools and protocols. Just a lot of different things on the other side of that grass barrier. So key features that uses Kelly Linux's pre-installed tools includes over 600 security tools, Wireshark, Metaspoke, Nmap, ready for immediate use, meaning that these different tools, these different security data, over 600 security databases and tools will allow any hacker, anybody who knows how to utilize it, to be able to compromise and get into any type of system, server, or database. Then they got the target audience. So primarily aimed for penetration testers, ethical hackers, and security professionals. So like I told you, this was designed for ethical hackers, penetration testers, and security professionals. So all these things were created to be able to do those things. But like I said, if this is able to do that, you're seeing, how can I see? I want y'all to really understand it. They're not expecting you to do anything on the black hat side. Basically, put it like that. So all these things are available, but they're not expecting somebody to utilize these things in a negative way. So you go in that Grassberry, and all these different options are is on that side, but they're not expecting you to utilize that because it's for ethical hackers. So you got versatile development. So it can be installed laptops and desktops. You can put Kelly Links on laptops and desktops, run it live through a USB, utilize in virtual machines, VMware, VirtualBox, and run a cloud, AUS and Azure. So platform support available for x64 AMR, the Raspberry Pi, and Windows subsystem for Linux. All right, so you can also customize the your ports and things like that when it comes to Kelly Linux. Now, why am I talking about Kelly Linux? Why am I talking about this right here, right? I'm talking about Kelly Linux because a lot of people out there are wonder, how do hackers steal passwords? How do they get into different sites, different servers to steal passwords? And scammers use Kelly Linux as an attacker headquarters when they're basically doing these different type of tricks. And because it comes pre-installed with hundreds of tools designed for penetration testing and information gathering, they're able to basically utilize the brute force attack. And basically the brute force attack is basically a command that somebody will use to basically narrow down all the password that can be possibly what it is. And then once you get that list, then you narrow down that list. And once you get that list, then you narrow it down till it gets the actual password to whatever you're trying to get. So while these tools are intended for security professionals, scammers purpose them for malicious activities, like I just explained. So social engineering and phishing. Scammers use these tools like a social engineering toolkit, right? Or so like the set or the Safari to create the fake realistic looking login pages for services like Microsoft Outlook or WhatsApp. When a victim enters their credentials into these fake forms, the scammer harvests them in a real time. So basically when people get these text messages or whatever, like log into your bank account or do this and that, or you can just click on the site, their phone might be compromised. The information in their phone, or by them entering their information, that information might be compromised. Now, like I was just talking to you guys about the brute force attacks. All right, so tools like Hydra and Medusa allow scammers to perform automated computer assisted guesswork. They use software to rapidly try thousands of common passwords to directly passwords or dictionary words until they find a match for the suspected username, like I just explained to you guys. So brute force is definitely a common way that hackers utilize to find passwords utilizing Kelly Linux. So password cracking. If a scammer obtains a database of encrypted passwords, hashes, they use this tool like John the Reaper or Hashcat on Kelly Linux to crack them. These tools compare the stolen hashes against millions of possible plain text passwords to reveal the original credentials. Easy as that. Like everything is based off computer work. Computers are very. You can command a computer to do whatever that you want. You can command these servers to do whatever that you want to do, and you basically command it to find a password for this email. It's going to do that, which is because we are typing these passwords in computers, and once we do, they're going now in the server, and it don't matter what it is. Once you enter your password and your username in your computer, that information is now in a broadband of millions of servers. So anybody can find that just by having that email address or just by searching. So it gets real out here. So credential harvesting via malware. Scammers can use Kelly Links to package and deploy information stealers like spyware. These programs run secretly in the background, capturing usernames and passwords as you type them and sending the data back into the attacker. So, yeah, it gets real when it comes to the malware. And people use malware to do ATM jackpots and cash app glitches and a lot of different methods out here to basically control the system, to command the system to do things that it wants it to do. So man in the middle attacks. All right. So by using network analyzers like Wireshark and better cap, scammers on the shared network like public Wi-Fi can intercept encrypted data packets. This allows them to sniff out login credentials that are being transmitted over the network. So basically, when people are like in what's that store called, Starbucks, and people are just sitting there drinking the coffee or the lattes or the vanilla cheese, and they just doing some work on their laptops, they more than likely gonna hook onto that free laptop, or free Wi-Fi at the airport, things like that. And what hackers do is they basically create the Wi-Fi network. So they probably say free Wi-Fi, free airport Wi-Fi, free enter whatever Wi-Fi, and people gonna click on that. And by people clicking on that, their phone is now being compromised. The information on that phone is not being compromised because that's a malicious link. That Wi-Fi is basically stealing your frequency, your waves, your signals, your service, your database, your all that information that's being provided when it comes to that. So a lot of people wonder and ask, like, how do hackers steal passwords? And it's a lot of different tactics and methods that they use to steal passwords. Ghost tapping. Not ghost tapping. Spoof calling. That's one way. You got this method. Use so many different methods that people utilize to steal information and passwords and usernames. And at the end of the day, at the end of this scam, it's always a victim. So with that being said, it's all about being more safe, being more cautious, and being more aware. Make sure you guys are getting your Northern Life Lock to monitor all your financial and social media accounts to make sure no suspicious activity is going on, and to monitor the dark web to make sure none of your personal information is on there floating around for anybody to buy and get anything in your name and you become a victim. So make sure you guys are getting your Northern Life Lock. Also, make sure you guys are freezing your credit profiles, TransUnion, Equifax, and Experian, so nobody can get anything in your name, not even you. No loans, credit cards, lines of credits, no apartments, no cars, no nothing. All right, so freeze them credit profiles, TransUnion, Equifax, and Experian.
MBA from Wharton, 2 AI certifications. The difference between you and me, I worked for it.
God bless, sir.
What's up, everybody? It's your boy King Hussle. Yes, it's the best money and credit channel on YouTube. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell. So whenever I drop new sauce, new lessons, new methods, and giveaways, you'll be the first one to be notified. You'll be the first one to know what's going on. And hey, you might be the first one to win something for free. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell on all the YouTube channels. Also, make sure you follow me on my Twitch, King Hussle Live. I do all my freebies and giveaways from those YouTube channels and the Twitch. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell so you won't miss out on nothing. Also, make sure you follow me on all my social media platforms. All you gotta do is click the title on every video. Once you click the title on every video, at the bottom in the description, all my social media links will pop up. All right. Got a lot of fake King Hussle pages out there. So please get a FaceTime verification call or video to make sure you see this face. Make sure you're doing legit business and you're getting what you paid for, right? And before we get anything started, this is all educational purposes only, not telling anybody to do anything. So let's get this thing started. Hey, let's get this thing started. Hey, what to do, my real King Hussle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, my real Hustle Nation Empire family members, and we are back at it again with the gems, back at it again with the sauce, back at it again with the information that's going to turn you into a boss. So you're tired of being a zero? You ready to be your family hero? Listen up, take a seat, get your notepad and get your pen, because you already know when I drop these videos and y'all get them notifications, there's going to be some information that's going to help you win, keep you informed, or keep you entertained. And so with that being said, you already know we back at it again with the new fraud methods, the new bank methods, the new scams, the new hacker tactics that's been going on in the world lately, because it's a lot been going on. A lot of more people are starting to commit scams and commit fraudulent activities and even commit hacking activities. And ever since COVID-19, scams and fraud have been up since 600 to 800%. And in today's world, as like right now time, almost there's so many people committing some type of method, doing some type of fraud, doing some type of scam that it's oversaturated. So today we're going to be talking about these new bank methods that's been going on, because a lot of new bank methods that's been happening. A lot of people have been committing this method, and a lot of people have been getting away with this method, making thousands and thousands of dollars, and it's becoming more common. So today we're going to be talking about the spoof calling, the bots. A lot of people are starting to listen. First things first. People got to understand this, because this is very, very important information. There are hackers, there are scammers, and there are fraudsters. 3 different people who do 3 different things. So everybody got to stop calling everybody a scammer or saying somebody's scamming. Everybody is not scamming. Everybody is not a scammer at the end of the day, because those 3 people do 3 different things and have 3 different lanes that they're in. So scammers are people who social engineers, manipulate or trick people or victims into sending their own money. So it's a lot of scams out here that you see on social media when people promote things or whatever, and people end up sending their own money with their own will, with their own authorization for something that they're not supposed to have. And sometimes they get something in return that's beneficial, and sometimes they don't, depending on the person that they're getting it from. Then you have fraudsters. Fraud is when somebody basically obtains somebody's money or accounts or anything without their authorization. So when somebody uses identity theft, gets credit cards, loans, gets into somebody's account without their authorization, that's fraud. And that's what the banks cover. Banks don't cover scams. Banks cover fraudulent activities. And then there's hackers. The hackers are the people who compromise information, get into databases and systems, and steal information and sell it via identity, credit cards, you name it. They steal all valuable information and more than likely go on the dark web and sell it in different sites and forums and things like that. So you got 3 different people who do 3 different things. Now, as I was just saying, banks only cover fraudulent activity, not scams. So people are starting to learn and understand that, and this is a loophole in the bank system. So now people are utilizing spoofers, spoof bots. And basically people are utilizing these spoofs. Now these spoof apps and bots are not illegal. And that's the thing. A lot of these scams are being generated from legal tools and things. They just doing it in an illegal way. Spoof calls and spoof caller apps are not illegal. People have been using spoof call apps for years and to prank calls and play with their friends and do things like that. But people have put 2 and 2 together and said, well, if we can utilize this app to call our friends and make it seem like we're calling somebody else's calling, can't we utilize this application to act like we're the bank? So people have came up with this idea, came up with this method to where they're utilizing these spoof apps, going on the dark web and buying bank databases. And what I mean by bank databases, I mean, there are places on the dark web, sites and forums, or people might know somebody who has different bank databases, meaning that they might got a Chase Bank database, meaning that they might got X amount of people's information who have a bank account with this Chase Bank, with this Wells Fargo Bank, with this Bank America Bank, and they sell them on the dark web, and they sell them on different platforms. Or somebody might know somebody. So somebody might have a Chase Bank, any bank, it doesn't matter. And they might sell an X amount of profiles, which are people's basically, information, and they buy X amount, and now they know that every person, that all the information that all these people have bank accounts with this specific bank. Because back when it first started, people used to buy information off the dark web, random fools and information, and just randomly send out hundreds of text messages and hope that out of this 100 text messages, somebody actually has a bank account with whatever bank that they're portraying to be. But now it has gotten to the point, and it has evolved, and people have utilized the information and resources out here that they're saying, okay, instead of getting random information, let's just get that bank's database and sell it to people. And this is on the hacker side to make things more easier and faster, because if they're selling different databases from different banks and people are coming to buy these, that they have different options instead of random information, then they're going to get more sales. So they buy this information for this bank database. So now they got all these people who got a bank with this specific bank. So they send out the text messages to all these people. So they, like, a group chat. So all these people with this bank that has the same bank. Now, since all these people have a bank with this actual bank that they're portraying to be, once they get that text message, more than likely, let's say it's 10 people, at least 5 or 6 people are going to text back because they actually have a bank account with this bank, and people are doing things throughout the day. And to get a random fraud text message from that looks like it's from their bank is going to alert them. It's going to give them a sense of worry. They're going to be afraid. So it's going to catch them off guard. So their mind is not going to be thinking. It's not going to, fraud and scam is not going to be on their mind. So they're more than likely going to text back no. So once they get that text back no on the spoof app, they're going to send another text message and say, hey, the such and such bank will be in contact with you shortly. So they give it a minute or two and they call that person. And by them having that person's information already, they're able to ask and verify certain things that they already know. So they might say, hey, did you make a purchase here on this day, a purchase here on this day? And they'd be like, yes, we did. Yes, we did. So by them having that information, it's making the call seem more legit. Now, this is where everything gets a little crazy, as you would say. So there's different ways they play out this role. So sometimes they might spoof call and have the victim withdraw their money from their account, acting as if they're saying, okay, it's been a fraud or security database or breach on their account. You need to withdraw all your money so we can and so we can place it into a security deposit. Just different little stories, and people actually do it. And then you got people who social engineer, trick, or manipulate people into giving them their information. So they might say, okay, did you try to make a purchase today at Best Buy for $500? No. Okay, we need to change your information. So they say they might start asking the person, what is your current username? The victim might give them that. Then they're going to act as if they're going to change it. So they say, what is the new username you want to? Just questions like that. But the scammers actually logging into their bank account. So they say, what is your current password? What do you want to change to? So they get the password. Now they logged in. So then they get that one-time passcode that the victim is going to be sent. And by them acting or portraying as if they're their bank, they're going to say, okay, we're going to send you a one-time password. Please verify. And people are so blinded and so not in the right state of mind because of fear, they're giving these people the information. And on the bank side looking in, it's looking as if this victim is the one who's logging into their account, sending money out. Because the bank can see that they logged in, the bank can see that they was sent a one-time password, and they use that one-time password to log in. So the bank doesn't see who's logged into an account, they just see login activity. So once they see that one-time password was correct and entered, they don't know if this is a scam or not. They don't know if somebody was just sending out money and trying to scam the bank. So that's why banks don't cover scams. They only cover fraudulent activity. And a lot of times banks will not refund your money when it comes to fraudulent activity. I mean, scams activity, only fraudulent activity. And most of the time they only refund somebody when the news get involved, because they don't want to be blasted on the news across the world as an institution that holds people money and won't pay them back if these type of things happen. So there are a lot of social engineering, spoof calling, bank scams that's going on in today's world, and a lot of people are falling for it. So we're gonna watch a little video of a situation where this situation happened and somebody lost on a lot of money. So let's get to it.
To trust caller ID, scammers can now use apps to show up as a trusted number, including the number for your bank.
It is called spoofing. And tonight, CBS 2 investigative reporter Tim McNicholas.
Now, did y'all hear what they said?
Tech companies, what they're doing to stop it.
Through 12 years.
Now to a CBS 2 News investigation, it is getting harder to trust caller ID. Scammers can now use apps to show up as a trusted number, including the number for your bank.
It is called spoofing. And tonight, CBS 2 investigative reporter Tim McNicholas.
Spoofing is getting out of hand. It's getting crazy.
What they're doing.
A lot of people are just.
Through 12 years of nursing and through the horrors of a pandemic.
Matter of fact, I just did 2 reaction videos on spoofers, and one person almost got 50,000, and another person got like, I forgot what they was getting thousands of $1,000 through this method. Watch my last 2 reaction videos.
Kept going.
Cared for patients and held patients' hands and cried with patients.
But on this rainy day, she told us how her life savings washed away with one call.
When I spoke with the police department, they told me it's something called spoofing. They could use an app and they could mimic any number, and the number that showed up, the whole name that you would normally see when you would call Chase, that number showed up.
Indeed, her T-Mobile records show.
So what they're doing is they're getting these free prank spoof apps, and they're supposed to be used as pranks and for all fun and games, but then they turn into illegal purposes, making it seem like they're somebody that they're really not. A T-Mobile, a Chase Bank, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, anywhere where they got in mind that they know they're gonna get something from somebody, they're gonna utilize that number and act as if they're that people.
So the number that called her is the same international Chase number on the back of her credit card. The caller said he detected fraud and convinced Grimes to transfer her money to another account. It's a scam tactic that's becoming more popular.
See, I told y'all, they telling people to transfer money into a different account. But this is the thing. Banks literally tell you they would never call you and have you transfer. Like they tell you they never do these type of things, that people still do it. And then they play the victim. So
it even happened to TV star Andy Cohen.
The phone rings. Again, the caller ID says it's from my bank. I pick it up. They say this is X fraud alert.
There shouldn't be any sort of apps or any sort of like way so that someone could fake a number to make someone believe that it is a particular company.
Well, I basically bought this roof over the internet, which wasn't something I'd ever done before, but it worked out real.
But on Apple's app.
And this is the problem when they say it shouldn't be any type of apps. And at the end of the day, see, this is what people are starting to fail to realize. Everything is based off coding systems, networks, and databases. Everything. And this is what the world has presented to the people. So as long as there's going to be the internet and websites, there's always going to be an application for something, point blank period. And there's nothing we can do. And that's what I mean about as the world and these businesses and different places make it easier for people to do certain things, they're making it easier for the scammers and the fraudsters and the hackers to also commit crime.
Store, we found multiple apps that let you spoof phone numbers, including one prank calling app that let us spoof that same Chase number for free. It even showed Chase on the caller ID on one attempt.
Free app, free site.
The developer says the app is intended for entertainment, and some numbers for banks, schools, and public safety agencies are banned from the app.
Yes, that should not be allowed. Definitely will take.
And then this is another thing, sir. This is not, if you know, and you watch my videos, past videos, I told y'all how I really started getting into this, like the hacking world, or not. I've been in the hacking world, but how I really got into it, right? And when I was in school, they used to block certain sites, and I knew how to bypass that block, that security database. And what did the news reporter just say? What did the news reporter just say?
Public safety agencies are banned from the app.
Yes, that should not be.
Intended for entertainment, and some numbers for banks, schools, and public safety agencies are banned from the app.
Yes, that should not be allowed.
Bypass
Definitely
all
need to
that.
take responsibility and making sure to ban also international tone numbers.
But Ayman Abdallah claims scammers don't use his app, and he says wireless carriers should do more to prevent spoofing.
All these carriers need to collaborate together and also change these systems. But the question is why? Why do they leave it open?
If they did that, though, wouldn't that be the end of your app?
Sadly, yes. And honestly, I would rather prefer that these systems would upgrade and fix these issues.
T-Mobile did not respond to our questions, but AT&T and Verizon both tell CBS2 they're already working hard to block spoof calls through various initiatives. Meanwhile, the Federal Trade Commission says business impersonations were one of the top scams in the country last year, up there with phony investments, romance scams, and online shopping.
So you got business impersonations. That's when people doing business scams with fake businesses and get loans, credit cards, and lines of credit, phony investments. That's Ponzi schemes, romance scams, when people going on dating sites and people are basically getting these Krugers and old ladies and juicing them up and having them send money and online shopping. Just
AI
crazy stuff.
Makes it much easier for scammers to spoof identities. They can even spoof someone's voice.
Claire Rosenzweig of the Better Business Bureau recommends hanging up on that suspicious caller and then
take a moment, take a breath, step back, and contact the source. If they're saying that it's a utility company or a government entity, you call the source. You go to them. Have you been trying to reach me?
And that's another thing. If you ever got these text messages and these calls, hang up, don't text back, call your bank directly and like, hey, is there any suspicious activity? I just got a text message and they'll let you know. And once they let you know, like, no, then you'll know it's a scam call. Don't just go through with everything.
Apple says it has rigorous systems to root out scam apps or fraud, and it removed 2 apps we showed them because its policies don't allow it.
Oh, they some haters.
That enable anonymous calls or prank calls. And Chase is warning customers they will never call someone and ask them to recite a security code texted to their phone.
As I just explained, banks tell people this, and people still do it. So it's like, okay, if we telling y'all not to do something and you still do it, whose fault is that? Like, really, like, how do you feel about that? If the bank is telling people these things and people are still falling for it, not having common sense, because sometimes I used to tell people, use your common sense, but then you got to realize everybody doesn't have common sense. Because if everybody had common sense, the world would be in a different place. You got to honestly sit back and interpret what's really going on out here in the world. If people had common sense, a lot of things would not be going on in the world, because common sense would say, hey, don't do that. That's not right. A lot of people don't have common sense, and a lot of people lack morals. So that's why people and then they play victim when something happens to them. Like, oh, like, you can't be mad because you as an adult, as a human being, didn't follow instructions or pay attention to what we told y'all.
You don't know what an AI work management platform is? Yikes. Here's 3 new AI-powered changes to the Monday platform in 2026 and what they actually mean. We all know we need to use AI, but we're still figuring out how. Well, Monday.com figured it out. Number 1, Monday Sidekick. It's like your own business consultant, but not like the one you pay hourly and that gives you generic advice. It has read every document.
Like what?
Something the scammer asked Grimes to do to facilitate the transfer.
I worked very hard to save. I'm a single mom.
Now Chase says they're working with the bank the scammer used to try to get the funds back. But the scammer likely already withdrew the money, which means Grimes is back to square one in her quest to save up for a new home.
And that's another thing. I told y'all, the banks don't be trying to, like, listen, the bank ain't gonna give you no money. They're gonna get the money back from wherever the account got it, like wherever the money at, and if it's an account or something, they can do that. But if they can't get that money back and it's like it's gone, it's gone. The banks don't be trying to give people back their money because they already warned people. And that's why they only say they protect fraudulent activity, not scams, because this happens all the time, and they warn people, they tell people they do not do these type of things, and people still fall for it. So it's like, How can you not follow instructions and then want us to like take care of it? That's like, and that doesn't make sense. So people got to start being more smart, being more cautious, and being more aware of what's really going on out there in this world, because it's a lot of scams, it's a lot of fraud, it's a lot of hacking going on, and a lot of people are becoming victims of it because they're not paying attention to the warnings that these banks and these different programs and these different places and different YouTube channels are trying to give people. They're not paying attention, and then they want to pay attention when it finally happens. So people got to start tightening up out here in this world because it's real serious. It's getting real out here. Every day, every second, there's some type of scam or fraud being committed. Like right now, you know what I mean? People out here in this world committing some type of scam or fraudulent activity from A to Z. So it's just all about being more safe, being more cautious, being more aware. Make sure you guys are getting your Norton LifeLock to monitor all your financial accounts to make sure no suspicious activity or fraudulent activity is going on any of your social media or financial accounts. And it will monitor the dark web to make sure none of your personal information is being sold. Make sure you guys are free to author your credit profiles, TransUnion, Equifax, and Experience. Nobody can get anything in your name, not even.
What's up, everybody? It's your boy King Hussle, and yes, it's the best money and credit channel on YouTube. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell. So whenever I drop new sauce, new lessons, new methods, and giveaways, you'll be the first one to be notified. You'll be the first one to know what's going on, and how you might be the first one to win something for free. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell on all the YouTube channels. Also, make sure you follow me on my Twitch, King Hussle Live. I do all my freebies and giveaways from those YouTube channels in the Twitch. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell so you won't miss out on nothing. Also, make sure you follow me on all my social media platforms. All you gotta do is click the title on every video. Once you click the title on every video, at the bottom in the description, all my social media links will pop up. All right, got a lot of fake King Hustle pages out there, so please get a FaceTime verification call or video to make sure you see this face. Make sure you're doing legit business and you are getting what you pay for, all right? And before we get anything started, this is all educational purposes only, not telling anybody to do anything. So let's get this thing started. Hey, let's get this thing started. Hey, what to do, my real King Hustle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, my real Hustle Nation Empire family members. And we are back at it again with the gems, back at it again with the sauce, back at it again with the information that's going to turn you into a boss. So you tired of being a zero? You ready to be a family hero? Listen up, take a seat, get your notepad and get your pen, because you already know when I drop these videos and you'll get them notifications, it's going to be some information that's going to help you win, keep you informed, or keep you entertained. So with that being said, we got these new methods, these new scam, fraud.
Never sue the other driver after a car accident. There's a better way to get paid a way bigger check without
Methods that's been going on out here. And there's a lot of people that's been jumping into this world. There's a lot of people that's been looking at scams and fraud in the dark web for the past 5-6 years. Because you got to think about it. Before COVID-19, scams and fraud was not promoted, was not so popularized. You didn't see it on social media. You wasn't seeing people flashing hundreds and thousands of dollars on social media all day, every day, until after COVID-19, when all the PPP, EDD loans and scams and all this stuff started to come, the epidemic, the scam epidemic. Then you start seeing people flash your money and doing this and doing that. And people, everybody needs some money. Everybody wants some money. And if people are flashing it all day on social media saying, oh, I did this method, I did that method, this glitch, this law, this fraud, Bible, this and that, people gonna be, their mind's gonna be intrigued with, because nobody wants to work a job. Everybody wants a lot of money, and everybody wants to get the most money the easiest, if not the freest way as possible. That's why everybody always looking for a deal or a quick come up for something in life. So you got to think about it. 5-6 years ago, 12, 13-year-olds are now grown adults. So those same people who were looking and playing games and watching and seeing people intrigued and all this money and fashion and drill rappers and stuff, now they're adults and now they're able to do certain things. So I try to explain to people, wherever there's money being made, there's going to be some type of scam or fraud being committed. And with that being said, every platform, every app, every business, there's some type of scam or fraud being that's going on behind the scenes, from the Cash Apps to the Chimes to the PayPal to the Apple Pays to the Venmos to the banks to the you name it, to the government. And a lot of people don't really put their mind to it. Everything is a scam. Everything. Because people don't really pay attention to it. When we go to the banks, they charge us. Banks make $4 billion, at least $4 billion a year, just off ATM transfer fees. And that's just that part. So they are charging us to take out our money. They are charging us to keep our money in their bank. They're charging us for everything, right? So how do you feel about a bank making $4.4 billion off of transaction fees alone? The government, taxes, random taxes that we got to pay. It's so many random new taxes when you paying for stuff that is ridiculous, like state tax, federal tax, random tax. Like, it's just tax everywhere. So something that might cost $20 to come out to $35, $37. Like, wow. And just imagine if something costs $320, it's gonna come out to, you know what I'm saying? So it's money being taken from us that's not going to where it's supposed to be going. A lot of people don't understand that behind a lot of these movies, there's some type of scam or fraud being committed. A lot of people don't know a lot of movies were produced with fraudulent funds, the Ponzi schemes and things like this. I tell you guys about the show American Greed all the time, because if you binge watch that show, just watch the show, three shows, you will see what's really going on out here in the world. And everything is an opportunity, especially when there's money being made. And a lot of people don't understand that. There's people out here that probably don't think about no type of scams or no type of fraud. But if the opportunity presented itself, you never know who will take it, and the average American will take it. So there's a lot of scams going on out here. And now it's becoming popular. The popular scam that's going on out here is the spoof calling, because people are learning loopholes in these scams. And people don't understand the difference between a scam and a fraudulent and fraud. Those are two different things. And no business covers any type of scam activity. Businesses and banks only cover fraudulent activity. And the fraudsters and the scammers are starting to understand that. So the new method that they've been using is this spoofing, spoof calling and spoof text messaging. And they've basically been using these spoof apps to call people to act like certain institutions, Chime, Bitcoin, banks. And they're buying these different databases off the dark web, because, like I said, the hackers are the people who get the information and sell it on the dark web. The fraudsters and the scammers are the people who go on the dark web to buy the information to pull off any method or any scam that they're trying to do, or any fraudulent activity that they're trying to do. And like I said, banks and businesses and institutions only cover fraudulent activity. They don't cover scams. What is a scam? A scam is when somebody social engineers, tricks, or manipulates somebody or the victim into sending their own money. Fraud is when somebody steals somebody's information and fraudulently obtains revenue in that other person's name. So via identity theft, getting loans, credit cards, lines of credit, apartments, cars, that's fraudulent activity. Now, what people are doing is they're understanding that if they can social engineer, trick, or manipulate somebody into sending their own funds, then the scammer is basically going to be off the hook, because banks only cover fraudulent activity. And once the person is tricked into sending their own funds, then that's on them. Because banks and these apps, Chime, Cash App, all these different places tell us they will not do certain things. And by them telling us that, that's basically an agreement, is a warning. Like, listen, we won't call and ask for personal information. We won't text and ask for personal information. We won't do certain things. So if somebody is doing that, that's a scam, and you need to call your bank ASAP or whatever. And people don't do that. So Chime has been on the rise, and a lot of people don't understand that
Navan, the #1 rated business travel platform, lets your team book work travel in one place. Flights, hotels, cars, while staying within budget and earning professional rewards. Right now, they could be giving you $500 in Navan rewards for onboarding your company. Finance teams love it too. Real-time spend tracking, automatic approvals, and seamless accounting integrations. Already using Visa or Amex? Keep your rewards. Navan just handles the reporting. Even group.
Forget all what y'all talking about. BIN numbers are real, cybersecurity is real, technology is real, and these methods is real. People are getting BIN numbers and they're swapping them on different cards and they're it's basically app glitches. Just like the ATM jackpot is an ATM glitch, it's a glitch. In the fraudulent world, you can glitch anything almost. You can glitch anything that's basically ran off a system, a database, a server, boards, everything, all our phones, all our computers, everything is ran off those things. So if it's ran off those things, it can be compromised, hacked, stolen, leaked, got into all that. And people are finding loopholes and utilizing them. So Chime, Cash App, people are utilizing debit cards and BIN numbers and cybersecurity and system database breaches and different components to do certain things. So now people are starting to utilize the spoofing because of the scamming activity and not the fraudulent activity. Because if it's fraudulent, then the banks got to give that person back their money. And the banks don't want to give nobody back their money. So they got to give somebody back their money. They're going to come find you so they can get their money back. But if it's a scam, they don't want it. They're not going to more than likely give you your money back unless it hits the news. And then you know how that goes. So people are sending out, first of all, going on the dark web. You'll be surprised of all the information that's being sold on the dark web. A lot of information, a lot of valuable information, a lot of personal information is being sold on the dark web. A lot of people don't believe it's true until it happens to them. You got to stop being green and naive. These things are real. So people are going on the dark web, buying different databases, different fools, different profiles to different places, Chime, PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, Apple Pay, different databases, banks, which will allow them to pull off their scheme. Buying Chime databases, sending out text messages to people with Chime accounts saying, hey, are you trying to transfer the same spiel, the same text message that they're sending people with banks? People are getting these text messages and they're sending their money out, giving it to people because they're believing that it's the actual Chime representative. So what we're going to do is we're going to see a victim. We're going to watch a video, a news article of a victim that has fallen for the Chime method, the Chime, the Chime method that's been going on. So let's see what's really going on with this Chime glitch, Chime play that people have been talking about. All right, let's see.
What should people know? Good evening. Well, the two people I spoke with say that they lost more than $1,000 and they're not sure if they're ever going to see that money again. Some in Southwest Virginia are out of thousands of dollars after they were scammed on what they thought was the popular mobile banking app Chime. It turns out they were not talking to Chime. They had crooks on the other end of the line. Now they're turning to police to help get their money back. WFXR's Anna McDougall spoke with two of those scam victims as well as a tech expert about how to protect yourself and your money. She joins us now live. Anna, what should people know? Good evening. Well, the two people I spoke with say that they lost more than $1,000 and they're not sure if they're ever going to see that money again.
Probably not.
My wife can't pay the electric. I don't need to have my electric. It's a lot of running for me and her because I got to call credit acceptance and explain to them why I'm not paying them. I got to call my mortgage company, tell them why I'm not paying them.
Frank Storm says he was scammed out of nearly $2,000. He says he was trying to get an account set up on Chime for his wife. After a quick internet search, he called what he thought was a Chime support phone number to help, but the number turned out to be a fake. Storm was instructed to download an app called AnyDesk, which allowed the scammer to take control of his phone.
And I didn't have to touch a button on my phone. Everything was just done. My phone was just moving around, doing whatever they needed to do. And they took my money.
Shannon Andrews says she was also trying to contact customer service when she downloaded an app and verified personal information. She did not know she wasn't speaking with a legitimate Chime representative. Scammers were also able to drain her Cash App account.
That's crazy.
Told me to download this app, and then all of a sudden,
See, people be falling for these things and not really paying attention because, like I said, back in the day when this scam first or this method first started, people were just buying random information off the dark web and just hoping whoever that they text or whoever that they call would pick up and actually have a bank account or a Chime or a Cash App or whatever account that they're portraying to be from the fraud department. Now people are getting more sophisticated and actually pinpointing and focusing on certain databases. So now they're getting strictly Chime databases, strictly Cash App databases, strictly bank databases. So people can have or scammers or fraudsters can have a better chance of doing whatever scheme that they want to do.
If you got hit, even if you were not driving, you need to try this.
Because if you
he said, and go to your Cash App. And when I went, they had transferred all of my money out of my account. Like there was nothing.
Neither Andrews nor Storm have had any luck getting their money back.
It's hard, nowadays the cost of living is a little high, and it's hard to, do it by yourself. And when you do, work hard for it, it makes a difference when it's all snatched from you.
CEO of Mad Data, Mary Hamilton, says scammers are usually highly intelligent, and with new advances in technology, their tactics are only getting more clever.
Hackers are not stupid. They're brilliant business people. They're going to...
And I be trying to tell people that, like, this world, this dark web, scam, fraud, whatever world that you want to call it, these people are not as dumb as y'all think. These people are very intelligent. These people have certain information and knowledge that the average American doesn't have and wish they could have. And by them having this knowledge, it allows them to do these type of things. So people got to really start
engineer things the easiest way possible for them to benefit. Unfortunately, for most people to become prey at that point.
However, she says there are steps you can take to protect yourself and your finances.
Make sure you're keeping a strong, complicated passwords. Make sure that you've enabled multi-factor authentication on the app itself. If they're asking for updated information, if they're asking, please send your email, or we need to verify your credentials, or you've got this, go to the website. Never click on the links.
Now, Hamilton adds that if you are...
Now, the problem with that is people so thirsty for money, they not going to follow that. Listen, if the opportunity is there for somebody to make a quick $5, $10, $15, $20,000, they gonna take it. The problem is who they're getting it from. Because like I said, these things, these scams and fraud activities that people are seeing are real. It's just about who they're getting it from. And by it being real, so many people are promoting it, and people don't know who to really get it from, and which is allowing them to get scammed. There's so many applications out there, free applications, legal applications out there that scammers and fraudsters utilize to do illegal things because they find the loophole. So these methods, please do not sell them short. Please don't think they're not real. Please stop thinking everything is fake and a scam. And no, these things are real. Please start understanding the difference between a scam and a fraud, because that will help you in the long run in keeping you safe. These are all real things that's happening in this real world that we all are living in. So like I tell you guys all the time, it's all about being more safe, being more cautious, that's right, being more aware. Make sure you guys are
I see you, bars.
to monitor all your personal accounts and social media and financial accounts to make sure no suspicious activities.
A real champion knows you're only as strong as the team behind you. Champion Energy is backed by one of the largest energy producers in the state and offers 24/7 5-star customer support. Champion Energy, your champion for better energy.
At Stanton Optical, it's all.
So a lot of people are looking to get some quick, fast cash. And a lot of people out there are doing whatever that it takes to get that quick, fast cash and that lump sum of money in. A lot of people people are only subject to what they know. So people only know about selling narcotics, selling their body, or doing a scam. That's the only thing, or getting a job. That's the only way people really know how to get some money. And before COVID-19, people wasn't really seeing the outcome of what's going on in the dark world pertaining to scams and fraud. After COVID-19, the whole world changed. Scam was the new hot thing. Fraud was the new hot thing because a lot of people seen how people was getting millions of dollars with fraudulent businesses with the PPP loans. So now everybody want to do credit. Everybody want to get businesses. People are not aware that there is no such thing as a PPP loan that's just going around everywhere. No, that's one-time thing, and people just got to be more aware and get more knowledge and information and resources to better understand things. Now, when it comes to scams and fraud, these things were created for people to be able to obtain some type of revenue without basically not having to pay it back or just free cash. And wherever there's money being made, there's going to be some type of scam or fraud being committed. And people got to understand that, because the same way that people are applying for loans, credit cards, lines of credit, apartments, cars, food benefits, you name it, scammers and fraudsters are doing it the exact same way, just with fraudulent information or stolen information or utilizing somebody else's identity. That's where the base of the scams come from, stolen identity, because majority of the time you need identity to be able to obtain those things. So we're going to be talking about the top 5 scams that's going on in today's world. So have been basic methods and scams and fraud that has been going around for a long time. Check fraud, credit card fraud, hackers, you name it, right? So as the world evolves, the methods and the scams evolve. So now one scam that's one of the top 5 scams we're going to be talking about is the spoof scam. People have been utilizing spoof apps to basically call people and portray as they are a bank's fraud department and have people do different things. Now, there are every method, there's different ways to do the method. Meaning that there's not one way to commit any method or scam out here. There's multiple ways to do different things to do the exact same thing. So with the spoof app is people are starting to understand that everything that I want you guys to really understand that everything that these real companies and real businesses is doing, the scammers and the fraudsters are doing. So if let's say you're somebody that is out of town and you're using your debit card and you're trying to purchase something, it might decline the purchase, and it might send you a text message or give you an email or a call or one of those two and say, hey, are you trying to purchase blah, 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 blah. And since you're actually trying to purchase this product at that store, you're going to say yes. So now scammers and fraudsters are utilizing that method. So they're getting these spoof apps, they're going to the dark web, they're buying these different databases, different bank databases, meaning that they're buying banks for people's fools. So they might go find a Chase data bank, place of selling Chase data banks information, and buy 10 people who got a Chase bank fools or profiles, and that's somebody's full information or profile information. So now they know what all this person's information. So they send out this group chat on the spoof app with all the people that are the fools that they just brought off the dark web. They send out a group chat just like anybody else could send out a group chat and wait for people to respond. Now, this is where the evolution of it happened, because it's starting to become more popular. When this scam first started, and like I said, when anything first starts, it has its tweaks. Like it has this, little problems. So when it first started, people were basically just buying fools and just sending out random text messages to people and not knowing if they got a bank account or whatever with these people. So if you got 100 profiles, or the scammer or the fraudster has 100 profiles, and they got a bad batch, meaning that a lot of these people don't got a Chase bank or the bank that they're portraying to be, they're not going to get a response. But they got clever and said, okay, just hackers, because the hackers are the ones that's getting all the information in the first place. Like people who know how to get information are the people who are more valuable, because at the end of the day, you need information to be able to do any method. So these people are the ones who are very valuable, the vendors. They get the information, they get the CCs, the CVVs, the dumps, the fools, the pins, whatever. So they said, okay, instead of just getting random information, let's start focusing on particular information. So now they are starting to focus on different bank databases to compromise and get the information to sell to different people, so they can have a better chance at doing whatever they want to do. So now they get these databases. Now instead of getting 1 or 2 people, now they getting 7 to 8 people, maybe 10 people that's responding back. So when these people are responding back,
this is the biggest mistake car accident victims make, and it could cost you thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands. Most people don't realize they could be entitled to a major cash payout if they have been in a car accident within the last year. Yes, even as a...
They're going to send a text message again, just like the bank will actually do, and say, hey, somebody from the fraud department will be in contact with you shortly. So they send that text message, they wait a second, and they call the people. And it's the same process as if this was actually happening. But this is the thing. Banks tell people, we do not do this stuff. We're not going to ask you for your personal information or none of that. So they tell us these things. So they warn us about these things. But people don't pay attention until it happens and then plays the victim. When they warned you, that's like people saying, hey, don't walk down that lane. It might look good, but at the end of the tunnel, it's a volcano that you're going to fall in, and then people don't pay attention and they walk down the lane because it look good, and so they fall in the volcano, like, oh, why you didn't tell us? Oh, why? They play the victim like, we literally told you. So banks only cover fraudulent activities and not scamming activity. So when somebody spoof calls and text messages, what they do is they learn the loopholes. They know this, and they social engineer this victim, trick or manipulate this victim into sending their own funds out or getting their money out and quote unquote taking it somewhere or giving it to somebody for security purposes, and people are falling for it. So when people social engineer people, see, this is the trick. So they spin out the text messages and all that. So now they on the phone with the person, so they ask, or they texting the person, so they ask them, what is your... They acting like they gonna update the people's information and all that, but they're really logging into their account. So this is the one method. So they actually like, what's the username? They give it to them. They say, what's the username you're trying to change it to? They say, what's your password? What are you trying to change it to? So now they got the username and they got the password. So they getting easy bank log information. So then they go say, okay, we're gonna send you a one-time password to verify the account. They're actually logging in, and the real bank is sending the real person a one-time passcode, but they're the ones who's logging in. So they're going to verify the password, and they're going to log in. And on the outside looking in, from the bank's point of view, it looks like this person, the victim, is actually logging into their own account and sending money out on their own authorization. Because once the victim gives that one-time password, there's nothing the bank can do, because that password is there to protect all this from happening. And people are such in shock and distraught and afraid when they get these text messages because they actually have a bank that they're not thinking about that. So the spoof method right now is definitely on the rise, and a lot of people are doing it. And so you can go on YouTube and social media and see, like, in TikTok, and people playing around with it. So spoofing is definitely on the rise. It's one of the top scams right now. Then you got credit card fraud. Credit card fraud has been around for ages. It's never going to go away, because as long as there's credit cards and debit cards, there's going to be credit card and debit card fraud. So people are the evolution of credit card and debit card fraud. People used to, 20, 25 years ago, normal embossing numbers on cards, to now it's cards with chips in it for security reasons. But this is the thing with the chips. The chips make it easy for hackers and fraudsters to compromise because of the signal on those chips. So it's got to the point where, one, scammers, hackers, or fraudsters are now, see, first of all, it's easy for a fraudster or a scammer to be able to compromise or get credit card, debit card information because of the tools that's out here. These tools are legal. You can buy them on Amazon. You can buy them on the clear net. And real businesses use these tools. Like I said, fraudsters and scammers utilize these legal things and do illegal things for them. So this method has been, because long as there's cars, you can't stop it. So the black box, the MXR X6, the card reader and writer, people figure out places where to plant these things, meaning that they might recruit people to work at late night restaurants with drive-throughs or different places where they know that certain hours of the job is going to be real relaxed. There's not going to be a lot of people looking over you. So to be able to utilize this tool, this black box, is going to be easy, because you got to think about it. Most drive-throughs have 2 windows. You pay at the first one, you pick up your order at the second one. So when you pay at the first one, they shut that window. You don't know what's going on. You don't know what they're doing, because most of them have tent. So you're not going to, a victim is not going to get an alert that, hey, somebody just swiped your card. No, they're going to get an alert when they pay for their food or their item. So they're just reading the card on to this whatever. So it's just getting the information. So now it's a lot of people that's using the black box method to put people in a position, or recruiting people that's already in a position to swipe as many cards as they can and, do different things. And then you got skimmers out here. People know about skimmers. They're basically...
Did you know that you can get a Texas LLC for $0 plus state fees? It's really easy using Zen Business. Click on Start LLC, answer a few questions, and you'll be done in less than 10 minutes. They'll make sure you fill out everything correctly and even save your paperwork for you. You can even talk to a human if you need some help. They've got great support. There's a reason over 800,000 people have chosen them. Don't let something like an LLC hold you back. Get it formed today by clicking the link below.
Websites your competitors don't want you to know, part 2. All you do is go to this website, and it lets you find out exactly how much your competitors are making by showing you how much traffic they're getting, where the traffic's coming from, and even which social media platform is driving the most visits. It has a complete breakdown of all the recent ads they've been running, what type of keywords they rank for, and even the top competitors in their space. If you want to see how they stack up against their competitors, all you do is add them here, and it breaks down all their traffic and engagement benchmarked against each other. And their new feature, which is a game changer, is called AI brand visibility. All you do is enter your website, then it tells you exactly how AI is talking about your brand, even the prompts that are bringing up the brand as the result. What's cool is this sentiment analysis that tells you if the AI says positive, negative, or neutral things about the brand. This is the #1 way to track insights about any company. Comment SimilarWeb, and I'll send you a link to test this for free.
It's different skimmers. So you got the skimmers that go on ATMs and POS machines. So those are basically covers. When you insert your card and it's a little portal, it's basically a cover over that looks exactly like that. And people don't pay attention to that. That's a skimmer. Then they got them on the keystroke where you type in your PIN. That can be a skimmer. So you always make sure you can't pull that up. And then when you go to Walmart, gas stations where you tap your card at the little black box, the POS machine, that can have a skimmer on there too. It could be a cover. So mess with it and make sure it's not loose, because there's a lot of skimmers out here, basically at gas stations in the hood for sure, and stores in the hood, because a lot of people don't pay attention to that, and they just, it's sloppy. So skimmers are all over the place, and in gas pumps. A lot of people tap outside and use a gas, but people can buy universal gas pump keys to open up any gas pump and put these skimmers in the box. And whoever uses that gas pump, while that skimmer's on there, that card information will be on that skimmer. So skimmers are definitely becoming more of a method to get credit card and debit card information. And now you got the flipper zeros, the Raspberry Pis, the cold dots. They got so many different devices that can steal different signals and clone them that it's getting scary. And people can literally be like nowhere near you and just steal your debit and credit card information right out of your wallet just by utilizing these devices. So credit card and debit card fraud is definitely still on the rise due to the new methods and the new schemes and the new rules and stuff like that. These banks, and that's making it easier for the people. They're making it easier for the people, and they're making it easier for the scammers, because they're doing the exact same thing to commit these crimes. So check fraud has been around for a long time. Like, as the world evolves, the methods and they evolve right along with them. So 25 years ago, people used to just have checks. Like people used checks 25 years ago, and they have checkbooks and they deposit a fake check into their account because maybe they needed the funds at the time, the extra funds. And back then, it wasn't such of a big deal, like because everybody wasn't committing check fraud back then. Like it was just a rare. It wasn't rare, but it wasn't as popular as it is now. So people will do that and they just close your bank account and have a negative remark in the check system, and then you have a hard time getting a bank account anywhere else. Now it's to the point where you do check fraud, you going to jail because so many people is committing check fraud and so many different methods is going along with check fraud that it's just ridiculous. So now it's to the point where these people could do different things with checks. There's so many different check methods that is ridiculous out here because that piece of paper can generate a lot of money. So people are figuring out ways how to get checks, make checks, and cash checks. So there are many ways how scammers get checks and fraudsters get checks. They rob mailboxes and they make checks, or they might different ways, right? So if somebody was to steal a check, they got different ways on how trying to cash that check. One way is leaving the check the same, and they might just make a fake ID to match the information, the person who's getting paid on the check. They might wash the check to change the name on the check, leave the check number and the amount the same, or they might add a 0 or a 1 or whatever to the check. But they always gonna utilize some type of fake identity. Then you got people who are making the checks, doing their research, finding out where to get checks from, going on the dark web, buying check templates and making real life checks that look like the exact, business check. Then you got places on the dark web that are making any check that somebody want with this exact legit check, a Walmart, Target, whatever store that you want, and then they're real life payroll checks, and they'll make them for you with the information that you want to be on there. So checks glass checks, whatever you want to call it, has definitely become as a method that's been popular, but it's even more popular now because the new generation, new people figuring out new ways and how to, alter checks, wash checks, and cash checks. So check cashing has definitely been on the rise. So we got spoofing, credit card fraud, check fraud. Now, identity theft. Has been on a great rise also via the rise of CPNs after COVID-19. Now, identity theft has been on the rise because of CPNs. Now, people don't understand there are CPNs and there are pre-built CPNs. And due to people lacking the knowledge on credit and these type of things, they don't know the difference. So CPNs are basically credit profiles that are built with new numbers. Everything's going to be the same. So my name is John Smith. That profile is going to be John Smith. All the information is going to be the same, but the number and the address. So birthday, same, everything. Pre-built CPNs are stolen identities in which have credit profiles on them. So this is why stolen identities are not pre-built CPNs, because like I said, people are in a rush to get some type of large amount of funds. And if they can use somebody else's credit profile because they understand that credit will get you a lot of money depending on the personal or the business side, they don't have time, and it takes time to build a credit profile. So they're not trying to establish this real CPN, build a credit profile, mature it, and do it the right way. And now they're stealing people's identities, getting fake IDs, and getting loans, credit cards, lines of credit, apartments, and cars. And then people be like, oh, don't get no CPN. See, people don't be knowing what a CPN really even is. Then we do these cop cam videos, and people like, oh, somebody told me it was a second chance credit. And so people say use your common sense, but you can't tell somebody to use something that they don't got. So identity theft has definitely been on the rise. Definitely a popular method that's going on right now that a lot of people have been utilizing for a very long time, and a lot of people have utilized it and made a lot of money, and a lot of people are utilizing it and did a lot of time in jail for it. So identity theft is definitely a top scam right now. And then we got these methods in crypto right now and load ups right now. Now, a lot of people be asking me like, are load ups real? Is glitches real? Is this real? Is that real? Now, at the end of the day, this is what people need to understand. And I need people to really understand what I'm saying right now, because like I tell people, I'm not no scammer. I'm not no fraudster or nothing like that. I am a hacker. I am in the cyber world. I'm good with technology, with computers. I know how to do certain things. I'm not a black hat, not a gray hat. I'm a white hat. I'm an ethical hacker. So never committed check fraud. I never did credit card fraud. I never did none of that. I just know about these things because I'm in the world. I'm more of a
Excuse me, sir. How old were you when you made your first million?
What is this for?
We're trying to get advice for the
systems guy. Like I'm an information guy. So a lot of people ask me about these loading up accounts and this and that. Now, this is what I gotta say about them. At the end of the day, there's a whole different world that a lot of people really don't know about. Let me really break it down to you like this. So when we go to Best Buy, right? They got a whole session called the Geek Squad, right? And the Geek Squad works with strictly on IT stuff, computers, databases, softwares, that type of nerd stuff, right? So people got to understand and really like put on their hat and really start paying attention to what's going on in the world. So we all use apps, we all play games, we all watch television, we all do these things, right? And people are not understanding what are these things, how are these things being transmitted, how are we able to watch this game live while it's going on in a whole different state? How are we able to play this game? How are we able to do all of these things? And people don't understand that at the end of the day, everything is ran off commands. Everything is ran off databases, systems, servers, networks, coding. So when a game or website or anything is created, these things are coded, and code is just commands that you're telling something to do. And people don't understand that you can crack a code, and that's how people steal passwords and do different things. You can compromise, you can take over a site, and you can get in a site database and basically control it. You can make a site do whatever that you want it to do. You can make fake landing pages. It's something called malware that you can make a fake anything page, and once somebody clicks on it, they're now compromised just off them clicking that. Now their IP is exposed because the average American doesn't utilize a VPN on a normal basis. So when people ask me about these loans, are they real? From Bitcoin, Cash App, China, yes, they're real because there are people in a whole different world that understand systems, databases, networks, and all these different type of things. So they can get into the database of a Cash App, a Bitcoin, a crypto wallet, Apple Pay, a Chime, a PayPal, and direct transfers and see different accounts and see different things and control what goes on with those numbers. Yes, it's possible. So people ask me, are these things real? Yes, they're real. But the thing is, since it's real, it is real, and so many people portray to have it, a lot of people are getting tricked and buying it from the wrong people because, like I said, these things are presented on the dark web. There are sites on the dark web that will do these things for you, load up an account. But these sites are like almost like you can't post these sites on the clear net. So it's hard to promote these sites, and which makes it hard for somebody to go on the dark web and even find these sites. The average American don't even know how to get on the dark web. So a lot of people claim that they do it or have it, but they really don't. And it's really rare that you find people that actually do have it and can help somebody with it. So yes, they are real. People are out here really utilizing credit and debit card numbers, changing the BIN numbers on them, changing bins on cards, like basically making their own cards. So they take a bin from a different bank, put it on a new card. So this whole number doesn't really exist, but these numbers, basically this bin number tells you what bank this is, and this is the rest of the numbers of the account that's coming out from that bank. They switch the bin, which is a different bank, but they're both valid. So they, in the system, verify the card, and now the card works, and now people can link them on Cash Apps and Apple Pays and Venmos and Chimes and do a lot of different technical work with it. So these loads and methods that's going on right now stem from somewhere real. It's just about who's the person that's promoting it and selling it, and that's the problem. So there's a lot of new methods out here that are definitely getting newbies random people, babies, parents, anybody, making a lot of people revenue. We're gonna put it like that. And people are making these methods very easy nowadays for anybody to do. Well, not anybody, because a lot of people don't lack common sense. So a lot of people get methods and be like, oh, they basically want you to do it for you. They basically don't want to do nothing, not understanding that at the end of the day, those methods that people are buying and selling are ways to do some type of fraudulent activity. And you basically, a lot of people basically get these methods and think it's just free money. Like, no, you're basically, if you're thinking that, you basically going into a bank and robbing it with no mask. That's basically what people are doing. There are.
This woman in Kansas City searched her name and found $6.1 million in unclaimed money. Like what?
Tools and instructions that are in these methods, because I've seen it with my own eyes, that are placed in there to help protect whoever from, creating a paper trail and things like that. And people don't pay attention to it, then they get mad and be like, oh. So people got to understand, like, this is just like, just like here, it goes for free money. This world or that world is not. You got to utilize your brain in that world. And a lot of people don't utilize their brain, so they stuck in the same place. So it's just all about being more safe, being more cautious, and being more aware. It might be a bank, it might be a person. So like I tell you all the time, if you get your Northern Lifeline to monitor all your financial and social media accounts to make sure no suspicious activity is going on, and then to monitor the dark web to make sure none of your personal information is on there being sold. So make sure you get your Northern Lifeline. Make sure you guys are freezing all through your credit profiles, TransUnion, Equifax, and Experian, and make sure nobody can get anything in your name, no loans, credit cards, lines of credit, apartments, or cars, not even you, unless you unfreeze it. So freeze those credit profiles, and make sure you guys are getting new credit card and debit card numbers every so often. We tap, insert, swipe all day, every day. And they set us up for the okie doke because there's a lot of stores that's now converted over to only cards. So, which is a scam because then we got to pay fees to use that card. Like, it's all a scam. Like, but people don't pay attention to that. So utilizing these cards are dangerous because we use them all day, every day. We travel, use
right
them,
here?
and
Who
these
is
cards
this?
go on databases, and it's always the
Esco,
database
boy.
compromised, leak, or hacked. So if you get new cards, you have a fresh start, and that old information will no longer be valid. So make sure you get new credit cards and debit cards with
Test
new
these
information.
nuts in your
And with
mouth,
that
boy.
being said, man,
Get off
it's
my.
just all about being more safe, being more cautious, and being more aware of what's going on in this real crazy world that we all are living in. Because at the end of the day, we all know it's educational purposes, but this is all real information. This is real spill. There's people out there that's interested in this world. There's people out there that want to learn about it. There's people out there that want to learn about it for different reasons. How to stay safe, world. You never know. So be more safe, be more cautious, and be more aware of what's going on out there in this real crazy world that we all living in. All right. So shout out to all my Real King Hustle fans, supporters, subscribers out there, because without y'all, there'd be no me. Y'all motivate me to keep going. Y'all motivate me to keep dropping the sauce. And y'all motivate me to keep y'all entertained. So shout out to all of y'all. Anybody out there is tired of being broke because it ain't no joke, let's get to work. FaceTime 101 limited gyms are $1,000. But for limited time only, I'm doing them for $600. Yes, $600 Cash App or Bitcoin payment. Once the $600 on your Cash App,
He looked like a troll. I ain't worried about it, buddy. Some Kool-Aid. Ooh, I do. Damn. What to do, my people? What y'all got going on, man? I was dropping. Hey, I low key gave y'all plenty gems in all them videos. I was dropping plenty gems in them videos. What y'all got going on, man?
Wait, this shit, you're kind of fat. Let me see your bill. No.
I need to go get some blunts so I can roll up and get back to these lows. You hear me? It's time to get back to that bag. Hey man, you try. Hey, crazy thing is, we making money over here. You got at least 125 and you ain't tapped in. Kodak Black, ugly in the morning. I'm gonna end up getting some veneers, man. Go ahead and give me some veneers.
It was a stolen car, though. I just met him or whatever. Nigga asked me. What am I about to say? Goo-wop. What's up, doggy? That boy. The car was a stolen car, though. I just met him or whatever. Nigga asked me to use a car. I say, bro, how old is you, bro? He say, I'm 16. So I'm like, all right, bet, go ahead. You know, take that bitch. It is what it is. We thugging. So my homeboy Ghost, he say, bro, why you get him the car? I'm like, shit, that nigga can drive. He's 16. Like, bro, that nigga 13 years old. I feel like one nigga goo-wop. Free game. Goo-wop. Will only make sense.
Ooh, what y'all got going on, man? Over here playing this college, man. Duke versus Iowa. The game be cheating because ain't no way. Layup. Let's go, Cayenne. I made Cayenne transfer to Duke. Oh, give me that. Game be cheating, bro. That's one thing about, I don't know who created this simulation. But boy. Oh. Let's go, Cayenne. Oh. Let's go, Cayenne. He getting busy out there. Come on, Cayenne. Dude, the game be cheating, bro. Oh, Kobe. I got a 7-foot. Game be cheating, boy. Layup. Let's go, Cayenne. Let's go. Let's go, Cayenne.
Computer don't mess up. Somebody cut. Lame, man. Oh. I can't make not one layup, cuz. Kobe. Good D. There ain't nothing I can do about that. I'm going live on Kick tomorrow. So I hope y'all subscribe to my Kick, King Hussle Live. Let's go. Yo. Bucket. Make sure y'all go my website, my Patreon, my OnlyFans. Oh my Lord. Lay up. I'm gonna see y'all tomorrow.